this bill would effectively nullify the protections in the TVPRA and dismantle Congress's central framework for keeping unaccompanied children out of the hands of traffickers, all while stripping law enforcement agencies of critical tools for detecting and prosecuting child trafficking incidents. There's no reason for America to shut the door on some of the most vulnerable migrants, those being unaccompanied children. Turning these children away at the border will make those unaccompanied children vulnerable to human trafficking, as well as sexual abuse, extreme violence, and other harm, the very things our Republican colleagues time and again claim to stand against. I encourage all of my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back to the gentleman from California. Insist on his point of order.
No, I do not.
Point of order is withdrawn. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this very dangerous, actually, amendment. Let me tell you why. You're talking about you want to protect the most vulnerable. Well, even the Biden administration, through the CBP-1 app, is trying to drive people away from the cartels to the ports of entry. Why? Because that is where they can go and they can actually immediately come in contact with a CBP agent or an OFO agent and say, look, here I am. I want asylum, whatever. When you say to an unaccompanied child, 72% who are ages 15 to 18, guess what? You're going to get asylum by staying between the ports of entry. What you're doing is you are empowering the coyotes, the cartels, the narco traffickers, these very inhumane, dangerous people. I understand, I think, the purpose of this amendment, but it will have unintended consequences that are going to make it even harder and more dangerous for these unaccompanied children. And guess what? Have you ever run into a group of people with some unaccompanied children that are 5 years old, 6 years old? I've seen them 3 and 4 years old. They're not without anybody. They're not with anybody that is their parent or their guardian. But they were brought there by the cartels. That's who you're empowering with this amendment. I think this is wrong-headed and dangerous. And Mr. Chairman, I oppose and urge everyone to oppose this and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is he
Mr.
expected?
Chairman.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to, again, correct the record because my colleagues across the aisle just keep making mistakes, frankly. President Biden has never asked unaccompanied children to use the CBP app. They were exempted from the very beginning of doing that. So,
Gentlelady controls
I'm
the time.
happy to yield to you if you want to say some.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for yielding. That's not what I said.
Okay,
What I said is the CBP-1 app recognizes that by acknowledging the CBP-1 app, even the Biden administration is trying to direct people to the ports of entry.
But they've never made unaccompanied children.
And I didn't say they
do
did.
that. This is specifically about unaccompanied children.
Right.
And it's about making sure that there is a process to exempt them and to allow them to remain. I mean, look, I'm in strong support of Ms. Scanlon's amendment. The reality is that these are kids who really should be able to come in. And this amendment is very simple. It's just saying we should exempt unaccompanied children from this legislation, allow them to apply for asylum as our laws intended. And it bars all individuals, this provision bars all individuals who cross the border between ports of entry from seeking asylum. I'm not going to belabor this point, but I just want to be clear that when you make statements, I just hope that they're accurate. I yield back.
Right back at you. You're attempting to.
Gentlelady yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from California.
I simply make the point that this notion that requiring children to enter through ports of entry leaves them at the mercy of the cartels. Who do you think is bringing them to the border in the first place? They come deeply indebted to the cartels. The cartels charge thousands of dollars to transport these children, and then they hand them over to this administration, which happily completes the transfer of these innocent kids to so-called sponsors throughout the country who then exploit them in sex and drug trafficking, of sweatshops, all documented in recent articles from no less than the New York Times. Do you really think it is safer for children to cross the desert and be abandoned by the cartels in hopes they'll be rescued by the CBP and then trafficked throughout the rest of the country rather than come to safe ports of entry? What are you thinking? This is one of the most absurd arguments I've heard. You know, I've spoken to ranchers at the border who've had the heartbreaking experience of finding dead migrants on their ranches who are presumably brought by the cartels to the border and left on their own. How do you stop this trafficking? How do you save these children from this ordeal? I've asked Border Patrol agents that in many trips to the border, and they all tell me the same thing. Get the kids back home. Once the kids are sent back home, word spreads very quickly that the cartels can no longer get them into the United States. And one Border Patrol officer told me, you know, the cartels don't give refunds. You want to stop this trafficking, get these kids safely home, and it will stop. And until it does, you are responsible for these tragedies on the border.
Gentleman, yield to the
Yield to
gentleman from
the
Texas.
gentleman from Texas.
I thank the gentleman from California, and I couldn't agree more with his characterization. And I've got a photo here. I'm not going to turn it around because it's got the faces of kids in it, but it was just sent to me just today from the county attorney from a county in South Texas that has a photo with two little kids, probably in the sort of 2 to 4 age range, jammed into the back of a vehicle, packed to the brim, smugglers running the car. And they, this is the status, is the normal course of operations going on in the South Texas all the time. We're encouraging this. Our country, the supposedly greatest, most powerful, strongest country in the world, is encouraging this. The last time I was down at the border, I go probably about every couple of months, down at the river, talking to people coming, and almost every single person that I talked to were saying they wanted to come here for a better way of life. And God bless them. I mean, I absolutely admire them desire to want to come here for a better way of life. But any of them weren't coming to me saying, oh, you know, I'm coming here because I'm afraid of what was happening to me and whatever it was, whatever. They wanted a job. They wanted opportunity. And I do not begrudge that. But we are allowing them to be used. We are. That's what we're doing. We are allowing them to be used by cartels for profit. And yes, some of them aren't paying cartels.
Would the
Some
gentleman
of them
yield?
are moving. I might yield in a minute, but that's the reality of what we're dealing with, is that we're setting up a situation where the little girl that I was talking to, I then broke off and talked to the two boys that were right behind her. And I asked them, where were you last night? And they were spending the night in the park across the Rio Grande. And I asked them, did anything bad happen to that girl? And both the little boys said, yes. She was a 14-year-old girl, give or take. And they said she was sexually abused. I was talking to them in my broken Spanish. That's what they told me. Now, he said, oh, you're making that up. No, this is the reality of what happens down there. We talk to the people in the law enforcement and Border Patrol and the people down there all the time. That is no way for us to do business. Now, we can set up systems for people to be able to avail themselves of legal paths to come here. We can open our hearts, open our arms to help people to claim asylum legitimately. But you cannot have a system that is utter chaos when you have 7.7 billion other people around the world who, of course, would love to come to this country. I yield back to the chairman. I'm sorry. I used up my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. The lady from Texas, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Roy, I actually agree with much of what you have said. I speak to migrants all the time. Obviously, I live in El Paso. El Paso has been the epicenter for some time. We had the highest number of encounters in 2022, and we are already slated to have the highest number of encounters in 2023. I speak to the migrants every time that I can. And you're absolutely right. I have seen a shift, more and more migrants who are not claiming persecution, but would like an economic opportunity. Could not agree with you more. It is more and more unsustainable over time. And the longer that Congress does nothing, the worse it will become. Where you and I do not agree, but where I wish we could find common ground is, I think, number one, we have to acknowledge this is not the fault of one person. I mean, I have lived in my community all my life. I have volunteered to help migrants since I was in my 20s. I'm now 53 years old. So this has been going on my entire life. Has it gotten more pronounced? Yes, 1,000% it has. It's been steadily growing since 2014. What we need to do is recognize that part of the answer, and I'm with you, I believe we've got to have strong enforcement. We've got to know who's coming into our country. We've got to have as much security and safety as possible. But one avenue for getting there is legal pathways. And that's where we are not speaking to each other in a way to find some unity. But I guarantee you, Mr. Roy, that if we open up some
Point of
legal
order. The
pathways-
gentlelady is to direct her comments to the chair.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I guarantee you, if we were to work together on finding legal pathways, in addition to enforcement mechanisms, I think you would find unity and bipartisan support. So I want to express that I want to solve this. I want to address this. I don't think the status quo is humane. I think it is incredibly inhumane. But I think because what we have been doing is the same thing over and over and over again,
I had to check
building
on my
walls,
stuff here in just a second.
seeking deterrence. Let's try a new path. And
Yep,
that new
yep,
path
yep,
is
kids.
opening up legal pathways. And I'll work with you on that every day of the week. I yield back.
We're still waiting on them to
Gentlelady
get through
yields
this
back.
immigration bills.
Question occurs on the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Object. And what the grand jury found was that children are often treated to the most perilous. Of journeys as a consequence of policy decisions that allowed them.
Oh, my
to be
internet's
released
getting
into the
jumpy
interior of the
again.
country. And so
Hey, what's
what this
up,
Florida
Tactical
grand jury did
Fun?
was they reviewed thousands of documents from our Department of Children and Families, from our health and human services agencies, from our safety net organizations, and they issued a scathing report asking essentially the Congress to choose a different path than that has been chosen by the Biden administration. And so I want to take a moment to reflect on some of those findings.
We've been waiting for them to get this
Quote,
freaking
our findings are clear. If any Florida resident exposed U.S.-born children to this process, they would justifiably be arrested for child
give me a sec,
neglect
Warsaw.
or worse. We do not think children should be less protected simply because they were born outside our borders and brought here by a government agency. Those here in Florida
I'll
who
open
are
it up.
sending
Anybody can
money
jump
and
in.
other aid to facilitate this process should know what they are funding. At nearly every juncture,
That way we can kill a little
travelers
time and then
forging
maybe they'll
Darien
get to
Gap
the
and other notorious
pistol
routes
brace
must pay
stuff
handlers, armed militia
sometime this
groups,
century.
native tribes, local warlords, gangs, or drug
There we
cartels
go.
in order to obtain safe passage. In many cases, the toll is exacted in lives, labor, or sexual abuse. They face disease, famine, drought, a perilous jungle trek, insects, and predators, both human and animal. One child disclosed that during her journey, several of her group were robbed and attacked by rival gang members, decapitated, and raped. The child disclosed
I'll be right
that
back.
she was one of the victims of that rape. Grand juries are not political entities. They are sourced from regular folks who review evidence, and perhaps this body, ever so partisan in addressing the issue, would glean some clarity from what we are hearing. The critique of our government from the grand jury was this: armed with a budget of billions of taxpayer dollars and working with activists and nonprofit organizations, which receive hundreds of millions of dollars in grant monies, hold millions in assets, and pay cadres of executive salaries in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, is handling thousands of foreign children in a dangerous manner. This is a nonpartisan analysis from a grand jury in my state, deeply concerned about the way these decisions
Oh, yeah, crank him down a little bit, man. He's loud as shit.
And Mr. Chairman, I seek that all of the findings and present by the jury on unaccompanied children be entered into the record.
Without objection.
I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I yield to the gentleman from
I hear that, Chamber.
Gentleman from Florida, I think, for making those points. And look, and I'll say to the gentlelady from El Paso that I take her words to heart, and I'd be happy to have conversations about what we can do going forward. I think where we disagree, as you laid out, is
Man, they've been on this all day.
Having worked on this issue as a staffer for John Cornyn, a staffer for Ted Cruz, as someone who was working for Governor Perry at the time this was being debated, then I've seen it now up close and personally. I was working as a lawyer on the Senate Judiciary Committee. There are multiple of those debates. Is that we have to do this sequentially. You might disagree.
Man, I had no idea
of how
that they would spend this much time on this this border stuff.
Enforce the rule of law.
I mean, I knew they'd go back and
The
forth.
example of your
God.
Sylvester Reyes, right, was a part of building infrastructure and fencing in El Paso. And I'm directing my.
Well, I said that earlier. I think they're waterboarding us with all this, so we forget about the whole pistol brace thing.
Worked on building the fence there.
Would you yield 10 seconds?
I will yield, yes, ma'am.
No, he
To the
can't.
chair.
No, it's not my time.
It's my time.
All right, I yield back to him.
I have a series of additional unanimous consent requests, Mr. Chairman. From the New York Times, April 17, 2020. I'm sorry, from the New York Times, as migrant children were put to work, U.S. ignored warnings.
Objection.
The New York Times.
I mean, I know good and well,
Alone and
you know, this
exploited
may pass the
by
House,
brutal jobs across the United States.
but it's not going to make it through the
New York
Senate.
Post, March 22nd,
And the
2021,
president sure as hell ain't going to sign it.
As decoys to smuggle in members.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
But I want to hear the Democrats' arguments about this shit.
Chair, I move to strike the last word, and I yield to the gentlelady from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Cicilline, and not to Mr. Roy, but to the chair. This is precisely what we've been doing for 3 decades. For 3 decades, we have said no immigration reform until the border is secure. That's a fact. And so we've not had in 30 years, over 30 years, any new legal.
That's
changes.
because you've never
Closest we
secured the
came
border,
was
you
about a decade
dumbass.
ago. And the Senate passed a bipartisan bill that would have secured historic sums.
The closest we've come was
at the
during
same
Trump.
time opened up legal pathways, and it died in the House at that time. And so we've been doing.
Yeah, Chamber, that would be the most logical thing to do.
Policy
Now,
of
are they going to do it?
let's do enforcement only first.
Let's face it, the Republicans didn't do it when they had all 3 branches.
Sure, then we will do immigration reform. And so my contention is, and I think the facts support it, we have seen over the past 30 years a closing off of legal pathways. We've had walls built. We now fund DHS.
All right, can you guys still hear her okay? I had to turn her down because my damn headphones, she was killing me. But yeah, you know, the Republicans have had all 3 branches. They've had the House, the Senate, and the presidency, and have never done anything with this stuff. So,
for migrants. And that one pathway
I mean, I think there's some in there now that are fired up about this and would push it through. But in the past, it's always been just for show. The only time they fight about it is when they're in the minority and can't do shit about it.
That's the only right way that many people see for themselves. I don't believe that we can take, even if we could, we shouldn't take every person, obviously. But if we want to create a more manageable system, it has to be.
Damn, you guys been kicking it up, man. I got 33 followers on Rumble now.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Chairman, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, now you back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back.
Well, here, I'll crank the stream up a little bit, and I'll just move my headphones back some.
So the gentlelady, what I would say is 2006 comprehensive immigration
There.
reform, which touched all aspects: security, future flow, status. 2007, 2012-13, 2018.
Yeah, let's move my
multiple
headphones
attempts by
back
both
some
parties
because they were killing me.
urging places in the House and Senate to work on various forms of, quote, comprehensive immigration reform, all of which the bow broke. Okay, no matter what your perspective is on what we should have had or not should have had in those bills.
I mean, well, it's pretty much the same way with the immigration shit. You
And
know,
the point is that
Republicans
we've not
could
been
have
able to
fixed
do
this
that.
when they had all three
I've come to
branches
the
of government a
conclusion
couple
that
times.
The biggest reason why is because
Closest
we
they
have a
came
large
was with
block of
Trump.
people who, with a very good reason, don't believe we're actually
Other
serious
than that,
about
it was
securing
always
the
just a
border in the
bullshit
first
game.
instance. That's the fundamental problem. And when I brought up Mr. Reyes, your predecessor, the gentlelady's predecessor, my point is, it's a Democrat, former
Here we
Congressman
go.
from
Joe's
Texas, who was a
here.
part of building
Warsaw's
infrastructure
here.
that actually did a pretty good
What's up,
job
brother
of
man?
stopping
What's
some of
up,
the problems
Warsaw?
that El Paso was dealing with the
What up?
Is it a total
Shit,
panacea? Of
been
course
listening
not.
to this shit all
But when you
day.
have policies as we do today,
Been listening to you off and on while I was at
everybody's not
work.
blaming
Worked
one
at the
person.
house, so I could turn it on. It's
Fair enough.
peace.
I
Yeah,
agree.
I did
But
the same
here's the
thing at
things that
work
led
today
to
that I've done
You
with other
cannot
streams.
help
I
but
just
look at the
started my
chart
computer up, let
of
it
the numbers of
stream,
what we've
and
seen
then I'm
since
still running
January
around the
of
shop
21
doing my thing.
and see a direct correlation.
You see that Mayorkas got chewed out by
That's why I
In
can't
terms
be
of what
all
they
Ted
do
good.
with
Cruz.
migrant protection protocols.
Yeah, I saw that, man. I got to look at
Basically
that.
making it very clear
Yeah,
how
Cruz
that would
and
work if you come
who
to
was the
United
other
States
guy?
and claim asylum, say asylum.
Shoot, who's the other
You'll
one?
get
Clay
processed
Higgins.
and released immediately. NGOs
Clay
will
Higgins was
move you
really
around the
pissed, man.
country. We all know this is true. We've all been to
Yeah, I
Texas
saw a
places
blip
around
of
the
Clay
border.
Higgins.
We see the processing.
When I was going to
When
pick
that
the kids up, I
happens,
was just
and you have
skimming
a
through some
flood of
stuff.
people. Again, remember Jay Johnson.
This is like what,
under
the third or
President
fourth
Obama.
time that
What was it?
New York has been
1,000
on
a
the
week
panel.
was a crisis.
Yeah, yeah.
What did we just have in March?
I mean, enough the bullshit. We already know what he's been doing.
200,000. That doesn't
Well, I
even
mean, that's the
include
thing, man.
the
Everybody
parole
already knows what's
numbers
going
that were
on with
done
it, but
through,
you know, you got
I think, illegally,
Democrats
using a
majorly in
case-by-case
control of
basis
everything,
to
and they
run
don't give a
those
shit.
numbers up. So you're really
Well, I
looking
turn
at
it down a little
230,
bit.
240, and so these numbers just blow the lid off of Jay
Thank
Johnson
you.
and Barack Obama.
That'll work.
I mean, Jay
My
Johnson
son's
was at
over here
least
watching stuff on my
credibly, in
phone.
my opinion, trying
Yeah,
to
freaking
say, let's
jamming.
hold the line, secure the border, and not invite a flood at the border. My point being, these policies matter. We should try to set the standard for the world to say,
What'd you
here's
say,
how
Joe?
you're going to do it.
Chip Roy
It's not
seems like an
asylum.
enthusiastic
You have a
member.
million people getting green
Chip
cards.
Roy, I
Does
think's
that
another
matter?
good one, man.
Do I think we need to adjust how
I
we
don't
deal
think
with
he's
the
great on
flow,
everything,
deal
but I
with
think he's
immigration?
pretty
Absolutely.
good.
Do I think we need to have some possibilities for
Of course, to
guest
me,
work
about the only ones that
to
are
make
really
it work,
great on most
perhaps
things
test skills and add?
are
Of course.
Massey,
I don't know anybody on this side now that
and
disagree.
freaking
But
Paul.
every time we try,
You know,
we
Rand
never
Paul.
get security. And
What
every
about
time we
Matt
try
Gaetz?
to touch chain migration
Gates
or
seems
family,
pretty good.
we
I
get
don't.
blown out of the water. And
We'll
we
see
need
where he
actually
is on some of
reform the
this. Some
He,
of this stuff.
he's a younger
I
one
would
too.
hold up, gentlemen.
Like I like
Thank you so
Bobert
much.
too, and I like Byron
What I would
Donald.
share with
They're all
you.
young,
First and
young
foremost,
members,
yes,
young
one of
people.
my predecessors was
Yeah,
a patrolman who supported comprehensive
even
immigration
Bobert, man. I don't know. I'd have to really see
and
something
yes,
from her.
yes,
I mean, I think right now she's a lot of mouth.
but the second thing that I would
Donald
share
and
with you
Bobert
is
buddied up there
look
for a
at the
while.
data.
Yeah.
And we really, I will share with you the data.
You know,
Who's
well,
this-
I like Green. I think Green is a little off the wall, but you know, hey, she doesn't mind getting up there and telling people to fuck off. So.
Who's this Miss
She's
Gaetz?
strong.
she's a strong, independent woman.
And I brought 20% of Congress to El Paso.
That's what the other
so we
side likes,
got
right?
equality,
Strong,
because the
independent
numbers
women.
were so
Well,
high.
you'd think,
The
but
numbers
you
dropped
they
precipitously
say they like black
in
people
March
until
of
black people don't vote
2020
Democrat.
for a few months.
Well, no, they
That's
say they like
decided
strong women, but
when the
I
border
mean, they make fun of freaking,
and the numbers
Marjorie Taylor
the
Greene,
numbers started
freaking,
going back up before the
parents. They call her like,
5 seconds left.
Well,
Fact of
it's
the matter
the
is,
same
numbers
thing,
that
you
were
know, like
spiking
I said, we're
were
black
dealt
people,
with
man.
by
You
the
let
previous
a black
administration. My
person
colleagues
actually
on
start
now may
talking
not like that,
Republican, and
but those numbers
what that lady say in
they
the
plummeted,
hearing
and
the
it
other day,
wasn't
she got
COVID.
off the
There
Democrat
was
plantation.
not COVID.
Yeah,
There were
let a black
significant,
person do that, and
clear
then see how they
results
talk
from
about it, because
policies
they'll
that
call them
were
everything
adopted
but a child of
that
God. Then
stopped the magnet for people coming to the river. That's very,
not black.
very Border Patrol.
There
And
was
so
also
happy to
another
talk
thing,
sidebar
Coop.
on that. That's got, we had a
Some
flood.
guy, I forget
I've dealt
where it
with it.
was. This I think
We've got to
was
not have the policies that are continuing to
Minnesota.
attract
I could be
people. That's
wrong,
what this bill's about.
but this was during the House and Senate. And this black woman says, "Oh, then what do you identify?" To the Republican, and the Republican says, "I identify myself as an American."
The last word
What do you identify?
very quickly.
I identify
When
as an
we
African
speak about
American.
the
Funny,
walls
you're an
and the
American.
walls
You're
that
not
were built,
African American.
remember, most of them were not completely
Yeah.
built. The program would have
You're
been
born
much
in this
more
country. You're American.
successful.
Now, if you're outside the country,
Particularly
yes,
what I
you're
saw
African
even
American.
in Arizona and
well,
Yuma.
I've said it
If
before.
any of the walls
In
were
my life,
complete,
I've met
we'd be in
two
much safer and
actual
better shape.
African
And that was
Americans.
something that
One was
Republicans
black and
and
one was
Democrats
white.
both agreed upon. So
One.
we can't
So
use the
one was
walls
from
as an
South
example of a
Africa,
failure because we
and I
never
can't remember
really
where
got to where
Keatso's
we should
dad
be.
was from.
With the
But,
I
gentleman,
met a Nigerian girl one time. Pretty
yeah.
hot.
one of the other
Oh,
things that
Keatso was
just
pretty
brought
hot,
up, I
man.
think the two
I
members
think
were
her
sort of
dad was
batting back
a
and forth.
diplomat, and her
they did
mom
say
was an
that
American
Drake was
diplomat.
rising,
Anyway, they got
when
together.
President Trump
But
left
Keatso had dual
office and he was
citizenship.
dealing
I
with
think
it.
she was actually born in
But
Africa.
I heard that it
Maybe
went
she was
down
she was
because
born in the
of
States.
COVID.
I think.
When you came
Can't
here,
remember.
when was COVID?
But either
did
way, she
COVID
held dual
end?
citizenship for
Did
a
it
long
end
time.
on the day that President Biden took office?
And the other one,
spike?
one from South Africa, I
So
can't remember
the
her name. I
rise
only met her a couple
during
times.
COVID is what we're talking about here today, isn't it?
Exactly.
Did they just change the subject to COVID from border policy?
You're yielding.
They are in.
Part of the stuff with border policy for a little while was wrapped up in our COVID response shit. So,
Did you see what was so funny though? I mean, and I could see it, and I tried to tell parents, like all the chickens at work that were clucking around. I just told them the border's busted wide open. They're letting these people come in willy nilly, and they're not forcing them to get vaccinations. Yet we're getting to the point. We're getting to the point where I'm going to be fired if I don't take one. I'm talking about work, and they're like, yeah, we need the vaccines. We don't want to let go the poor people that live here. I was like, no. I was like, they're the ones that are going to replace you. They're giving you that to put you down and let those people replace.
Adopts the policies the president adopted, and those numbers spike off the chart. Policies matter.
I'm so done
They
with the
have
jab
consequences.
discussion.
I
I
yield
mean,
back
it's
to the
divisive as far as the COVID response thing.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields
it
back.
just, man,
Lady from Pennsylvania.
my boss got the shot. And like I said, I wouldn't talk anybody out of it. That's up to them. But hey, as much as I want to talk you out of it, don't try to force me into it.
Like I said,
my boss didn't get forced into it, but he got heavily coerced into it, and he got sick, and he went through about 2 or 3 years of suffering. He finally retired at 55. He's not healthy. He's healthy as pork.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I flat out told my boss, man, I'm not getting the shot. I'm not planning on getting it. I'm never going to get it. And he was like, yeah, well, cool, man. Then he'd always joke with me. He said he was going to pin me down and give me the shot. I told him he didn't have a gun big enough.
No doubt. Well, I mean, the people at work are all, they're all groupthink. So, not all of them, but half of them are getting kind of like nasty and being like, hey, why aren't you taking this? You're putting me at risk. Like, no, that's what you're telling me. That's not really true.
Numbers started spiking.
But they are all TV heads. I mean, that's
in
where
the
they get their
fall
information.
of 2019,
Oh, yeah, man.
early
You get the
2020,
NPCs out there. They get
and even
their whole
after
line of
Title
thinking
42
from
was
freaking
enacted,
MSNBC
beginning
and
in May
You know, all they
I feel
if they,
bad for them too, especially the younger ones, man. If you're, I'm 48. If you're like 35, there's a lot of shit that you don't know because they didn't teach it.
well, no, they didn't teach it to you, but
They neutered history. They neutered history. Make everything about feelings. They make everything. They do a bunch of weird shit. They fuck up math.
On the border.
Like
oh yeah,
what it
They
is
they
it's
they,
our
they
society.
taught them to be stupid.
Demonstrate that
Yep.
this is not
yeah, man, it's the same old thing, man. If you keep people uneducated, they're easier to rule.
necessarily a result
Indoctrination to where they're not functional.
Yeah.
You know,
Aside
actually,
from fluoride in the water and freaking
are strategic if we keep doing the same thing over and over
well,
and
it's
over again.
what was also going to
That
mention
is
too.
the definition of
Oh yeah, I don't
insanity.
remember.
And our country
You
is
take away a
chosen
person's
to
hope,
address
it's easier
migration
for the
as a
people to be controlled.
border-only issue for 30
Yeah.
years. If we truly want to solve this, then we would do something differently. And I say, let's try opening up legal pathways for better border management. I yield back. to
If
my
you have a
colleague.
disarmed and uneducated or
Lady is back.
misinformed public, they're much easier to rule.
Question occurs on the amendment offered.
No,
by
not
the
just
gentlelady
the
from
arms, Coop.
Pennsylvania.
Just
All
taking
those
a person's
We-
hope
we-
away
aye.
is easier for them to
Aye.
get
Those
controlled.
opposed, no.
Oh, yeah.
No.
We definitely have a lot of like hive mind thinkers that really
No.
sometimes I think they either try to make a game out of it or just be weird because I mean the only thing that I was guilty of where I worked was being a sport shooter, hunter, firearms enthusiast, and when I would talk about it with one of my coworkers, one of my other coworkers would say, "Man, you scare me, Joe. I don't know what the hell you're gonna do one day." I was like, "What do you mean? Are you gonna come up here and shoot up the place?" I'm like, "Well, no, Jesse, you're my friend. Why would I do that? You scare me because you think like that. That's crazy. Do you need
Yeah.
a psychological evaluation? You seem a little imbalanced today." And just kind of tried to turn it around on him. And he's like, "No, seriously, man, you don't need all that shit." I was like, "You know what? You don't need to tell me what I need because I've already paid for my house and my car, so I can buy anything I want, bud. And, I ain't gonna hurt you." I mean, it seems weird that you say that. That kind of seems feminine a little bit. And he didn't like that. Well,
To me, man, it tells you how Democrats think. They think if you have all these guns, you just go shooting people. Well, no, that says more about you than it does me because I have all these guns and I'm not running around shooting people.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah. And I tried to explain to him about investments because he collects coins and stuff like that. Like, you know how you collect coins? I collect high-end guns. Sometimes there's a couple that I bought I'll never shoot, but I'm going to sell them. I mean, now they're worth double what I paid.
Yeah.
People don't understand that firearms are also historical items.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about like pre-banned Chinese AKs, stuff like that. Like good stuff that was around within my lifetime that I could acquire for, an affordable
It's
price.
history.
Yeah. But he doesn't understand that, but that's
Mr. Massey, you're not recording. Mr. Massey votes no.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Gooden votes no.
Yeah, man, snoring rich. I've seen plenty of people. Hell, like my boss had COVID. Then he got the shot, and then he had COVID again. I think he might have had it one other time after that.
I've had it once. It sucked.
So far,
I had it
don't think I've
once
had
back in 2019 in like January or February. I couldn't smell for like 6.
Approved. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mine lasted for
Mr.
3
Chair, I have an
months.
amendment at the desk.
I had an alkaline taste in my mouth for quite a few months too.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. McClintock.
To be honest, I'd rather be more afraid of Ebola than COVID, though. That stuff with Ebola,
The amendment is considered as
dude, you
read.
do not want to have that. If you
Ladies
get caught with that for 3
recognized.
days, you're dead.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, they're busting out the Marburg, dude. They're
Protect all unaccompanied
Well, I
children
mean,
from being turned away at the border.
it's getting to the point where I'm a run in the wood.
With the number of
getting to that.
teenagers seeking asylum. So I've edited my amendment.
First
To exempt
thing
Coop,
you did
question
was
for
I
you.
pulled my phone out
under
of
the
my
age
pocket.
of 5 from Title I of the bill.
Coop,
The fact
Yeah.
is, the bill as written would
Question:
do
You've heard of
nothing
Tom
to
Clancy, haven't you?
meaningfully reform our
Yeah, yeah.
asylum system. In fact,
He
instead,
did
it
a
would
series called The
effectively
Division,
destroy
a
it.
video game series.
But the
Yeah,
section
yeah, I
we're
played the
discussing
first
would
one.
end the right to
You know
asylum
what
for
the
anyone,
whole sickness
including
was based off
the
of, right?
unaccompanied children who the Second Amendment
No.
would protect.
It was
Was it
smallpox in the
radio?
game.
For
It
young
was smallpox in the
who
game, but
cross the
it was
border
actually based on
between
kind of
points
like
of
COVID.
entry.
It was
Of course,
the
these very
Operation Dark
young
Winter.
children clearly have no
Oh,
agency to
okay.
decide where
It's
they're
pretty much
going to
similar
cross the
concept
border.
because you
I
know you
think we
spread
have
a
to
sickness
discount
out
our
there.
colleagues' argument that these children could be sent safely home when clearly home is
I mean,
not
there's no
safe,
doubt, man. If
or
someone
because there
comes
are no
up with some
parents at
sort of
home and home
bug
is too dangerous for them to
that
be safe.
is really
I
going to
agree
be
the bill
deadly,
offered by our colleagues doesn't
Well, then it
keep
was
as
children
soon as it's
safe. In
let
fact,
out of the
every
bag,
provision would harm children, particularly
Dude,
mean,
those in
I
great
was watching the
Republicans on this committee want to take critical
speaking of
steps
COVID,
to protect vulnerable children seeking
speaking of
relief
COVID,
from
what's the fucks
persecution
with
and
these
trafficking,
Chinese
and
fucking
threaten
police
their right to
officers?
asylum at our borders. I'm
dude,
hoping
they're,
where in New York.
I
They're
don't
here to
know. I'm
see
hearing
us.
stories.
They're probably all over the place, man.
Yeah, I'm hearing stories
China
about popping up all over
constantly,
the place.
yeah, China constantly tries to rip back in like babies.
Would take pity
They,
on toddlers,
China's big on saving face.
show them compassion, and help them find safety. So I encourage
First it
all
was
my colleagues
embassies,
to
now it's
support
police
this amendment,
officers from
and
China.
I yield back.
Generally yields. Generally yields back.
Hey, do you got to go potty?
Generally
Yes,
yields
I'll yield to Ms. Jackson Lee. Thank you, Chairman.
Oh God,
We
this
thank the
woman.
gentlelady for her precise amendment and also her attempt of an olive branch and clarification. I heard one member, well-intended on the other side, said that's why we're going to get them safely back to their country. I would venture to say
Miss Lee is,
that
my
there
goodness,
is
she's a
no
clown.
safe passage.
Oh man, she's an
It is
absolute
unfortunate
moron.
that the conditions are such that people
Okay.
Cornerstone of
would
our
be willing to send unaccompanied children in whatever way they can do. They are coming 5 years old, 3 years old. And there is no way. You can't put them on a Greyhound bus. You cannot put them on a train. You cannot
dude.
airshoot
I
them,
see the
parachute
buses
them
coming
down,
through my area.
torpedo
Most
them
of
out
them
of
in
a
my area
cannon to get them
called
back to their
errands.
country. It is a treacherous. It is only God knows how they survive. And so I don't know how that return can be expedited or can be, if you will, safely done. And I would think minimally we could find some refuge for children in that age who are without the abilities to take care of themselves. It is likely sometimes when they come that any adult that might have been traveling with them is detained or scattered. And so
Miss
they are
Lee,
really
just shut the
their
hell
own
up.
devices, and we have the responsibility to separate them anyhow. And so when they're separated, that age cannot express much about what their direction is. I know that some have paper pinned to them with some direction on it, but I have seen and heard
Yeah,
that it is
they've got
difficult to
papers
find
on them with
individuals
directions
who are
written on
supposed
it
to
to
take
the
these
nearest
children. I want
sex
to commend
slave.
the gentlelady
Yeah, it's the cartels that are
from
doing that shit.
Pennsylvania.
Ted Cruz
Dude,
didn't touch
dude,
that.
this
Fine and
all these
refine
NGOs
what
just
we
need to
mean by
uh,
getting
shut
children
down. They're
in
the ones that are orchestrating.
legislation.
They're shells and
I am
bad
very
actors.
minded the mission of this legislation because it would
I'll
be
tell you what,
helpful
she's got a
to
big
move
ass
back
bracelet around
to
her arm. Look at
the
that thing.
framework of comprehensive immigration reform.
I'm still wondering what
Which
she's
included
got living on
farmers,
top of her
dealt
head.
with DACA, dealt with
I
unaccompanied
think she
children.
might, for an old lady, she might have her own hair. It's hard for an old black lady to do that, but I think she's got her hair going on.
Struggling to find out what the mission is and purpose of this.
I don't think that's a wig. I think she's doing that.
You have a very fine exception.
No, I just
and
think it's
I
some
ask,
sort of
join
space
in
creature that
supporting
lives
you and
attached
yield
to her head.
Maybe. I'm not saying she's an evil woman. She ain't that an old lady.
It is recognized.
I'm hearing Miss Feinstein's going to be removed, hopefully.
Speaker, this is perhaps the most
Now, she's
absurd
an ugly old freaking crip kid. Her
children under the
her
age of
face is
5,
around quite a
toddlers.
bit the last couple of
So
years.
instead of the cartels sending toddlers
Oh,
through
here,
ports of entry,
here it is.
our friends would rather have them delivered through the open desert. We've seen toddlers
somewhere.
thrown
Might have
over
come down by the
walls,
front of the
thrown
camera.
into rivers, hoping the border patrol will be able to get them and to create a diversion. so that those same cartels can smuggle drugs and contraband while that diversion has been created by them. This absolutely guarantees that's going to continue. The gentlelady seems to think that these toddlers made it across thousands of miles of jungles and deserts all by themselves. Is the gentlelady so naive as to think this is all happening on its own?
No, the gentlelady's
In
just that
danger of
stupid.
trafficking? They're all
Dude, we got
national
naive and
no
stupid.
child
now.
of 5 is being deliberately persecuted by their government. They are being exploited and trafficked. The
Chinese
cartels use them to
national.
create border diversions. They use them for exploitation, and they are aided, abetted, and encouraged by the policies of this Democratic Party. I am often amazed that the Democrats will obsess indefinitely about the institution of slavery that was abolished in this country more than a century and a half ago, abolished, by the way, by the Republicans. And yet they turn a complete blind eye to the indentured servitude that they have created by their own policies.
Oh, dude,
You know, at least
indentured
if
servitude
these
would be a
toddlers
wet
are delivered to
dream
a
for some
point
of
of
these
entry,
kids. They're
they
being
will not
traded
face
as
the
sex
perils
slaves.
of the hundreds of desolate miles
Damn
that are
straight.
between the ports of entry.
And yet nobody seems to give a damn, sadly.
Well, at this point, the way the Democrats treat this stuff, man, you just got to get. It's getting to the point where they're just complicit in it. I'm beginning to think the only reason they don't want to slow this shit down is they don't want to run out of sex slaves.
Time. You know, the gentleman makes some
They-
very good points.
They want this.
Being a member who has a long stretch of
Honestly, some of it's drugs too. I mean, there's a lot of drugs.
County,
Oh yeah.
I'm acutely
No
aware
doubt.
that our port of entries, which are the busiest land
It's
ports of entry in the world, are able to handle a great many people who approach there. And in between, we handle a great many people trying to circumvent those ports. What's amazing to me about this amendment, and I want to speak to the amendment, is I know what my Border Patrol does, and shame on anyone on your side of the aisle who pretends they
You know what
don't.
the craziest thing is?
No
Coop?
5-year-old is ever
We're talking about sex
returned
trades.
unless we can
I was actually
determine they're
watching
true and correct
Vigilance Elite. You ever
parent,
watch them?
and that
Yeah,
that
yeah.
parent is capable and competent.
There was
and that
a
that parent or
North
next
Korean
of kin
survivor. She actually
is in a
testified
country
what she
which
actually
they
went
are
through to get to
returned
the United
And the
States. She actually
reality
fled to
is,
China
5-year-olds, if
to the
they
United
have a
States
U.S.
that way because back
presence,
in
are
2008
in
there was
fact
actually not that
unified
much
with
security
their parents and would
in
continue to
between the
be.
border
They
between
certainly are not at
North
risk
Korea and
of
China.
specific
They got
harm
facial
because of their political
recognition
beliefs
cameras
or their
right now,
religious
and
beliefs,
there's
and
even
the
a
list goes
landmines in
on.
between the border.
But they are
That's how
nevertheless
advanced it's gotten now.
treated as
Yeah.
children, never,
No, I saw
never,
a short
never
that
returned
popped up. I
and
didn't get
accompanied.
to watch it
And
yet,
so the very
but I
idea
saw
that
a
we were
short
going
pop up
to
with her talking to
do this
Ryan.
for 5
So
and
I got to
under
go and watch that whole
eliminates the
interview.
reality of how they have been and under
But
our
they
new
actually
bill
in North Korea
will
sell
still be
their
treated.
children to sex
They would be
slavery to
treated
get into
humanely.
China.
They would try
Oh
to
yeah.
find an appropriate
Sadly,
relative.
that's the only
If
way
they
to get
could
them in
not
there.
find the
That's what they would
relative,
do.
they would not be returned to some other country. They would, in fact, be put into care in the United States.
And
That
it would
is
not
what
surprise me if the
my
Chinese
Border
were doing it
Patrol
to send their
and my
children here to
Customs and
Mexico to get to
immigration
the
people
States.
do, and they do it every day. They did it under President Clinton. They did it under President Bush. They did it under President Trump. They did it under President Obama.
And they
they're
did it
doing
under
the
Obama.
same. We are dealing today with the policies and the changes that have made our border a mockery of a border.
These
And you know,
idiots,
when
you know, I
people
said
get
it
up
in
and
chat
tell me
earlier.
about how much equipment is at the border,
The Chinese
I
can
have that
build a
border
wall
fence.
across their
And whether the
entire
gates are open
border
or closed, installed
to
or not
protect against
installed,
invaders.
it means nothing if the
Now,
instructions
granted,
of
it
every
took them,
one of my
you know,
hardworking
100 years,
Border
200
Patrol
years,
agents
however
and
long it
ICE
was.
agents is
But you're
that
trying to
their
tell me
job
we
is to
can't
be
do the
Uber
same thing
drivers
on
to
our
get
border
these
with
people
all
to
the
the airport
technology
into
we
the
have now,
buses,
with all the
and in fact
equipment
to
we
turn
have
back
now.
no one, then the fence means nothing. The fence in San Diego
You know
was
what we need to do, Coop?
to help
If
make
I was
the
president,
community safe, and it did so.
Huh.
And the
send the
fence
Army
no
down there
longer
and
makes them
send the
safe.
Marine
And
Corps
it
as well
certainly
as the
no
Coast
longer has
Guard.
anything to do with
And I would
immigration. I
say
yield
these are
back
your
to the
jobs
gentleman.
now.
Thank
These
him
are
for
your
his time.
options. You're going to apply for the
Gentleman
United
yields
States
back.
military.
The gentlelady from
Your job
Washington.
will be patrolling the United States
Thank
border.
you, Mr. Chairman.
Dude,
I'm
I
a
would
rising
do
strong
that until I
supporter of
could
Ms.
get a
Scanlon's
permanent barrier
amendment,
made.
and I'm confused by what my colleague just said, because
Well,
the whole
how about
That's
purpose of the bill
helicopter
is that
patrols?
these kids would be returned
that's the
back.
one
I mean, right
exception I
now,
would
that's
make
not the
to
case,
American
but the
troops
bill
being
is
deployed
changing
on
that
American
and saying
soil.
that if you
That's the one
came,
exception I would
if you
make to
come
that.
between ports of entry, you would be turned back. So Ms. Scanlon's amendment is responding to the bill that is before us. And I think it's a really
And she still looks like
humane,
she got
if
stung in the
narrower than
face
what
by a
I would
herd of
like,
angry bees.
amendment, because you already voted down the one that would have exempted all unaccompanied
Jay
children
Paul.
if they
Yeah.
come between ports of entry.
Pamela
This one is
Jai
now
Paul,
saying,
whatever
okay,
her name
well, if you
is.
don't want to do that, then how about we just exempt all unaccompanied children under 5 who come between ports of entry? That's really what we're talking about. And so I want to go back to the amendment and talk about what
I'm
it
telling you, I
means
think
to
Democrats
be
are just
5.
worried about not having
What the
enough sex
CDC
slaves.
advises in terms
That's
of
a hideous looking woman.
they should be able to count to 10.
Dude,
They
she's
should name
worse than
some numbers
Coyote
between 1
Ugly.
and 5 when you point to them.
I can count
They should use
10,
words
drop
about
kick.
time, like yesterday, tomorrow,
I'm not
morning,
trying to be
night. They
disrespectful or
should
anything,
write
but she
some
looks like a
letters in their
cockroach.
name. They should be able to pay
Just
attention
about.
for 5 to 10 minutes during activities, and they
Yeah,
should be able to tell a
that's definitely
story
not a pleasant
absurd,
looking
made up,
Steve.
with at least 2 events. These are the kids that we're talking about exempting. And keep in mind, that's by age 5. But this amendment would, and this amendment would
Snoring Rich
exempt
got it,
all
yeah.
kids under
You
age
ever wonder
5.
what Sloth
So
the Goonies would
what
look like
does
with
the
long black
CDC
hair?
expect
Yep.
from 3-year-olds? Because they would be within this category if they're 3. So by the age of 3, a kid should be able to calm down within 10 minutes after
And you know, the crazy thing is,
their drop
you
off.
know, with all
They
the
should be
stuff
able
that
to
Alex
draw a
Jones said,
circle when you
apart
show
from
them how.
Parkland,
They should avoid
he
touching
was
hot
definitely right
objects
what's
like a
going on right now.
stove when you warn them. They should use a
Oh
fork,
yeah,
and they should say
I
their first
I
name.
like Indian women too, but
So
she's not.
again, this is the age that we're talking about exempting.
What's
Now,
Rashida
some of
Tlaib?
you
That's another butt
may
ugly looking
wonder,
woman. I don't know
why
how
would a kid under 5
Yes,
actually be
Sam,
able to cross
I
the border
wouldn't put it
alone?
past these
And by the way,
Democrats
not
to
all
deploy
kids are
soldiers
dropped
on
off
our
like
soil against
coyotes.
us for
There are,
sure.
we're talking about kids who are coming across the border
I mean,
in many different
dude,
scenarios.
they already try by selective
Story
police,
of Juan, a 5-year-old boy from Honduras.
selective policing
When Juan's
enforcement.
mother was a child, she
Step.
was sold to and raped by a human trafficker.
Yep, there it
She
is.
escaped up to 4 years, and she gave birth to
Whoop,
Juan.
there it is.
Juan became
Rape,
sold.
human traffic.
She was determined to make sure that he never experienced the abuse that she experienced as a child. When a man started stalking and threatening her life, Juan's mom fled to ensure her safety and Juan's. They arrived at the U.S.-Mexico border in October of 2019. She didn't get a chance to tell their story, so they were returned to Matamoros under Remain in Mexico, just
Their
like this
story.
bill would require. They
Gotta
stayed
let
at
their
a refugee camp near the border where the area was controlled by a cartel.
We're not a safe haven.
One day,
All
near
right.
the camp's entrance, a group of men tried to kidnap Juan's
No,
mom.
these
She
people
was
beneath the pawns,
convenience
they're very low
During this
IQ.
battle,
They're not
Juan injured his
the reason.
cheek, leaving a scar on his face.
If you want to be an immigrant and come
Afterwards,
to the United
Juan's
States,
mom was
come in
afraid of being
legally. That's
kidnapped.
all we've asked.
Eventually, Juan fell ill because of
So
extreme weather.
they're being taken advantage of, and they're being
Juan's mom
weaponized.
couldn't
Some
find the
that come
medical
over are,
felt
you
trapped
know,
in the
nefarious.
camp, terrified that the
It's
cartels
it's a big
kidnapped
mix of a bunch of bad
and her
shit
worst
that's not
fears were
being
real.
allowed to happen.
She and Juan were kidnapped for 2 months. Kidnapping was incredibly traumatizing for Juan.
The
And
thing is,
so the
if you locked
mother
our border
made the
down and told
heartbreaking
people,
decision
if you
to
applied
send
an
him across the
embassy
border to seek protection.
and then, you know,
Like
you
so
were
many
approved or
other
denied
parents
at
and
the embassy,
caregivers,
these
Juan's
people wouldn't be
mother
in this
had the
situation.
Nope, they wouldn't.
Dude,
truly
we're already seeing what some dude tried to jump in my friend's husband's truck
death at
a
the
month or
cartel.
wouldn't let him in, and the guy kept jumping him. And he had to freaking punch him out to get him off the freaking
And I
truck so
just
he could
have
continue
to ask
down the.
you, what would you choose
It's
if it was
it's
choosing
already hitting
to
West
raise a child
Virginia,
or
and they
risk
don't. This isn't a place they want to come to.
most of us
They
would
want to
choose
go to a place that has a lot of like high density population and benefits and crap. They don't want to come out here, but we're seeing a few of them here and there, probably on the journey.
So I'm hoping that my
Dude,
colleagues will
there's,
show some compassion for kids under
I
the
don't
age
know,
of 5
probably
and
wasn't
exempt
10.
them
It might have
from
been
this
close to 10
cruel,
years ago now.
extreme,
You know,
unworkable
there's an area
bill
right by the
that,
tech
as
college
written,
over in
would
Georgia
block
where
kids
every
under
morning
the
you'd
age
see
of
a bunch
5
of black
from
guys from the
seeking
neighborhood that
safety
would be out
if they
there
come between
ready to go
ports.
to work
We
for
don't want
like
to
day
exempt all
laborers.
unaccompanied
Construction
children.
companies
These
would
are
ride
kids
by
that
and
may not
pick
be
them
able to
up.
count to 10 yet, can't spell
Turn
their
that
own
chick down.
name. We're talking about kids
All right,
under
hold on.
5.
But
I hope
you know,
my colleagues will
construction
have a small
companies would
piece of
ride by
humanity
and pick these guys up in the
read this
morning. They'd
amendment
go
and
to
I yield
work
back, Mr. Chairman.
and
Yields
you know,
back.
get dropped back off in the afternoon, and they were making good money doing
Question
that.
occurs on the amendment offered
That
by the gentleman
neighborhood,
lady
so
from
many Mexicans started
Pennsylvania.
moving into that
All those in favor
neighborhood
say aye.
that, like, in
Those
the
opposed,
course of a
no.
few
No.
months, what you
Through the
saw
chair,
is
the
all
noes
those
have
black
it.
guys were out of
Roll
there,
call vote.
Roll
and
call
then it was
being
nothing but
requested. The
Mexicans,
clerk will
illegals
call the
there
roll.
Mr.
doing
Jordan.
the same thing.
Mr.
They just
Jordan
took that
votes no.
whole
Mr.
neighborhood
Isa.
over.
Mr. Isa.
And yeah, I'd lived in that
Mr.
neighborhood.
Isa.
If they
I've
if they
been
want to work, if they want to work, do it. I'm good as long as they're not doing nothing bad, man. Because
Louisiana.
last thing,
Thompson of Louisiana votes no.
rural areas aren't equipped to handle gang activity. We have
McClintock
worst
votes no.
things we have around here, like Pagan Motorcycle Club.
Mr.
That's
Morrissey
the
votes
worst
no.
we got around here, and they've got
Roy votes no.
they've got a decent lock on a lot of like the meth and heroin and crap around here. So
Oh yeah, man.
if you go to a busy nightclub in town, which there aren't too many of them now, because basically, I mean, that crap happened. They'd run people out of there. When you see a couple guys come in with freaking leather vests with freaking club patches on their back, it's usually best for you to leave. If nothing else, you don't make eye contact with them if
Dude,
you're a dude.
yeah. I only know a little bit about the Pagans, man, and they are one of the freaking worst MCs out there.
They're
Hell's Angels is
notoriously
another
dirty
one.
birds. They're dirty birds in this area, pretty hard. And I mean, there are a couple of them got arrested, dude. Right at the gas station at the base of the hill from where I work, they fucking had like a meetup. Somebody, or they knew somebody was going to be some there from a rival club. I forget what the name of that club was from. They executed him there at the fucking gas station. They eventually caught 2 or 3 of them, and they're in prison now.
Man, I watched an interview with a guy. He
Few
was
people I work with knew him too.
yeah. I watched an interview with a guy. He was in the Pagans, and he'd done been in prison and everything else. But he was telling the story. There's this damn stripper at a club said something. Said, man, they knocked every one of her teeth out one night and raped the shit out of her right in the back of the club.
Jesus.
I mean, that's how brutal those guys are.
My friend from high school has been a dancer for years, and she almost married one. I'm so glad she did. I think she like got into it, but she was like, "Yeah, I'll do that, but I ain't giving away full rights. When you give away full rights, you become a freaking club, dude. That's weird ideology, man."
What about Hell's Angels? I've seen also. That's another one that's bad.
Dude, Hell's Angels are bad, but let me tell you something. When it
I don't know
when it comes to straight out brutality, the Pagans are worse.
Mr. Chairman, there are
they're local and they're more southern. Yeah, I don't know if you guys have there, but if you active guys around here running around, they advertised. It's bold when they run by. I mean, it's all over.
We've got a couple of MCs around here. One's a black MC. Well, no, 2. We got Wheels Soul. There's another black MC. I can't remember who they are. And then what's the other one? Outlaws, I think, is here.
We've got a Christian group that mainly rides.
Iron Cross. That's who it is. It's Iron Cross.
Kidnapping or other violence.
We got a bunch of old guys that ride gold. It's a Christian group. They're pretty harmless. You see them show. A lot of them guys are getting pretty old. I haven't seen them for a while.
I don't know if it's a joke or not, or it's a meme, but is Sons of Anarchy actually a real club?
No.
I thought it was television.
Nah, Sons of Anarchy, man, ain't a real club.
Well, I forget what the club name was. I forget what the name of the club was. It wasn't a TV show.
They basically had to pick a name for Sons of Anarchy. They had to pick a name that wasn't involved in any other MC. They had to do serious research because I think it was what's his name, the producer of the show was talking about it. And I mean, they basically had to get the okay from a
both
bunch
are
of
classified as
MCs,
unaccompanied children.
some bunch of
In
major
some
MCs to
cases, they may
even
be
do that
coming
show.
with their moms who themselves are unaccompanied.
When you think about it, like motorcycle
Who they
clubs
come
are the
with,
only
they are simply
things that are allowed to kind of exist as an
2018
entity.
when I went
It's
to
like
Tijuana
blatant
with people
most of the time,
who
organized crime in
and
some
I
places.
remember meeting with a boy who
Because
had been
you can't
shot
have like a militia
multiple
group and
by gangs.
you can get away with it if you ride motorcycles. That we just get
Describing
together,
how
we ride
much he missed his
motorcycles,
mother
drink beer.
and
That's what
how
we
his mother had just
You
begged
can't say, nah, I got a club. We just go out, we shoot guns, we drink beer. Nah, that's not gonna work.
we've
But
heard
you ride motorcycles,
stories of the
you-
terrible choices that parents and caregivers
so
are making
you know,
in these
maybe we
circumstances.
just need to all get
Who
motorcycles.
wants
I
to
don't really
send their
ride
kids
again.
alone? They
Ah,
are
shit,
making
man.
these impossible
It's
decisions
blatant
to
about,
separate
freedom and
vulnerable
guns as we
children
are.
and to
Nah, the
help
government
their,
would
they're
still
doing it to
bust
help
us.
their
Even if
kids
we didn't
escape
do anything, they'd
violence
run
and
us into the
possibly
ground.
death, to give their kids the best chance, not just for a
I
better
don't need to be in a
Yeah.
club to have a
Sam, there
That's
were members of a couple biker groups that were on there. Matter of fact, the dude who played Happy was
So
actually an
today,
active member
now
of
we're
one of the
debating a
clubs. I
bill
can't
that would
remember which
restrict
one.
asylum for everyone, and we're talking about how we should
And
treat
there was
inmates.
another one or two
This is what
dudes on
happens when
there
you pursue an
that
enforcement-only
were
strategy and you
ex-Hells
restrict
Angels.
asylum
Matter of
completely, as
fact,
this
oh, what
whole
was his name? His big
extreme,
muscle-bound
unworkable
dude.
bill would do. We're left
Um,
arguing about whether or not we're going to protect infants.
he was the one. He
It
was
is, in
doing
my
some
mind,
dirty
just
shit for
un-American.
Clay on
It
the
is
show.
true that our immigration
Jax Teller?
system is broken.
No,
And I do think we should be pursuing common sense solutions that would strengthen the
Oh
legal
God, I
immigration
can see his
system
face, but
that
I
would
think
allow
he
for
was actually the
community,
head
which
of
has
the
been a
MC for a
cornerstone of U.S.
while.
immigration policy, a system that would provide an orderly immigration
Son of a
process
bitch.
that
You
allows
think
us
of
to
the Irish
attract
actor?
the best and the brightest,
No, it was
provide workers to ensure that food isn't rotting
oh,
in
he's
the
a big
fields, that
muscle-bound
American
dude.
families have access to a decent
No,
standard of living, and
I
asylum
don't
and
know.
refugee system
There's a bank in the drive around here that's got some high-rise ape hangers on the front.
Yeah.
And then on the front, he's got like two like mag light clips where you'd hold like a mag light, in the frame of your car, and he's got a beater stick across the side, so he could just like reach down with his throttle hand, grab that beater stick, and beat
I wanted to just
Oh yeah.
mention that in the last
Yeah, he rides around with that thing. I've seen him several times. I give all bikes room, but I give them all room. I've been on the road before. That was one of my scariest thoughts was getting in a wreck and then like wiping out, still being okay, and then getting hit by a car. That's
Yeah,
scary. That's
I mean,
real.
if you're on the road and you're not giving bikes room, man, you're an idiot. I mean,
Oh yeah, I see people doing it. I'll try to get kind of get them out of the way. But, some people just don't like them. You can see that they're being physically aggressive with the motorcycle, trying to like race or
That's a
something like
recipe for
little.
disaster right there. Doing
It's
it, though.
horrible. It's horrible. It puts the bike in a horrible position. I've been that guy to where somebody in like a little Honda, some kid like trying to race me. I'm like, Jesus Christ, kid. We're coming up on a turn here. What the fuck? Go ahead if you think you got it. I'm fucking, it fucking sucks because you're going to die. He's not going to die.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And I wasn't riding fast. I was riding like a 650 dual sport. I mean, it was fast as fuck, but it set really high up. I mean, it wasn't really, really great to hang super big turns in.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman withdraws his point of order. Gentleman from California is recognized.
It astonishes me that my colleagues simply don't seem to be able to understand that the only way to stop this trafficking is to return these children to their homes and villages.
Yep.
Cartels
You ain't gonna find them kids at home. Their parents might be dead.
If they're returned home,
That's
some
very.
cases they might be.
I would say on the wheel of possibilities, that's like probably 30%.
deliver these kids to the United States if they're immediately
We have no idea what the murder statistics are like in Mexico, right? We have no idea.
Chuck Zito was the dude. I think he was one of the I think he made it to the head of the Hells Angels. Sonny Barger played the a guy that you only saw him in the prison hospital. And then Happy.
There's another
create the
series I haven't seen.
conditions
It's
that are encouraging
Mayans
this
MC. I'm actually
massive
curious
and
of actually
growing
watching it. It's the
trafficking of
next
minors?
second chapter of
Do they
Sons of
think
Anarchy.
it is compassion
Yeah,
to
dude,
create
I
the
just
conditions that are
when
leading to
when
this
Sons was
exploitation?
over, it was kind of like I was
Their
kind of
compassionate policies are
done with
what
the
is
whole thing.
causing and driving
Dude,
this
I quit
human
watching
trade.
television series and
Children
shit like that a long time
trafficking
ago.
to stop.
Every once in a while, I watch an old movie that I've recorded. But
Tells me.
I go for educational entertainment. Like, listen to this shit today, some other things. You do too, I know, because I read it on YouTube on other channels. Listen to shit.
I spend more time when I'm not doing like 2A shit. I spend more time listening to books than I do anything.
News and talk radio, and then looking like, technical.
I got away from talk radio because it's.
If I'm tired of it, if it's getting on my nerves, I can always turn it off. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's very opinionated.
This guy's awesome, Mr. Biggs.
Yeah, Biggs is
somewhere in the Arizona desert.
Yeah.
No, the crazy thing is about Mexico.
Literally walking.
There used to be like us, actually. We're not. Their constitution was based on us.
And you really think that the safest place?
The only
for
problem
that
is they
baby
didn't have a check and balance system in their government.
These cartels, these coyotes.
America's the best.
Let's just give you an example of the coyotes.
Yeah, Sam, that was the dude I was thinking of. He played one of the nomads that was doing dirty for Clay and freaking
in Mexico.
Matter of fact, he was the one he tried to hide up with
came in
the
and killed 7 people, including a 7-year-old
the
girl.
Italians or something, and that's when Clay and them went up there. Clay was going to smoke him, and he wound up getting smoked before Jax could make him talk.
Colleagues across the aisle, your policies do.
Then there's the Irish IRA.
Support of these cartels, which, by the way,
it's kind of funny in that series that the IRA will be in
officials
California.
themselves
It's
came
not
in
on
and
the direct
testified
path of Ireland.
that the cartels
Oh,
control
and
our
some
border.
of
We
that,
don't
man,
control our
is
border.
probably playing
And you
pretty
say,
damn
"We
true
want
to life as far
these
as
babies
like
who
them
go
having
think that they're gonna
contacts
nurture and care for those
with
babies
certain
as they're
groups
going
and
on
running
board."
guns through them and
The
shit
answer
like
is no,
that.
they are not.
They
don't care. They
I
become.
think what's his face, the series creator. I think he had some inside scoops on how some of that shit
Is
runs.
a commodity to them. It's a product that they're selling.
It's funny though in that series they're mostly using airsoft guns for
Same with
making
drugs,
actual
any other
footage.
contraband.
Oh yeah,
That's how inhumane
It's
they
just
are.
laughable. You only see the carriers operate.
I am stunned that we have to repeat this debate.
Yeah, the least they could do is use some of the pistols like they used when I went to class up there with Warrior Poet Society. It was
the Mason-Dixon line,
kind of like a blank gun that used its own specialty rounds. Matter of fact, the way the firing pin worked, the firing pin was offset. So even if you managed to get a real round in there, it wouldn't strike a real primer. It was a really cool
Wasn't ammunition.
No, it wasn't ammunition. It wasn't putting anything out the barrel.
So it was just like a charge to work the action, just repeated, like laser actuation to the barrel.
Well, I mean, it didn't put anything out the barrel, not a laser or anything, but I mean, it was enough of a pop to make the gun feel real and the slide moved like it would on a real gun.
Gas blowback?
A national proclamation.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, it's if you picked that gun up and didn't know what it was, and you worked the slide, just worked the slide on it, you would think it was an actual like Glock. It's a really super realistic. But like I said,
so but it marked the target somehow.
No, it didn't mark the target. It's not trying to put anything out of the barrel to mark the target. It's basically for training, just for like if you were doing active shooter training or something like that, and you wanted to be realistic, where you could hear a pop and see a slide work and see brass fly out of the gun and shit like that.
But it's a blank, basically.
Yeah,
Those
man,
babies are
it's a
going to be
blank, but it's
sent.
not like just
I
where,
just have
like most blanks are just a crimped off
a
case with powder in them.
They put like a specialized slide on it where it uses
like
some kind of inert ammunition, whatever.
Yeah,
Like
it's very very specialized. But I mean, I got to fire that one, and it feels and operates just like. I mean, you almost get that recoil because it's operating that slide. You feel that slide coming back.
and these babies are caught up in it.
Really, really cool system.
I've never tried it.
What
I've
would
never
be
tried.
my colleagues on the other side of the aisle?
Now, I want to go up to War Poet and do some damn sim training.
Has is going to counter.
I do like shooting outdoors though, more so than indoors. I got some free tickets to the indoor range. I got like 4 of them.
Dude, I haven't shot on an indoor range in forever.
It's convenient. I could actually take a long lunch break at work and go up there and freaking come back with PSR on my hands and finish it.
Hey, Coop, I have a crazy thing to think about. If I had to make a decision between a cartel versus a biker gang, I'm taking a biker gang over a fucking cartel.
Because the list she gave,
because they're basically based as Americans, right? At least they're based in America.
The thing is, with all this mass integration, and this is something real to think about, the cartels are putting out freaking island bases everywhere.
And let me clarify.
And, you know, some of them are going to end up riding motorcycles too. So they're going to use those as like, you know, fingerling enforcers out for the main body of the cartel. It's a route that's growing from South America. The route growing up through North America.
Not even be given
at least though with a biker gang though they have somewhat of a code of honor, whereas cartels they don't give a flying shit what they'll do.
Right now they're targeting border areas to get access. They're also targeting population centers to distribute their drugs and freaking sex slaves and shit like that. That's basically what it is. And I mean, dude, I mean, if you want to do like a easy freaking local freaking like trafficking report, go to one of the Asian massage parlors. I needed a massage because my back hurt, right? So I'm looking like, oh, there's an Asian massage parlor there. I talked to my buddy's uncle. He went there. He's like, oh yeah, man, freaking, he was feeling her up doing it. I was like, that's not what it's supposed to be about, right? He was like, nah, dude, I don't know. He's like, if I tipped her, she would have done this. She told me this. Really? And I started looking, and this is a small place. There's nowhere to park cars. I didn't see any employee parking. Where are they living in the back of the goddamn? You know what I mean? It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell what's going on. Seriously, it's sad.
Again, remember my question. I'm trying to understand the mission.
I love Asian girls, man. I hate to see them being abused.
I don't see any.
No, but
Virginia, Virginia. I didn't think you were trying to exfoliate your shithole.
And their families. Maybe someone
no, but seriously, I'd rather be with a group of individuals, even though they're criminals. If they came to us and Mexican cartels and we're at war with them, biker gang is going to be my ally.
If you will.
Well, I mean, it's not like I'm afraid of them taking over because eventually they'll attempt to. They'll have firm grip in several areas. Right now, I'm seeing in California.
Joe, you're breaking up again bad, brother.
Yeah, you're spotty.
Back. Anyone else seek recognition? Mr. Chairman.
I think it's when this battery gets hot, man. This phone's about 4 years old.
Might be time to upgrade.
Maybe, or I don't know. Maybe it's time to like just cut it off.
I don't know. I'd still have a 4-year-old phone if I didn't have the habit of drowning my damn phones.
Can you hear me at all now?
Yeah, brother, we can hear you.
You're a little spotty, but we can hear a lot better.
Okay, I moved closer to the router, so.
And that's the law to protect them. That was the whole point.
Maybe if I turn off LTE.
Just look at those bars, man. You can see how fucking bad it's gotten with their border.
Trying to do is extend that protection. That's the point. And now
Dude,
we're
you
talking
can't throw
about
out an
what are
open
we trying
door
to
for
do
these
silent?
folks and think they're not going to show
Direct
up in
the
droves,
silent.
man.
It's
I mean,
it's not
Well,
just Mexico.
I
It's
mean,
coming through Canada too.
Place where they can best
they're being used as pawns. It's horrible because they're basically flooding the area with people that are easy to control.
Yep.
dangerous terrain.
What they're doing.
Dude,
And the people and the people that are working and making a living are expected to pay 40% of their taxes towards them and other things, and that creates kind of a stir that doesn't sit well.
well, look,
And then when they show up in their community and they're disrespectful or don't assimilate, well, that further doesn't sit. And
there's a couple of reasons that Democrats really like illegal immigration. One, well, there's a few. One, they like the cheap labor, and so do Republicans. But two, illegals tend to group in areas that are heavily Democrat, and what they do is they inflate the number of people in areas, which could possibly inflate the representation that Democrats get in areas.
well, with this wave, they were trying to throw them toward Republican areas to saturate them and make them more purple, and because these are throwaway voters, they're not even voters yet. But we're going to try to make them voters next.
Oh yeah, that's why these states were so heavy on giving illegals like driver's licenses and shit like that. Because some areas just don't even check ID.
The world is laughing at us. They are laughing at us. For suck.
Oh yeah, man.
Right? It's just a complete and absurd joke. It is absolutely ridiculous what we're hearing from our colleagues on the side of the aisle. Your current system has 85,000 kids they can't find.
Tell us, Chip Roy.
In the world. It's the New York Times. It's not Fox News. And we're sitting here talking
turn up
about
that speaker, Coop.
a fiction of saying there's an infant
It's just my phone. I've got
of Eagle Pass right now, begging to claim asylum. The infant is not doing
If my
that.
phone sucks dicks, I'll just drop off, man. I'll just go back on comments. Can you hear me now at all?
Yeah, well, you're still spotty, dude.
Okay. No, I'm dropping off. I think the battery's getting hot. I'll see you in comments.
All right, brother.
Are spiking
All right, man.
through the roof.
Take care, man.
Have been doing so since Democrats have been in charge of the administration. The only blip is when you had a Republican in charge.
Tell them.
You had kids on top of train cars getting abused by cartels. You got numbers spiking through the roof since President Biden has been in office. And all we want to simply do is say, we want to get them home to their families. We want to get them to a place where they can go to a port of entry so we can take care of them. And we're being traded by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle with where are the 1,000 that aren't being reunified? Well, go find the 85,000 that we don't even know where the hell they are under the Biden administration. I yield back.
You tell them, Chip. Fuck them.
The gentleman yields back. Thank you. Who else seeks recognition?
Yeah, dude, I can't blame him for getting heated. I'd be more heated than him in that hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Would they kick me out if I said the F-bomb at them?
And I won't need all five.
Probably so, which means I probably
I
wouldn't last but
rise
about
in support
3
of this
seconds in that
amendment.
hearing.
And I will wonder, when we leave here, whatever this vote is, how anybody would justify a no vote. We're talking about innocent, unaccompanied infants. Infants under 1 year of age. You all want to talk about being abused by cartels.
Dude, I saw
And then we just
like
wanna get
last
them
week,
safely
a
home.
6-year-old boy
fail
was
to
at
talk
the
about
edge of
the
the wall
origin
in
of their
California, and he was
journey.
swimming, and he got
What
over to the
is
coast, and
unsafe
the
where they
California
are
Border
coming
Patrol picked
from.
him up.
This
Yeah.
fiction of we
And
just
he
want to get
wasn't
them
there with his
safe.
kid, his family.
So I
He was
ask
just there alone.
some of you on the other side of the aisle for this amendment. We are talking about children under the age of 1.
What?
For the
And you know what? I
parents
do
over there,
feel
for
sorry
the
for
grandparents
Mexican
over there,
people, man.
will
I
you
cannot
find
imagine
it in
living in
your
their
heart?
society.
Of
Oh,
course,
dude,
they
I
should
said
be
earlier, if I
eligible
lived
for
in some of these
asylum.
countries, you bet your ass I'd be
I
trying to
don't
get
know
here
how you
any
could
way I
defend
could.
such a vote of no. And with that, I yield back.
But you know, if you lock down the border and then concentrated on making illegal immigration and asylum easier,
It's not according to
that
me,
would
but
solve the
actually
problem.
criminal justice theory. The crime triangle identifies 3 factors that create a
What's happening
criminal
in Mexico? They should really go to war with their own corrupt
desire,
cartel government.
criminal, and opportunity.
Oh,
And
here's
if you
Sparks,
want to
dude.
break
She's
up the
Norman.
triangle,
I love
you not
Sparks.
to give them
Oh,
opportunity.
yeah.
I
And that's
absolutely
what
love
we
this
try
woman.
to do in by this legislation. What this amendment it does, it creates
And
perverse
she's from Ukraine, by
incentive
the
where
way.
we actually create a target victim and the children under age of 1 infants. This is really perverse incentive, and what we're doing, it's really atrocity to these young children to create a specific victim of these children that are infants and not going to be enslaved by these cartels to make money. So it's bad enough we created so many opportunities that they're becoming so wealthy that they now control both sides of the border. But we actually target children and giving them victims with opportunities under years of 1. I think this perverse incentive cannot be accepted, and I think we need to talk about how we can secure this
Is
border
that Christmas
on a
stuff, Laura?
bipartisan basis, deal
Yeah.
with drug
Oh my
cartels on a
goodness, dude! It's the
bipartisan
middle of
basis,
summer, dude.
and look at the ways how
Can
we
you
can
turn
actually
that down?
do
Whoa.
immigration reform. We have a lot of talk, but this is a life and death situation, and we're talking
It's
about
not Christmas.
little children, and I hope we can stop
It's
playing
not Christmas.
politics with people's life. I yield
Will the
back.
gentlelady yield?
Hold on.
I yield
Hold
to the
on.
left and
Give her.
I just wanted to add one other thing. The specific question presented by Ms.
Wes, hold on.
Gammons
We're gonna have to plug the
is
phone in.
whether a
'Cause,
child, in this case, a babe in arms, should be delivered to
hey,
the port
we
of
let
entry
him be
with all
great.
of the support and medical
You
facilities
gotta love
that are
kids,
immediately
Kate, right?
available in our ports of entry. Or whether that babe in arms should be delivered across the wilderness of the open border.
Keep it turned down, okay?
I've been saying the cartel only makes money when the child's delivered to American authorities. Do you want that child delivered to those authorities at a port of entry? Or do you want that child delivered across the harsh conditions of the desolate southern border? Ms. Scanlon seems to prefer them to be delivered in the desert.
Turn the light
Would
off.
the
I find
gentleman
that
yield?
bizarre. Well, it's the gentlelady's time.
Okay.
And I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you. Of course, no one wants babies delivered by cartels in the middle of the desert.
That's what your
But
amendment
there's an
does.
obsession
It's your
here
amendment
with the
does.
idea that unaccompanied
You've been
minors are
allowing it
only
for
coming with
allowing it for
cartels.
like 7
As
years.
Ms. Jayapal was talking about, often they're coming with relatives, sometimes with their siblings. That's still an unaccompanied minor.
The question is, do you want to encourage them to enter through a port of
I
entry
reclaim my time and
or
yield to
across
gentleman from
across
California.
the desolate wilderness? And you're choosing the desolate wilderness. That's bizarre to me.
Absolutely not.
Yes, I yield to a gentleman from Arizona.
I thank the gentlelady for the yielding, and I just have to disabuse anybody who's watching this, who's not in this bizarro world that we're in.
You notice
When
how
someone
a lot
just
of Democrat
said
seats are all out, and now the
that there
Republicans
are
are just sitting there.
people coming across our border.
Oh, these
particularly
people are
between the
in and
ports of
out of
entry,
these hearings, man. They don't take it seriously
without
enough just
the
to stay
cartels
there
being
for the whole
involved.
thing.
It just bespeaks.
Literally, there's
They're
no honor in
listening to
that.
the experts. They're not listening
No.
to the people who work there. They're not listening to the Biden administration. The CBP chief Ortiz said the
All
cartels
these
control
people
the
had an
border.
honorable responsibility to
Every
actually
sector
help the
chief,
American people.
including Ms. Chavez. About what's happening, the cartels control.
You hungry,
And
baby?
this amendment's talking about between ports of entry. That's what the emphasis
All
of
right,
this
give me a
is.
sec. I'll give you something to eat.
Who do you think is going to control between the ports of entry? It's the cartel.
No, I'm just going to
brought it up
fix you a
before
bowl of cat
because I
food.
was
You
just
can
there
deal with
a
it.
couple of days ago, down in the Tucson sector, in the
You know
middle
I'm
of
messing
nowhere,
with
on this dusty, dirty, really rugged road in the middle of this desert, high desert, Tucson's
Yeah,
high
I'll do
desert. And what do we see? We see these people coming. The only way to get there is walking for hours. How did you get together? You don't know each other. You're from all over Mexico. The cartels put us together. The coyotes put us together. Why didn't you go to El Paso or Del Rio? Because since you want to go to Austin, because the coyote told us we had to come here Anybody crossing that border is subject to control by the cartel. Don't kid yourself, please. I yield back to the gentlelady from Indiana. Thank you.
My time is expired, I yield back.
Gentlelady's time's expired. Who seeks recognition? Mrs. Cicilline, recognized?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
You know, when I read this bill, I'll be honest, it made me sick to my stomach. It's clear that we need immigration reform in this country, and Democrats have repeatedly put forth strong bills to accomplish that, to increase legal pathways, to secure the border, to reduce our case backlogs, and to streamline our asylum process. This bill, this haphazard extreme package that we're debating today, is not reform. It's a MAGA, conspiracy-driven, xenophobic messaging bill. And in fact, even members of the Republican Party have opposed it, calling it, and I quote, extreme, anti-American, and not Christian. It wouldn't reform our immigration system, it would decimate it. America's refugee program was once called the crown jewel of this country's humanitarian efforts by the evangelical community. It's at the heart of the message inscribed on the Statue of Liberty. It's part of our national identity as Americans that this is a place one can seek refuge. And we know that immigrants have made this country what it is today, strengthening our society, our economy, and our culture. But today, Republicans are doing their best to eviscerate these systems. This legislation would establish extreme and inhumane detention policies, mandating that families with children seeking asylum be detained indefinitely for attempting to enter the United States without a visa. It would dismantle the parole powers that have been used consistently since the Eisenhower administration to save countless lives and dramatically reduce illegal border crossings. It would subject all unaccompanied children to an even more draconian version of the expedited removal process currently applicable to unaccompanied children from Mexico, which will lead to increased detention and deportation of unaccompanied children. It's pretty clear that this plan is straight out of the Trump administration's immigration playbook: illegal, immoral, and doomed to fail. This won't make our country any safer or solve the refugee crisis, and it certainly won't boost our economy, but it will wreak havoc. Make no mistake, I and so many of my colleagues are committed to an immigration system that guarantees asylum rights and is humane and efficient and reflective of our American values. Democrats have always stood ready to work side by side with our Republican colleagues about making serious, strong, humane immigration reforms, to make it a system that we as Americans can be proud of. But this legislation does not do that. The amendment, however, makes an improvement on a really terrible piece of legislation. So I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. I thank Congressman Scanlon for offering it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone seek recognition? The question occurs in the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Isa. Mr. Isa. Mr. Isa votes no. Mr. Buck. Mr. Gates. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Bishop. Ms. Sparks.
We're walking there.
Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels.
No.
Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman. Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Nadler. Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy votes aye.
What is
Are there any
Corey?
members who wish to vote? Ms. Sparks?
Ms. Sparks, you are not recorded. Ms. Sparks votes no.
Mr. Roy?
Mr. Roy, you're not recorded. Mr. Roy votes no.
Any other members? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 12 ayes and 21 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. What purpose does the gentlelady seek recognition?
Have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the
Reserve
amendment.
EPS exemption.
The gentleman from California reserves a point of order, and the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. McClintock, offered by Ms. Jackson Lee.
Without objection, the amendment be considered as read, and the gentlewoman is recognized to explain her amendment.
As I often do, I'm offering a common sense amendment.
Yeah, right.
Title V to create a critical exemption for temporary protected status holders who overstay their visas. For the first time in our immigration system, for what has been sometimes errors, sickness, death, that the overstays have occurred.
This woman has
And
never,
I'm sure that if there
ever
is
offered
any
anything
level
common
of the
sense in
immigrant
her
community
life.
listening, they have stories to tell about temporary protective status. In fact, I had someone
Hey,
approach
you
me
got
today
people
about
body?
Nepal because
Do
of
you?
conditions in various countries, and
Do you
this
have
person
TB?
was working.
Uh,
For the first time in history, Title V would make overstaying a visa a crime. It is important to remember that if a person overstays their visa, they're already subject to removal. The addition of a criminal penalty is both cruel and unnecessary. The most cruel to them who want to stay is to be removed. The bill is extraordinarily punitive with a far-reaching implications and may go beyond what my colleagues intended unless they wanted to make following current immigration a crime punishable by up to 6 months in prison and a fine of up to $1,000. Unfortunately, this title is poorly written and has significant problems. I certainly hope that these are simply drafting errors. The bill has no exceptions or flexibility for non-immigrants who do nothing other than either depart the United States or change to a different non-immigrant status. There is also no intent on knowing requirement to violate this new proposed crime. There's no mens rea, meaning that an individual can make an honest mistake about when they need to depart the country by physically being incapable of departing the country. That's what I said, ill, family ill, or unable to return because of circumstances beyond their control in their home country. There's an enormous number of individuals who are engaged in this particular dilemma. They're not criminals. Just one example of these very bizarre outcomes.
What's up, man, against
last
math?
year, a Ukrainian student would have broken the law and faced a fine and jail if they had been approved for temporary protective status after Russia invaded their home and then stayed in the U.S. in temporary protective status for longer than the validity of their student visa. Our immigration system needs reform. We're absolutely interested in bold new ideas to fix it. But this clearly is not one. And most people won't know it exists. They'll just become criminals. Perhaps if the majority had held a hearing on this topic, as they are supposed to under the regular order they love so much in past sessions, they would understand the substantial problems with this legislation.
Here's a brand
Perhaps
new
we could
idea.
have explored more
Lock down the
realistic changes
border
to our legal
and then deal with
visa
everybody
system
who's here.
and really come to agreement that all of us might agree to. But to be able or to provide for what will be unknowing
What's this?
overstay
Click,
and
very
take
good.
it out of the criminal
I love it.
justice system of America, which calls on us to prove intent and have no basis of proving
I
intent.
love it
Just
when I can
somebody
show
who
this to my
overstayed.
son and ask him what it is, and he goes,
Just
"Clip."
somebody who overstayed. I'd hate to say it.
He knows
we
more
come from a
about
state,
shit than
and many
she
of us
does.
come from states that there are innocent car crashes. Just happens. As if we are fender bender, that we can think about it, all we can think about is our insurance rates going up. If it is catastrophic,
Let's see if
we're being carried off in an ambulance. God
what's this?
forbid, we are carried off
Magazine, my
in a
boy.
worse way than that. Accident, and I truly mean it, not someone who maliciously using their vehicle, and you
3-year-old
take them
knows more
for-
about guns than this
just
lady.
because they had an accident. Don't worry about the basis of the accident, sliding on the ice, sliding on snow, heavy rainstorm. They are now criminals. That is what's happening with the TPS that you're now criminalizing simply for an overstay. I'm saddened that we got no opportunity for hearings. We now have a criminal offense. I remember when Republicans worked with us
Ladies, time's
under Chairman Goodlatte to bring down
I remember
the
when
amount of
Republicans
criminal
worked with you
offenses.
guys. We
Mr.
got
Chairman,
the
I'm going to yield back.
Safe
I'm
Streets
hoping
Act.
Your
they
time's
will join
expired.
me in supporting my amendment. I yield back.
Yes, ma'am. Time's expired. Anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Does the gentleman
I
insist on support of
withdraw
order?
the point of order and would like to speak on the.
Point of order is withdrawn. Let me recognize Mr. McClintock speak. 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Mr. Chairman, for years, the Democrats have complained that there's too
That's
much attention
that
made to
Glock
illegal
19 that I
immigration
built.
across the border since
Power
before they
80,
allowed our borders to
19 size
completely
Power
collapse,
80.
about half the illegal immigrants
That's
were
my
visa
everyday
overstays,
carry.
and they had a point. In fact, President Biden identified visa overstays as being a large part of the illegal immigrant population in the United States. A visa is as
Shit,
important
Chamber,
as a
the way they're
and
going,
this
it's
bill
going to be
simply
tomorrow
treats
morning,
visa
like
overstays
8
the
a.m.
same as illegal border crossings. We're told, well, someone will knowingly or unknowingly violate it and run afoul of the law. Well, that's ridiculous. Everyone with a visa knows how long the visa lasts. It's on the visa. Everyone with a visa knows they're required to leave when
I'll
the
show
visa
it to
is
you in
expired.
2
But
parts.
ignoring that law is no different than ignoring the law that forbids unauthorized border crossings. Overstays
Let me
are
do
a
this.
problem. They're a
I'll
problem.
show it to you in 2
that
parts.
should
There's the
be,
slide.
treated the same as the other laws that enforce our nation's borders. That's all this bill does.
Night
This is
sights
what
on
the
it.
Democrats were complaining about for many years. We are
Brother
acknowledging
Trudeau,
the
is
validity
this
of
the
the points they
Patmos
made
slide?
then by equalizing the treatment of the laws.
No,
And
this
I'll be
isn't the
happy to
Patmos
yield
slide. I got a
to-
Patmos slide on another one.
Mr. Moran.
I thought this
Mr.
was
Moran.
the
The gentleman
Patmos
yields to
slide.
Mr. Moran.
I got on
Thank
there.
you, Mr. Chairman.
But,
Just to
yeah,
point out a
that's
couple
the-
things.
no,
First of all,
this
in
is a,
2013,
wolf
since
slide.
it's Ms. Jackson Lee that raises this question,
So,
in 2013 at a Judiciary Committee hearing, she said, quote,
yeah.
America's borders
Night
will
sights,
only
all
be
that.
secure when we address not only those who
And
walk through the
then
desert to come
I
here,
threw the
but
flared
also
magwell
those
on
who
it.
arrived in this country through
Can
our
you buy those?
war. Those
What,
were
the flared
her words,
magwells?
which,
Yeah, the extension
Gentleman
magwell.
yield.
she said
Yeah.
today. In one moment.
Thank you, sir.
And I'll have to
Dude,
go
I got
back
this.
to,
This one's a metal one.
the original. I will also
and I actually
make
got
mention
this
that
from a
my
place on
my
eBay.
portion of the bill already addresses what has been
Which
raised.
hell,
by
I
this
bought that
amendment,
slide on eBay from a
where it
company.
says with
but,
the period of stay
yeah,
authorized
not
by
that
the
expensive, and it's
Secretary
a
of Homeland
solid
Security,
metal
this period of
magwell.
authorized stay
Yeah, is it
term
is
of
it
art,
punched in with a
which
pen?
is referred to in a May 6, 2009
No, you got a
memo for the by the
screw
U.S.
in the back.
Citizenship and
Ah,
Immigration
that's
Services
nice.
already addresses the
So,
concerns
and
raised
it's
by
and like I
the
said,
gentle lady.
it's solid.
So
And
not only is
you know, for
is it
a
already
regular
addressed,
19
we're,
mag, it fits
we're
nice
talking
and
about some
flush with
things
it.
that you already agree with
Not
in
bad.
2013. So
So,
I would yield
and
back to the gentleman.
for some reason, this mag,
Mr.
the
McClintock.
only mag
yield?
I got,
Somebody-
will
who's time?
not just drop free.
Oh, thank you.
You ever tried a little bit of
well,
oil in here?
I'm so glad
No,
that
you don't want to put
my
oil on
good
it.
friend is taking me down
Just on the surface of the plastic, I'm saying.
history
No,
lane.
you don't
I
want
was
to
the
put
ranking
oil
member
on
on the
it.
immigration
Oil on
subcommittee,
the
as
surface
I
of that
recall,
will trap
and I
shit and make
stand by
it
those words, but
basically
be
suction
reminded
up in
that I
there.
did not then add,
I'm
and
actually
we
going
should
to take,
criminalize the overstays.
I
I
did it a
indicated
little
that
bit. I'm going to take
overstays
a little
certainly
bit
are
more off of it with a little bit of sandpaper.
worth addressing
just
And
a
as I
little bit off the
indicated in my
surface of the
remarks
mag.
today in support of this amendment, they are subject to removal.
And
What I'm saying is that you are
because all my other mags got free
asking
as shit with
for it to be criminalized with no showing of knowing or intent, as we say, no mens rea. And
I
as
had
I
better luck with the
understand as a
Magpul
lawyer
mags.
and
Well,
being
that is a Magpul
on
mag.
a
That's a
misdemeanor
Magpul mag?
bench,
Yeah.
if you will,
Ugh,
that you
weird.
have to
See,
show
this is a
intent,
Glock mag.
mens rea in many
I'm
criminal
thinking a Glock mag, not the
situations. So
Magpul.
I'm
Yeah.
concerned
Now
that
my
you're
other Magpul
criminalizing
mags dropped free,
overstayed because someone may be in a
but for
hospital
some reason, just that one
and
mag.
that's why they're overstaying. They may be subject to removal. Somebody may be attending a
And see, that's
funeral.
doesn't even have a round it, so there's
That's
no
why
way.
they overstay.
Reclaiming my time.
I'll yield back. Thank you.
That is where a case-by-case parole would be appropriate. But again, the gentlelady can't have it both ways. Her exact words, and we agree with them. A small handful of those who overstay their visas may also pose a threat, as I mentioned earlier, as it relates to the 9/11 hijackers. There are about 500,000 people who break our immigration laws by overstaying their visas. Gentlelady was right then. She's wrong now. This bill corrects the problem that she correctly identified so long ago. Better late than never. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We never forget your words, Miss Jackson Lee.
I stand by my words, my friend. I never said criminalize. They are subject to removal.
If you ever
Right.
see
Yield
these
back.
these hex mags,
I've seen those.
these things are shit.
Thank you, Mr.
What
Chairman.
makes them shit?
I move to strike the last
Huh?
word.
What makes them shit?
I
One,
speak in support of
this Joker
gentlelady's
is
amendment.
supposed to be a mag
I
for
share the same
17.
concern about the
It
criminalization
will not lock into
of
my
this provision.
17.
My understanding is that
It locks
this
into my
criminal
19
penalty,
but it will
is,
not lock in my
unique,
17.
To this
And they're
type
just
of legislation. The bill
you
makes it
can
more
almost
punitive.
you can
And
feel them
in addition,
flex.
I think
Just
it's really thin
absence of
plastic.
any kind of
Yeah,
requirement
really
with
thin.
respect to whether it's mental intent or mental state
Yeah,
or intent, essentially creates a strict liability.
Don't go with the hex
scenario,
mags,
which
baby.
is
Now this I'll say this. This will be it's a
struggling to
good
think of a
range mag to
scenario
train
where
with my
that is,
19. Because if I
present in
drop it,
criminal
crush
law.
it, do whatever to it, I'm not
and
worried
I
about
agree
it.
with the gentlelady
But,
about the
I
concerns
would
of
not
a
trust my
scenario
life
where
to
it
it.
could be an honest mistake. Even if you reject that, though, physical incapability, hospitalization, pandemic, we had multiple, not the entire court system shut down, for example, during COVID.
Why are you coming in here throwing a giant cock at me?
Ability to address those types of scenarios that might be beyond control.
My wife is coming in my office and throwing cock at me.
I would certainly speak in support, and I'd ask for
You brought in a
I'm
rooster.
severely confused at this point.
a reasonable amendment and makes sense and avoids
And it's a big red one,
criminalizing
too.
Language that has never been criminalized
I
before.
brought in a
So
rooster
these
beside
are
your
mixed in
home.
between
With that, I yield back.
Gentleman
a
yields
Rhode
back.
Island
Anyone seek
red and
recognition?
a
If not, the question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Texas. Those in favor say aye.
is it the Asian
Those opposed say
star?
no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Question
Oh yeah,
approaches
Rhode Island red and
the
blue
vote
lace
requested. The
wyandotte.
clerk will call the roll.
If you mix those two, you end up with a
Mr.
big
Jordan
cock.
votes no. Mr. Ice.
Stop saying cock.
He was on the
Mr.
porch.
Isa.
And you kicked him off the porch, so I just grabbed him.
Mr.
He
Isa
walked
votes
into
no.
my truck, and then
Mr. Buck.
I brought him in the
Alright,
house,
Mr.
and
Gates.
then it dawned on me
Mr.
to go
Johnson
through
of
the door.
Louisiana.
No.
Mr. Johnson
All
of
right, well, let me
Louisiana
go
votes
kick
no.
my cock
Mr.
out of the
Biggs.
house.
Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr.
What do you got
McClintock.
that for?
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
What do you,
Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy.
So,
Mr. Roy votes no. Mr.
yeah, well,
Bishop.
hold on to it. Just some.
Ms. Sparts.
well, they can take out
Ms.
the-
Sparts
Nobody
votes no.
did it.
Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no.
I mean,
Mr.
what
Benz-
else are you supposed to do with a
Mr. Benz
cock?
votes no. Mr. Klein.
You throw it at people.
Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Just don't throw two of them at the
No.
same
Mr.
time.
Nels.
No.
Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore.
Certain circumstances
Mr.
that
Moore
can
votes
actually
no.
be kind
Mr.
of fun.
Kiley.
Just don't do that.
Kiley
Don't ever
votes
do
no.
that.
Ms. Hageman. Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran. Mr.
Next you
Moran
know, in
votes no.
your
Ms. Lee.
major cockfight with
Steve votes
two
no.
roosters.
Mr. Hunt. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no.
Yeah, that-
Mr. Nadler. Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
You
Mr.
figure you
Schiff.
get in there and just raise hell.
Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Cicilline.
It looked like
Mr.
Rocky
Cicilline
trying to
votes aye.
chase the
Mr.
damn
Stilwell.
chicken around.
Mr. Liu. Ms. Jayapal.
Hey,
Ms. Jayapal votes
I
aye.
told your
Mr.
wife,
Correa.
don't throw 2 roosters on you.
Mr. Correa votes
Yeah.
aye. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon votes aye.
Not every
Mr.
night your
Davis.
wife walks in and throws cock at you.
Ms. McBath.
No, seriously, don't ever
McBath
throw
votes
2
aye. Ms.
roosters on
Smith.
you. Bad things
Ms.
happen.
Escobar. Ms. Escobar votes aye. Ms. Ross. Ms. Bush. Mr. Ivy.
Aye.
Mr. Ivy votes aye.
Pretty bird though.
Oh yeah, it's a beautiful
The
rooster.
other member wish to vote?
Anybody? Everybody's saying hi, Miss Coop.
The gentleman from Virginia?
Oh wait,
Mr. Klein votes no.
Coop says hi.
Mr. Gates?
You ever had
You're
turkeys?
not recorded.
Huh?
Mr. Gates votes no.
You ever had turkeys?
Any other?
No, I've never had turkeys. I actually wouldn't mind getting a
Clerk will
turkey.
report.
My buddy of mine had a few.
I'll fix that rabbit ear shotgun.
I've had chicken eggs,
Chairman,
but
there are 12
never
ayes
had
and
an ostrich
21
egg.
noes.
The noes have it, and the amendment is
Hey,
not
did you get that
agreed
rabbit ear
to.
shotgun fixed?
That's
Cool
one thing I
deal.
would like is an
Jackson Lee,
ostrich
do you
egg.
seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, mens rea.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Which Warsaw just said
Point of
something
order.
about an ostrich.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without
Driving
objection, the
cat
amendment
missed
will be
school
considered as
backward.
read. The
There's a
gentleman is
house
recognized to explain the
right
amendment.
before you hit the stop sign to
I
bang a
have,
right on whatchamacallit.
with all due deference and
It's got
respect,
kind of a
the majority
weird
attempts to
ticket
weave
looking
its
fence
way
in front of it.
through a
They've got
very
it moving.
complex set of laws.
Oh yeah, I've seen it.
You seen
You
it?
move-
Life experiences,
Okay.
two distinct things, of
That
course.
thing like to fuck me up
Complex
every morning.
laws and life experiences that migrants have and
Tired
others
driving
who
cat
fight
to
to
school,
come to
wasn't
this
paying
country,
attention, was like, what
that
the?
many at this table may
Oh,
not have
okay.
experienced. I
Well,
Well, you
tried
got
to
chased by
offer
an
a
emu?
common sense amendment again in trying to uncomplicate what is a maze of bills that I'm still
Those young
trying
people
to
down the road need to learn how
understand.
to keep their damn shepherds.
I
up
am
and all that.
adding
So
and would like to add under Title V, the Visa
yeah, I'm
Overstays
gonna whack
Penalties
that
Act,
black German shepherd.
a mens rea requirement such that in order to be criminally liable, it fits into the scheme of our justice system. That's all I'm asking. A person must knowingly and
That
willingly
would have been
overstay
one.
their visa. Title V would make overstaying a visa crime, and I can just give thousands upon
Oh.
thousands of innocent families,
You ate all those
students,
SpaghettiOs already?
people under
All
medical
of them.
care, various other crises and catastrophes, people who've lost their documents in hurricanes, fires, tornadoes, and they are in the country for the first time in
Yeah, I
our
need
history. We're
to
making their overstay a crime.
Wait a minute.
Remember now, my colleagues, you do have the penalty of removal. Remember that.
Good
It is
Lord, would
important
you
to
please
remember
get to the
that a
pistol brace
person
rule already?
overstays.
Get rid of that goddamn bracelet on her
Say
arm
that
for
twice.
once.
The addition of a criminal penalty is both cruel and unnecessary. This bill is extraordinarily punitive. It
How much
changes
more better
all
things actually
aspects
gold?
of immigration law
Around the
and
fence line.
moves them over to what we call the death knell.
Stay in the fence line.
You don't have any out. And this
think,
has
Coop?
far
I thought he was gonna follow me
that
up the
may
road
go
the
beyond what
other
my
day.
colleagues intended. The bill has no exceptions or flexibility when it comes to overstaying. That's why my amendment as a
Yeah.
requirement that a person would only be guilty of this crime
Like a horse
if they
came flying
knowingly
down
and
that bank.
willingly
Meow, hit dirt,
overstayed their visa.
took off past my
Currently,
truck.
there is no intent
I almost hit it.
or knowing
In
requirement
the
to
world.
violate this new
That horse was
I
proposed
almost hit a
crime,
turkey the other
meaning
morning.
that an individual can make an honest mistake about when they
Freaking
need to depart the
hen
country to
driving cat to
be
school.
physically incapable
Hen
of
took
departing
off
the country,
right
unable
over,
to
right in
return
front of me. Just
because of circumstances beyond their control. I give an example. A person has a medical emergency in the United States and cannot leave within
I
10 days of their
don't
visa
think we
expiring,
do.
would
Unless
violate
you got
this new
some in your
law
truck.
and face jail time and a penalty. A natural disaster. I've already said that. An individual returning
What
from
are we
home
doing, monkey?
for more than 10 days.
Well, that's because I was
From
on another
returning for
screen,
more than
so
10
it's
days
kind of
past the
behind.
expiration date
Oh.
because they were
There you
in
are, real
a
time.
natural disaster. Our immigration system needs reforming. My friends have quoted me in 2013 to be very clear. Those comments clearly
Come on.
were my intent. But please note,
Come on.
I did not
Damn,
offer
Ethan.
an amendment or a bill to
Uh,
criminalize.
You want
I
some
said we
ice
must
cream
pay
for dinner
attention to it
before
and
bed?
address the question. And there are many ways to do that. At the same time, we must be able to walk
I gotta
into
ask,
them
you
at
still
the
have your
same
turtle?
time and have a
Oh yeah,
comprehensive immigration
yeah. He's
reform
still kicking it up there in
that
the tank.
addresses legal immigration so
He
that
ate some.
people
He ate
can
some
come
shrimp the
into
other
the
night.
country legally or access asylum or access other provisions under the legal immigration system. We have failed to do that.
a dead
We have failed this nation.
our
And we have failed those who come out of desperation.
Wait, what?
So I would hope
Go get it.
that, again,
Go get it.
with no hearing,
Tell what, but
we have put a bill
I
forward
guarantee you, what will
that
move.
doesn't
Let's go get, or
give
the Bubba.
any
Go get the
option
Bobcat.
for
I
being
picked up a
criminalized.
bobcat.
And no
Guys,
intent
it's been a
must be
while
shown.
back.
And I
Hit the
frankly
road,
don't know
cold
criminal
morning.
bills, crime bills,
Brought it to my
criminal
wife
bills,
because my wife
bills
will
that can
skin
be
out
charged for
things.
individuals charged with a crime. And
Well,
you
this one
minimally
has
don't have
been residing
have
in
a
our
level of
upright
intent.
freezer for a while now.
I think my friend said
Quit judging me. I have two
basically,
jobs and no
Wait,
job.
wait. You're telling me you got a bobcat corpse?
shoplifting,
Yeah.
you have to show
Why do you
intent.
have
You
a
may,
corpse of a
I
bobcat?
was mistaken. I thought I was going out.
Because
I thought I'd already paid
either
for
me or my wife will
that will be
skin them
determined by the
and
court.
do their
But the
hides
point
up
is,
or
you have the
whatever.
right to argue
We have a Bobcat.
you had no intent.
What, are you gonna taxiderm
In
it?
your bag by
When
mistake.
me and my wife
You had
were
a bunch of
just
items. You paid for
dating,
one. You didn't know that you didn't pay for the other.
we were at
I'm
a place
shocked.
where you
So
started
I
to keep
ask my
pool
colleagues
laps.
to support the Jackson Lee Amendment.
And one of
Indicates
the
there should be
folks
an
from the
end
place
to
came
a
over there and asked my wife, "Hey, are you driving that
heretofore
Chevy out there?"
criminalized.
My wife went, "Yeah," and she thought
Gentlemen,
someone that
time's
hit her truck or something.
With that, I
The
yield.
dude was like,
She
"What in the
yields.
hell
Anyone
is
seek
dripping
recognition?
out of the back of
I
your
do.
truck?"
Does gentleman insist on a point of order?
Well, my wife had a
Gentlemen, point
coyote
of order is
corpse in
withdrawn.
the back
and,
of the truck.
Mr. Miranda's recognized.
Thank
Headless,
you, Mr. Chair.
footless,
A couple of points
skinned,
on
naked
what my
coyote
colleague from
corpse.
Texas
Ew.
mentioned just a few minutes ago. First, when it relates to mens rea, let me
Martin
give an
Fink, what's
example
up, brother?
of an area of the law where this would be very analogous.
Just
You
yeah,
have
shut
a
the door. And
situation where
let me go
somebody's on
fix your
probation.
slippers.
They've been given terms and conditions of probation. This happens all the time in state and federal.
Dude, you notice there's missing hair on this guy's head?
They understand those
Huh?
terms and
Look at his
conditions of
bald spot on his
probation.
top of his head.
If
Look
they
at that.
violate those terms and conditions,
Oh, he's
let's
trying to
just say,
hide
for
that.
instance, in Texas, one of those is oftentimes you can't go in a place that serves alcohol. And I know a number of people on probation in Texas that end up in a restaurant where they have forgotten that it also has a bar, and all of a sudden they violated their probation and they get their probation revoked. It's not a result of the fact that they intended to go into a place necessarily where there was alcohol, but they did. They violated their terms and conditions. It happens all across America, and I can give 10 other examples or 20 other examples of terms and conditions for probation in particular, where when you violate it and you go to jail. That's just what happens. If we had, that's the first point. If we had the law that as it currently exists, if it was
Give me
deterring
anything,
this
a little
kind of
hug?
behavior, then there might not be the need to enhance the penalties, both civil and criminal,
You know
under
how
this
weird that
provision.
actually
But
is to get
that's not
does that
what's happening. We see
We never
these
actually
overstays
ate it.
all
My
the
dad
time,
forgot.
and it needs to be addressed. And apparently, what's on the books now
What
is
are you
not
gonna do?
working to deter this behavior. We need to raise that behavior.
You!
Third, I'll also say that I
I'm
know
just
you
gonna
can
hang the
give
skin on the
from
wall
time
like
to
they
time
do.
examples
Yeah,
that would
Is that
create a
taxiderm?
scenario where you might find some sympathy
It's
for a
nosy,
person that
weird.
may have violated. If that's the case, you certainly always have prosecutorial discretion
See how
as
many
to whether or not to bring that crime or
Wait,
not.
is that still
That
frozen?
happens
Hey,
again
shit,
in
Bobcats.
all kinds
This
of
one has dried
cases
blood in
across
its
America
nose.
where
That is
prosecutors
cool.
under the Department of Justice look at this
animal
and say, you know what, in this
They
instance, we're
hit
not
me.
going to
It's
prosecute this
from
crime
purpose.
because of
No, they
the
didn't.
unique facts of this case. That happens. That's what prosecutors are for. So to
It's
say that
cool.
this particular provision, which is
That
again
is
to try to
animal protein.
stop something that's happening
Give me
on a
the
recurring
animal
basis,
Eat.
is inappropriate, because maybe there's one example
It's
out
not
there or two examples
cool.
out there
I
that
think
we might
cool.
find that
Chicken
this might
with our
seem
children.
harsh, is just
They were the ones
simply
who attacked
simply not the wrong direction to go, because we need to stop this behavior. In order to do so, we need stronger penalties.
Go put
With
the
that, I
Bobcat
yield.
back in the freezer. That's where
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition?
wash your hands.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ah.
I appreciate my friend's comments. I
We're weird.
know he's a former judge.
We're
And
weird.
I respect his legal acumen. I would point out, however, that
Picking up a
violation of
bobcat's
probation
body.
is not a new criminal offense. So the way probation revocation would work is you committed whatever the crime is, you were convicted of it, and as part of that plea agreement or as part of your release after you served a certain term, you're put out on probation. And if you violate the condition of that release, that's not a new crime. That's just the judge saying, hey, I
Did
let
you
you
see
out
your
after
daughter
3
pick up a
years. I
dead
could have
bobcat's
given you
body?
5 years. I told you when you left out that if
Dude,
you
my
violated
daughter
your
has been
probation, you were going to get the
around
whole 5.
us
That's
gutting
not a
deer,
new,
cleaning
that's not a new crime.
alligators.
So that doesn't really
Please tell
apply
me
to
that
the
wasn't frozen.
scenario
That's an
here
actual
because
taxidermed.
there's no
No,
mens
that was
rea
still frozen.
requirement with respect
was
to
frozen?
that issue.
Yeah.
With respect to
Oh,
prosecutorial discretion, I
God.
would say to my friend that
Yep.
under that reasoning,
No, that
you
one's
wouldn't
still
need an
frozen.
intent or knowledge requirement in any criminal statute. You
Bobcat.
could just say prosecutors always got discretion with respect to prosecuting any crime. There's no crime that a prosecutor's
Here, well, but move your stuff closer.
required to prosecute.
Move your
Well,
stuff closer.
I can think of one exception, but that only applies because we're Congress. But other than that,
You trying to tell me everybody doesn't have a dead bobcat frozen in their
you know,
freezer?
prosecutorial discretion never
Keep taking
negates
it out of the
the
freezer. It's no longer going to be frozen.
mens
Good.
rea or something that differentiates civil and
Only if
criminal
it stays
offenses.
out too long.
And I think that's
My
part of what's
point
missing here, and
exactly.
I support the
Oh,
gentleman's
yeah.
amendment. On top of that, we were just puzzling it over a minute ago.
That
We're
would,
trying to think if it's actually constitutional to have a criminal provision where you can hold somebody, you can incarcerate someone where there's no
yes,
proof of
Sam, dude.
intent
My
that the person
daughter,
intended to break it,
like I said,
break the
she's
law,
been around.
or commit
All
the
kinds of
offense.
animals getting
We were
cleaned
thinking
because
about maybe, depraved heart scenarios, but this
why I said,
statute language here doesn't require anything
teach my daughter
approaching a
about
depraved
firearms.
heart
My daughter
scenario
has
where
seen what a
conduct is so
bullet does to
reckless,
the
that
internals
it's,
on a living animal.
we can criminalize it. You must
My
have known
daughter
what you
has
were
seen
doing
a
was
deer
wrong.
when me and her were hunting.
Here it's just if you're over 10 days,
Range go
you
from
face
walking
criminal
around
penalty.
with his tail
So I
wagging
think for those reasons,
deader than a bag of hammers.
the gentlelady's amendment should
Yeah.
be supported by our colleagues.
That little
With that, I
buck that was, or that little
Gentleman
buck head
yields
that's gonna
back.
rat us
No one
out.
seeks recognition.
Oh, yeah. I
If
forgot about that.
no one seeks recognition,
Yeah,
the
he would've
question
been
occurs on the
fine.
amendment offered by the
But he
gentlelady
was
for
gonna
Texas.
rat
All those in
us
favor
out.
say
Snitch.
aye.
Snitches get stitches.
All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan,
Yeah, snitches
Mr.
get
Jordan votes no.
snitches
Mr.
get
Isa,
stitches when you're hunting. If it's a deer that's gonna
Mr.
blow
Buck,
and rat you out, it's got to go.
Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of
Fucking nanny
Louisiana.
dog.
No.
That snitch
Mr. Johnson of
bitch.
Louisiana
Trev
votes no.
finally got
Mr.
her.
Biggs. Mr. Biggs
Hell,
votes no.
Green
Mr.
said he had
Tiffany.
one last year that he
Mr.
never
Tuck
could
votes
get
no.
rid
Mr.
of. That
Tiffany.
rat him out all the
Mr.
time.
Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey.
You ever catfished?
No.
Oh,
Mr.
hell yeah.
Roy. Mr. Roy votes no.
I'll
Noodling?
be doing it this weekend.
You been
Ms.
noodling?
Sparks. Ms. Sparks votes
No,
no.
dude,
Mr.
I've
Fitzgerald.
never been
Mr.
like
Fitzgerald
noodling for
votes no.
cats.
Mr.
If I knew
Pitts.
someone who could
Mr.
show me
Pitts
the
votes
ropes,
no.
I'd do
Mr.
it the
Klein.
hurt.
You're gonna lose a hand.
Mr. Klein votes no. Mr.
Um,
Gooden.
No, there's
Mr.
why I
Gooden
asked
votes
because
no. Mr. Van Drew.
there was a guy I actually used to talk
votes
to.
no. Mr.
No.
He was
Mr.
noodling
Moore
for some catfish, but he stuck his hand into
Mr.
some
Moore
place
votes
he
no. Mr.
shouldn't, and
Kiley.
guess what it was?
Kiley votes no. Ms.
Huh.
Hageman.
Alligator snapper. It
Mr. Moore
chewed up
votes
his
no.
fist.
Oh
Mr.
yeah,
Moran votes no. Ms. Lee.
I mean, he had to go to the
Yeah.
hospital right afterwards.
you
Mr.
definitely
Fry.
have to be careful where
Mr.
you
Fry
put them
votes no.
digits.
Mr. Nadler. Mr. Nadler votes aye.
Yep, the
Ms.
alligator
Lofgren.
snapper did it.
Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee.
No, it's frozen.
Yeah,
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr.
he'll
Cohen.
be fixed up later, but right now he
Mr.
is
Johnson of Georgia.
still a popsicle or a
Mr.
bobcat
Schiff.
sickle.
Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swallow.
Is
Baby
the
was
skull? I didn't think the
Mr.
skull was
Liu.
crushed on that one.
the jaw's broken.
Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes
Wait,
aye. Ms.
baby
Scanlon.
was up in the
Ms. Scanlon
bobcat
votes
skull.
aye. Mr.
That's in
Nikias.
her enclosure.
Yeah, you told me about that.
Ms.
No,
McBath.
but she was
Ms.
like,
McBath
You
votes
keep
aye.
talking about the bobcat. It's going to be your prop.
Aye. Ms.
brain
Escobar.
into the nose cavity.
Ms. Escobar votes aye. Ms. Ross.
What?
Ms. Bush.
It's going to be your mascot to keep the
What?
stuff for the
Ivy.
bobcat.
Yeah.
What?
Any other
Mascot
members?
bobcat.
What?
Not. The clerk will report.
What?
What can I say? I live a charmed life. My wife walks in, throws cock at me, and I have a bobcat cat in my freezer.
Hey, your wife loves you though, man.
I say you're not recorded.
Her
Mr.
cat
Lisa
will
votes no.
freak out if I make that sound when he comes in this room. She's trying to hold him right now, and he is doing his best to get away.
I'll throw cock and pussy at you.
That freaking cat, he come in here one day with her and was all chilled out. And I made that sound. That joker like he broke his damn neck.
Tell Freddie Dan to throw him in and shut the door behind him.
You do that, that cat's gonna have a damn stroke.
That's rude, Bull, calling me the beast.
I don't think he was calling you the beast.
What's the story with that metal piece that got behind you? The poop.
Oh, that's it was for a horse shit communist bill.
Mr. Chairman,
So
there are
it's a
12
piece of
ayes and
shit
22 noes.
holding a communist
Noes
flag.
have it. The amendment is
I like
not
it, dude.
agreed to. Seeks recognition. Gentleman from California seeks recognition.
I still got to do my Wile E. Coyote holding a stick of
Clerk will
dynamite.
report the amendment.
Reserve a point of order.
Or the
Point
ones
of
that
order is reserved.
Yeah, I got the separate.
Amendment to
Yeah,
the
I
amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. McClintock.
don't
offered by
Without
Mr.
objection, the
Schiff.
amendment will be considered as read. And
Oh,
the gentleman is asked to explain his
Hey,
amendment.
yeah, we're bringing it. I need to
Mr.
take a picture of
Chairman,
it with my
this amendment
phone
is
so I can
simple.
kick it over to the.
It would exempt individuals
plasma
fleeing
cutter.
communist and totalitarian regimes from Section
Hey,
104.
you watch Fox News?
We should exempt people fleeing
Nope.
communist and totalitarian
Well,
dictatorships.
Tucker Carlson
from
on Fox News
legislation
actually
that allow
made
them to
this
apply for
for
asylum as our laws
Fidel
were
Trudeau
intended.
up in Canada.
The underlying
So
bill
you
would
came here
bar
for it.
individuals who cross the border between ports of entry from seeking asylum. This means individuals would be forced to wait in Mexico to cross the border and be
Oh, Adam
processed.
Schiff.
That would make people fleeing communist and totalitarian regimes sitting ducks for the cartels.
He literally made that.
exploitation,
Yeah,
abuse,
yeah.
Tucker
kidnapping, or
Carlson's made
murder.
that.
We have seen what happens when people are forced to wait in Mexico for too long. Under the
See,
Remain in Mexico
that whole
program,
country, man,
there
should
were
have
over
revolted.
1,500 publicly reported
Which
cases
hell, our
of
country
murder,
should have
rape,
too.
torture,
So I mean, fuck.
kidnapping, and other violent
Communist
assault
Canada.
against migrants returned under the Remain in Mexico program. In fact, just last month, we saw what happens when vulnerable migrants are put at risk, when migrants in an immigration center in Ciudad Juarez were left to be burned alive. This is not the fate we want for anyone.
Dude,
And we
if
don't
you
want
shut
people
down
fleeing
the
totalitarian
border
dictatorships,
and they
people
know they
fleeing
can't just
Venezuela or
come
Cuba
across.
or Nicaragua
There's Bull
or
Rush.
Russia or
What's up,
China
Bull?
or Vietnam or elsewhere to have to face those kind of dangers. There was a time when my colleagues on the other side of the aisle
What's happening, Bull?
claimed to oppose communism and totalitarian
What are you
dictatorships
doing, man?
and people fleeing those horrible regimes. The underlying bill
Good Lord,
suggests
man. What's up with your
otherwise.
background noise?
I urge my colleagues to join
What,
in this
mine?
amendment so that those
Somebody's
fleeing asylum are not
riding
put
in a
at
jet
additional,
airplane or
those
something.
fleeing persecution by these communist regimes are not put at additional risk.
Sounds like an AC
by
unit or
having
something.
to wait
Yeah, hold on. Give me a second.
in dangerous places before they can
It's funny, Coop.
lawfully
We mentioned communism,
apply
then
for
this guy
asylum.
talks about
Will the
communism.
gentleman
yield for a question?
With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Will you yield for the clarifying question?
The answer to that question is sunflower is
Gentleman yields back.
everything.
Does the gentleman seek recognition?
Pretty much.
I guess
Point of order is withdrawn. Mr. Gates directed.
Oh, if that's your vibrator in the background, man.
It's not this time, I promise.
What is it?
Don't be jealous.
Hey, I'm just saying, man. You need to give me the brand.
Dictatorship. Mr. Gates, I gave the same answer that Representative Lofgren gave before. These are not
That
new
better?
terms of art. These are the
Yes.
terms used
Please.
in current
I
law.
grab another
Okay.
beer.
And so we are merely applying current law to protect people, and in particular, in this case, those that are fleeing communist dictatorships. If the gentleman, his objection is that this definition is overbroad.
I had to turn my gain down, man. Shit was like over halfway up.
If you would yield, if you would respond to my question, which is, if this amendment is narrowed to communist dictatorships, will you support it?
Well, again, Mr. Schiff, I'm just trying to understand
I
what
guess
your
your
amendment
answer is
says.
no then, Mr. Gates.
Well, that you perhaps assume too much
my
Then
friend.
your answer is
Because
yes.
I'm asking what you mean by totalitarian dictatorship and just whether the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia would qualify. It's a yes or no question.
Well, I certainly think.
Forgive me for not
No,
knowing the list that Ms.
Would you like an answer, Mr. Gates? I certainly consider Saudi Arabia to
This
be
Gates guy's a smart ass.
I love Mr. Gates.
But, Mr. Gates, my question is, if your problem with this amendment is you think it's
Mr. Schiff,
overbroad.
I'm not
This
stating.
beady-eyed motherfucker, dude. I don't trust him as far as I can throw him. He just looks
This guy-
untrustworthy.
This guy reminds me of
a
Booker.
totalitarian dictatorship.
What?
My question
Since Saudi Arabia is
there
Chef
is a
reminds me of
difference
Cory
between
Booker.
totalitarianism and
Oh, yeah?
dictatorship.
Sure, I'm asking to
Well,
explain
both of our
the
eyes pop
Kingdom
out
of
of heads
Saudi
when
Arabia.
you're looking.
That's really the question, Mr. Gates.
Why can't you
Unless-
just answer whether or not your amendment would
Unless,
apply to
Mr.
them?
Gates, this is just a rhetorical exercise.
It's
If
a,
you're
it's
interested,
a serious effort to understand whether or not your amendment
if your
applies to the
question
kingdom.
is sincere, which I know assumes too much, but if it is, then will you support the amendment confined to communist dictatorships? Yes or no, Mr. Gates?
I'm probably not going to support the amendment either way. That
Well,
doesn't
there
matter.
you go.
I
There
don't
you
want to
go.
know what
Well,
it means.
then what about all the rhetoric you constantly espouse about standing up to communism? Here you're saying someone fleeing communism, if they're interdicted between ports, then they will not qualify.
Right,
Doesn't
because
matter what.
there is a
This fucking
mechanism by
bullshit.
which one seeks asylum. For
What
those
are you even
reasons.
talking about?
It's not showing up and creating an entire.
So
We're
this
talking
whole
about the
thing about
border
Saudi
issue.
Arabia is just a red herring, right?
I'm
Mr. Gates?
just curious to know whether or not you
Well,
consider
Now we're
them
talking about
qualified under the
dictatorships.
bill.
Your
And I have,
curiosity, but
I have
I would
burned
appreciate
2.5 minutes. and it's just-
consistency.
All right,
Mr. Schiff,
Cooper,
people on the border.
consistency.
I have a
They sound like a bunch of old women.
It's
Fuck.
not your time.
Who'd want that job?
Agrees now that Canada's now
Mr.
pushing
Gates.
dictators.
I'd like that job for about
Mr.
2.2
Gates.
seconds because that's how long it
On
would
the
take me to
border,
get kicked out
someone
of that
doesn't
joint.
get to have
For
a
real.
joyful little colloquy with you. A border patrol
You know,
agent has to
I
look
have
at
to ask
someone
you, who
and
here would
assess
say
whether or
Canada's a
not they're going to
dictatorship?
let them in or not. And I'm just for clarity, even though I'm not going to support your amendment, I'm going to support the bill.
Close to
In
it.
the unlikely event that your amendment were to be adopted, I simply want to know if someone encounters someone from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, whether or not the exception that your amendment affords would allow that or not.
As I said, I'm using the existing definition, Mr. Gates. My
So
question
does
to
that
you
definition
is,
include the
my
Kingdom or
question
not?
to you is,
man.
will
This
you
is
will you
insane.
live
This
up
is-
to
you
your
just have to answer the
anti-communist rhetoric?
question.
Will you live up to your anti-communist rhetoric, or is it just a lot of talk from you, Mr. Gates?
I don't think you have to blow a
I
hole
guess
through the
it's
asylum
just
system to
a lot
oppose
of talk.
communism.
I guess it's just a lot of talk with you.
The one you
Nothing more
do.
than a lot of
That's all, I just want to know
anti-talk.
if the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is included or excluded. How is this so
Oh.
difficult for you?
Well,
Do you have any compassion for the people who would have to make this assessment on the border? I just want to know.
Would you care for me to read the code section?
I'm gonna have to look because I gotta find that one. I
The
still gotta do the
existence of a single
plasma
political
of it.
party organized on a dictatorial basis with so close an identity between
Oh
such
God,
party
that
and its
dude
policies
seriously needs to
and the
be
government
punched in the
policies of the country
face
in which
a
it
lot.
exists, and the party and the government constitute an indistinguishable unit, and the forcible suppression of opposition to such parties.
You know, I realized
That is
he
how the
wasn't
code currently
sworn in whenever
defines
he
a
said his shit in
totalitarian
front of
party
Congress.
Find Saudi
and a
Arabia that way or not?
totalitarian
When he said he had
dictatorship.
proof
Would you
that
define
Trump
that way or
colluded
not,
with
Adam?
Russia, and he was
So
going to
if you
produce the
wanted to know,
proof, and
read
he
the
was going to
code.
produce the proof.
But the
He was
question
gonna
is
produce
not
the
them or
proof.
not.
The
It's
question
And he
is
had the
not
proof.
whether you can
He
read
had
the code.
all
The
the
question
proof.
is
You wrote the
whether you
amendment, and
stand for
can't say
anything,
whether it
Mr.
applies
Gates.
to a specific
The question
country.
is, do you
How does this
stand?
pain you so
Do you
much?
stand for anything? Does anything you say mean anything
I
to
merely
you?
am seeking your own
Are you
ability
really
to define
so
your own
soft?
amendment.
Are you really so
Snoring
soft
rich. I
on
didn't know
communism?
DeWalt made a 60-volt vibrator.
Communism, you're
This
soft on
is.
definitions.
Hold on, I gotta
and
make this
your own
big.
ability.
I'm
You would
just
Soft
enjoying
on the
this.
basics
You
of
would
English
prosecute
language. Soft
and
on the
deny
interpretation
asylum.
These
statutes.
are
Communism,
targets
communism,
from
or
air
like
rifle
really
shooting
because
between my
you know,
wife
Border
and
Patrol
her
agent
dad.
isn't gonna have this
Mercifully, the
vibrating.
gentleman is out of time.
And
Mercifully, the
my
gentleman is out of time.
wife actually
Okay.
Hey, mute that
her
shit.
dad.
Should we have unanimous
Mute that
consent?
shit.
No, everybody's
turn
out of
down
time.
still here.
Everybody's out of time.
I don't give a shit about these guys.
Does anyone seek recognition? I recognize
2
myself
shots apiece.
to oppose
Not
the
bad.
amendment.
How many yards?
I just want to say, as much as
How
I
many
was
yards
enjoying
were
that
20?
20
20
yards.
yards? Not bad.
I do want to
13-ish.
say very seriously to Mr. Schiff, we all understand what you're you're trying to do here. And
That was mine.
By the definition you just read, this is a rough estimate.
Not
But I
bad.
think you just exempted about 1 billion people.
These are two
worldwide,
shots
about 1
in one
billion
hole.
people from our rules here.
So she
And
actually-
we oppose this amendment because obviously
She
we did
actually
nothing
beat
to
her
fix
dad,
the
who
protection.
was a
That's what she said. 2 shots in one hole.
two-time Olympian shooter.
Has
She
enacted
actually
port of
beat her
entry
dad.
policies because
So
they
she's proud of
recognize
shit.
I know. I
that
see.
we've got
That's
to
the
get a
only time
hold
I've
of
ever
this.
beaten
And so
people. Yeah,
if you're
I've
gonna
got
if you're gonna lump in all communists, and
John
totalitarian-
Harrison, he swallowed more
totalitarian, states and
than
dictatorships around the
freaking
globe, obviously
Einstein can
the
count.
catastrophe becomes exponentially worse. We oppose
Oh
communism.
yeah, you
We
guys gotta
oppose
look at shit like this.
totalitarianism, and the way we do that, once again,
This
to
is
repeat what has
this
been
is
said so
my
many times here
wife
today, is we
drawing.
have a strong
Nice.
border,
I found them.
strong
I still
sovereignty, and a
need to
strong
find the file
America,
or where the
because it's
fuck
the
it is.
perception of a strong America that
My
keeps all
wife
those
is a
totalitarians
freaking
and
killer
dictators and
artist.
tyrants at bay.
Dude, I'd get that tatted on me.
I will,
For real.
Mr.
Dude,
Chairman,
that would make a slick tat.
I
Yeah.
appreciate the chairman yielding. I'll just make a couple of points.
Show me one of the other ones. Come on.
Schiff has swallowed so much cock that even Coop's jealous.
Acquiring particularly large payments from China
This
and
one's fucking
and
Hold on, I gotta make this one. I
these
gotta make this
people
one all the way
paying
big.
cartels tens of thousands of dollars, some
Not bad.
$40,000 to
No, this one's better.
$60,000 a head.
Oh shit.
So if we were to go down the road that my colleague was suggesting, what we were
Yo,
going to
that's
do
sick,
is create
man.
an even
That one's sick as
bigger
shit.
market. We're targeting those
That's fucking nightmare fuel.
and trying to
That's fucking
rake in
nightmare fuel.
profit for cartels.
Oh, yeah,
to
dude.
move more people from China. Also
I
reminded
can't
in
draw it in my head, but I can
FY22,
Xerox.
China had 68,000
She can
I can copy.
Cuba had
fucking draw.
31,300 legal.
The CNT designs and arms,
Vietnam
she
had
was the designs.
24,800
Yeah, I
legal
don't know how that got
immigrants.
flipped. Now I'm the
We have
arms.
And
paths for people to pursue the legal
I
process.
do plasma
We
and
have paths for people
she
to
does
pursue asylum.
gun work and it's all
What we are doing
flippity
here, I
floppity.
think, would just make the situation fundamentally worse with respect to empowering cartels to make extraordinary profits.
Yeah, I still gotta
trying
find
to
one. She
move
drew
a
Wile E.
particular set
Coyote
of
on an
individuals,
acetylene tank
rather
for
than
me.
another set of individuals. We've had an enormous strain at the
Years
border already.
ago.
According
Yeah, and
to,
I've kept that
CBP,
drawing.
we
It's
had
in my filing cabinet
4,366
somewhere.
migrants from China
I've got to make a plasma
encountered
cut
by
of it
Border
because
Patrol
I can take a
officials
picture of it
on southern border
and
from
then kick it
October
over,
22 to February
tweak it a little bit,
24.
vectorize it,
compares with
and
the
then do a
421
DXF of it.
who were
And I've
encountered
got to do that.
between
Hey,
21
Coop, I
and
have an
22.
idea for you.
Yeah.
What the problem is,
Do a plasma
failed
cut of we the
policies of this
people.
administration. We're working to try to fix
Um,
those policies. Our
hold
colleagues
on.
on the side of
Have
the
you
aisle
been
do not wish to
sleeping?
join in. I yield back to the chair.
Because
Yield to Mr. McClintock.
shit.
It's gonna bug me. I'm gonna have to go find that fucking
We
file.
get right back in all these discussions
Warsaw.
to the same central
Um,
issue. Asylum is for those who are persecuted by their
Oh,
government.
not
as the
bad,
general
man.
release from
What do you say?
Washington, so
Damn.
shortly and clearly
That
noticed a
looks
few hours
sick.
ago.
This is
Living
one
in
that's
a failed
getting mailed
state
out
is
to
not
one of the
grounds for
guys
asylum.
from the other night.
Fear of violence is not grounds for asylum. Living in
Um,
poverty is not grounds for asylum, and living
Yeah,
in
I've got a
communist
couple We the
regimes
People
is
cuts.
not
That's
grounds
one.
for
I've got
asylum.
another one
The
that's
gentleman
tweaked
from
a little
Louisiana is
different.
absolutely correct. Actually, lowballed. There are currently an estimated 1.5 billion
Yeah,
people living under communist regimes.
Yeah, I've got
Mr.
Friday.
Schiff seems to
Matter of fact,
believe that every
Manigans
one
to
of them has the right to
Masses.
immigrate to the United States. That is
Freaking, I
absurd.
got a bunch of guys I got to
The
send
system
out
is
plasma
flooded with
cuts to.
fraudulent claims that have nothing to do with governmental
A
persecution.
bunch of plasma cuts, and then
those who are making those claims do so
Jason won
for a
the.
simple reason. It gets them
Yeah, Jason's
under
one
this
who won the
administration in
mag loader.
contravention of law, instant admission to the country, indefinite work authorization, indefinite residency.
Do you
and
realize how much
awful
water these
lot
guys
of
go
free
through? Look at all
speech.
these water bottles they have around.
That's what's driving this, and that is what
Dude, if it
is
was me,
crowding
it'd be
out the
bourbon.
legitimate claims from people who are actually being
You need it
persecuted
to
by
get
their
through this
government.
shit.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a see-through bottle sitting there.
Very well said.
Look at under the
Hell,
desk,
I
too,
might
so they
even
got
I might
water.
have to act like Ron White. I'd just be
Move to strike
smoking
the
in
last word.
here and have my own
I
little
yield first to you,
decanter
Mr. Schiff.
and just
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I just
wait till
wanna
the end of
see,
the hearing, kids. This is gonna be
if I
fun.
can wrap my head around the opposition to this amendment. I guess the opposition began by saying this is too broad.
I'd like to wrap
This is too
Schiff's
broad.
head
The
around
definition of the
something
code
for
is too
sure.
broad because it might apply to Saudi Arabia.
Look at the Dem
God
seats, they're all
forbid
gone.
we should be concerned
Republicans
with
are still sitting
dissidents
there.
fleeing the Saudi regime, dissidents being hunted down around the world. I guess my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would find it preferable if the dissidents are cut up into little pieces in a Turkish diplomatic facility or a
I'm gonna
Saudi
grab him
facility
by
in
the
Turkey.
back of the head and just
Yeah, there are Saudis who are also persecuted.
because you know his
and put
neck
at
has
risk,
to act like a
and some are
spring.
captured and
It
some are
can't
Why was that so hard to
resist
say?
you.
May I please finish? I haven't yielded, Mr. Chairman. Chairman.
Gentleman has the time.
We
there are
were not supposed to
Saudis
be in the Middle East to begin
who
with.
are deserving of
I mean,
protection
with
from
a
the
head
regime
that
they
big
are
and a
fleeing.
neck that damn
There were, in
small,
fact,
he's got to be
Saudis who
like
were
a
American
fucking
residents who were
baby whenever he gets
journalists who were
tired.
cut to pieces
You know what he looks like to me?
with the
Big dick.
participation of the crown prince.
Like
But
Dick
if your
Durbin.
objection is no, we have to protect the kingdom at all costs
No, he
because
looks
of
like
course,
Cory Booker.
the
See his
kingdom has
eyes
been so
popping out.
good
It
to
looks
us.
exactly like Cory Booker.
The
Oh no, he
constricted
can't do crazy
oil
eyes as
sales
good as Cory
because
Booker.
they're so good
Nobody
to
does
us.
crazy eyes as good as
We
Cory
really need to
Booker.
look after the Saudis.
Not
and God
even
forbid we should-
not even
we should be
Alexander
concerned about people fleeing
Ocasio-Cortez,
Saudi Arabia.
whatever her name is.
But if that was the concern, this was too broad.
Cory Booker has the
Now, for to
Spartacus
narrow it
crazy eyes down.
so that the amendment would precisely
Look
match
at
the
his eyes are
rhetoric on the
popping
other
out.
side. This grave concern you so often express for those fleeing Venezuela and Cuba and Vietnam and elsewhere. But no,
He's
that's no good
seriously one
either.
of
Is
these
that maybe
sacks of
too
shit
narrow? Are there
that
too
should
many
have just
communist
been
regimes?
bounced
Some
out
that
of
you're okay
Congress
with and some you're
for
not okay
lying.
with? I don't understand the opposition.
He looks like
except for
Schumer
the
and
fact
Dick Durbin
that,
combined.
Well, I guess all the talk about being tough on communist regimes doesn't seem to matter when we're
Yeah.
talking about the political
That's it,
value
Sam.
of the border
Fucking with
security
a
argument.
pencil.
And with that, I will yield back to my colleague, Mr. Cicilline.
I thank the gentleman, and I rise in
not
strong support of this
who
amendment.
you
One of the
did it, or
things that I
what
think
you
we have been
did.
most proud of as a country is that America has been a place where people who are fleeing repressive governments,
This guy needs to
dictatorships,
go.
communism.
This is the
can come to
motherfucker
America
that
and have
thought
a
a
reasonable
goddamn pistol
opportunity
brace acted like a bump
to enter the
stock.
United States.
He's also,
This
this is
amendment
also the same
preserves
guy
that.
that said, spare me the
And,
bullshit of your
I think
Second
we're living in a
Amendment
time
right.
where we're
Yes,
seeing a
spare me the
democratic
bullshit of
recession
your
around the
Second
world,
Amendment rights.
and
Hold on,
where
dickhead.
democracies are being tested. And America has to
That's
remain
why
a
I wouldn't
place
survive
where people can
like
come if they're
5
fleeing
minutes in
these
one of these
kinds of
hearings.
repressive governments.
He'd
And I
say
know
some
it's
shit and I'd
maybe
be
it's
like,
just
fuck me.
coincidence, but I know now
It's not your time.
we're about to enter
I'm
another
taking it.
presidential campaign. The Republican frontrunner and recently indicted former president.
Well, all
likes
this shit is just
a
political
great
theater right now.
relationship he
That's
has
all
with
this
the war
is.
criminal Vladimir Putin and President Xi. And we just learned a
You know, I find it
conservative Supreme
contradictory.
Court
They're
justice
against
was
people
recently
like Xi
exposed
Jinping
for
and Putin,
spending
but they also want
25
to disarm
years
the American
palling around with a
populace.
billionaire with a prized collection of Nazi
Him and the
memorabilia,
rest of these
Hitler's
Democrats
art, and even a
want the
signed
same
copy of
power that
Markup.
Putin's got, want the
So I
same
don't
power
know,
that Xi
begins to raise a
Jinping's got.
question
They
about
want to be their own
the
little
willingness
rocket
of our
man.
colleagues to stand up strongly against these kinds of totalitarian and communist leaders around the world.
And last time I
and
checked, we're
remain
not
a
like a
safe
monarchy.
haven for
That's
people
not like Canada
fleeing
we are.
those kinds of governments. So
Well, I mean, these guys
if we
believe
pass
they're the
this bill
ruling
in its current
class.
form, you will ban people who are fleeing those from coming in
You are
other
these
than
guys
imports of entry.
absolutely
Mr.
believe you
Schiff's
are
amendment
under them. You are
provides
beneath
some
them.
relief, but for goodness sakes, can't we agree that when we say those things, that America's a place you can come when you're fleeing?
And I'm sorry, you
communism
can
and
say what you want about
totalitarianism, that we
January
mean
6th,
it?
but
That's
they
not just
won a
a
Black
speech to
Lives
give to your
Matter
constituents
rally
back
that
home
had an
to
issue
make you
with the
look like
government
you're
and
a
then burned down
patriot
a
and
7-Eleven.
you support American democracy.
They
and
actually
you stand
brought
up
their
against
rage
tyranny.
to the place that
Vote
was
that
the
way. Let's
fucking
prove to
problem.
them in a bipartisan way. We mean it when we say that. And I thank Mr. Schiff for giving us that opportunity. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I'm so close to fucking jumping off on something right there. That,
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you so much. I'll yield to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates.
Oh,
Mr.
don't
Chairman, the
say
great
it with your
irony is that I
outside
agree
voice,
with
Scoop.
Mr. Schiff as to Saudi Arabia. I just wanted to hear him say it. I am frustrated deeply by the actions of the kingdom as a totalitarian regime.
I explained
think
my
that
sense of humor a
particularly,
long time
I'm
ago to my
grieved that what
wife
they
and a
did
bunch of other people that
in
my sense of
Pensacola,
humor was
where
like
a
midgets
Saudi
with
officer
chainsaws.
opened fired on my constituents, killing
yeah,
three
here
of
it
them
is.
and injuring others.
It's
And so
just a little quick.
don't just
mind
assume
grind,
that
but-
because I'm asking
Yeah,
a
this was
question
just her goofing
about
off
the
on
vagueness of the
something that I
term,
said.
that I disagree with the underlying point that might be expressed.
Outstanding,
on the
then
other
you'll
side of the
support
aisle.
that amendment.
I
gotta
It was-
scan
it-
this
what the
image
committee
in
just witnessed
and do a
was
plasma cut of it.
recalcitrance as a replacement for reason
Good luck with
in
that.
our discourse. And
Oh,
the
I can make
critique
it
of
work.
language as vague is
We have to
clear
hang
because
it. It
while
needs
you're
to be
able to
framed and hanged.
cite
No, right now it
documents
needs to
and
be
cite
put
other
away in a vault.
criteria,
I know where it is now.
what we have observed having gone to the border is that oftentimes these are real-time flashpoint
It was something
decisions
you
that
said,
have
and then
to be
Harmon
made
said he
at
could draw it.
scale.
Yeah, yeah, it
He
was
did.
it was something I said, and
Growing up,
another
and
student
a
drew
Border Patrol
one, which
agent
I
or
got
two
his
having to
somewhere,
process
and then
it.
she was
So I
like,
wasn't
"Ha, I can
attempting
beat
to
your ass,
disagree with
motherfucker,"
will the
and then she
gentleman
drew
yield?
hers.
He started it.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, Mr. Biggs has time. You know what?
He brought it to me and
Mr.
was
Chairman, I
like,
could have
oh,
had the
we
opportunity to have a
I
more
have another
extensive
image
Mr.
idea
Schiff had
for you,
been
Coop.
willing
I'ma
to yield
stick
some of
this
his
What's
time,
that?
but instead,
in
The
my
American flag
we had to go
above,
through.
under
I'll yield back to
a
Mr.
broken
Biggs.
hammer and
Thanks.
sickle.
I yield to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
No,
Thank you, Mr.
I
Biggs.
could
You know
probably make
what?
something like that work. But
A couple thoughts.
I
I know
do
there's a
I do
lot of
have
attorneys in
one.
here and
Yes.
we have a lot of fancy language and
I do
that's
have
all
one.
good.
I've
I'm
got
a
it
country
cut already.
dentist,
I've got to
all right?
paint it.
And let me
It's
tell you
the
what
Betsy
people are
Ross
thinking.
flag
They are thinking
with
that
the
we have a lot of
"Don't
problems in
tread on
America
me"
that we
snake
don't have.
in the
We
flag.
certainly
Nice.
want
No, but I
immigration,
was thinking
legal
like the
immigration.
Berlin
How many
Wall, so
damn
American
times
flags
do we
on
have
top
to
of that
say
broken
that?
hammer and sickle.
Legal immigration done in an organized
Can I
way to
just
make
do a hammer
sure
and
that
sickle
we
with a
take
giant
care
piece
at
of
the
shit
same
on top
time
of it?
of the people
You
who
could do
live
that
here.
too.
We
Like
can't
shit
take
on
on
this.
every person from every country who
Hold
has
on,
a problem in the
hold on. Where's
entire
he at?
world,
I've got
especially
another
all
one.
at
Where's he
once.
at?
I find the conversation demeaning to us in a
Where's
way
he at?
because there's
It's on
no,
top there.
Damn it.
underlying desire to do anything
Nah, there's
about
another one I'm looking for.
elections or that this is some kind of MAGA effort or whatever it's been called over a period of time. What it is if you talk to a lot of people, if you all go back to your district and you listen to them, they will tell you that they're tired. They're tired of paying so many taxes. They're tired of so much crime. They're tired of so many problems. They're tired of having open borders. That doesn't mean we don't have immigration. Of course we do. It's a good thing. We were all immigrants, but we
Yeah, I remember the
are
angel.
tired in America of the fact that we just can't take care
I'll
of
show
the
you a
entire
couple more.
world all at once. We pay
Okay.
for everything.
You want to
We
know what
do it
Congress
as
looks
much
like
as
on
we
their way to
can.
work?
We take in a lot of people. We have record amounts of
Or in Clown
immigration
World.
legal in our country, but we can't do
You want to know what
all
goes through
at
Democrats'
once,
heads
whether
every time they think
communist
of
or
one of
not
their laws?
communist, whether a dictatorship or not. We can't take, if we
Is that
took on every person from
Perfect.
every country in the world that wasn't treated right, there'd be no America left. Now let's tell the truth. Let's be intellectually honest.
Coop, you should do a hammer and sickle flag, but instead of a sickle, have a dildo in the shape of a sickle.
That is a
You realize that
possibility.
people have different
Because
opinions.
that's what communism does to you. It fucks you in the
I'll wrap
ass.
No,
up.
actually, no,
That's
no.
like when
It is
that one night
disturbing
Dark said
when you
something. We were
accuse
going over the
people of
MVE
something
stuff, which I covered,
just
then Dark
because you
did.
disagree
And then I
with
told Dark, I
There's
said, "You
no
wait, the next day
underlying
I'll have some
secret mission
MVE
here
plasma
of
cuts."
politics. This
And
is simply
hold
that
on,
the
I'll show
system
another
we
one.
have is broken.
I gotta
It
do
has
that.
to be fixed.
Hey,
It
Bull,
has
Coop.
multiple stages and
It's
multiple
funny you mentioned that,
times,
Bull.
and we have to
If you
take
did that
care
for
of our
Antifa.
American people.
I got
I
to do a
yield back.
touch up on the paint, and I got to put it
Chairman,
together.
seems to me we recently
Again?
actually had a vote on the issue of socialism, and there was
What
only
we
one
got
party
here?
that was divided.
But
on
this
whether
is
they
another one.
should
One of the
continue
guys won that
socialism,
I got to mail out.
and
So it's the
or
Killdozer
deal with
with
that
MVE on the bottom of it.
and
Yes.
party that was.
Yes. That's awesome.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Not. The question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No.
No,
Coop. The chair knows have it. The amendment is
This
not
is
referred
another
to.
one I got to mail out. This is the whole
The recorded vote is
AFT.
requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Isa.
No, but instead of the Soviet flag, you could do with the Antifa flag
Mr.
and
Buck.
have the dildos
Mr.
on
Isa
there.
votes no. Mr.
Oh
Buck.
yeah.
Mr. Gates.
This is the
Mr.
way.
Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr.
This is
McClintock.
one of my
Mr.
favorites
McClintock votes
that
no.
I got to
Mr.
mail out.
Turner.
This one's going to
Mr.
Bacon.
Stickney votes no. Mr.
The
Massey.
six zipper
Mr.
Tyrannus.
Massey votes no. Mr. Roy.
Yeah.
Thus to
Mr.
tyrants.
Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop. Ms. Sparks. Ms. Sparks votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald.
And you got a lot of them, Coop.
Fitzgerald votes no.
Oh,
Mr.
dude, I got a
Price.
ton I got to
Mr.
mail
Price
out.
votes no.
Go
Mr.
lay down,
Klein.
Daddy, dude.
Mr. Klein votes
Matter
no.
of fact, you
Mr.
got to
Gooden.
read me, woman. Go
Mr.
lay
Gooden
down.
votes no. Mr.
Matter of fact,
Rendry.
nighttime music. Lay
Mr.
down.
Rendry votes no. Mr. No.
No.
Mr.
Find
No
you
votes
some
no. Mr.
PJs.
Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley. Mr.
PJs.
Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman.
There's another one I would
Lee votes
recommend
no.
make.
Mr. Moran.
America's
Mr.
not
Moran
yet
votes no.
lost.
Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt.
Well, I think any American flag flag I'm cutting these days is
Fry
going to
votes
be
no.
upside
Mr.
down.
Nadler. Mr. Nadler votes
Upside
aye.
down.
Ms. Lofgren. Ms.
You know what the
Lofgren.
upside down
Ms.
American
Jackson
flag means, right?
Yes, I do. I know
Ms.
what it
Jackson Lee
means.
votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
That's how I wear it on my bag every day.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Johnson of Georgia
Ooh,
My
votes
that's
aye.
fucking
country's not
edgy.
doing that.
Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Cicilline votes aye.
Oh,
Mr.
you see,
Swalwell. Mr. Lou. Mr. Lou votes aye.
my
Ms.
bag that I
Jayapal.
carry every day
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes aye.
That's my
Ms.
flag.
Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Magoo. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar votes aye. Ms. Ross. Ms. Bush. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy votes aye.
No, Dark's actually
Alderman
off
Crockett.
of his timeout right now. He's got some other stuff he's working on.
He's just a country dentist. All right.
That girl's kind of cute. I'd smash her.
The clerk will
Just saying.
report.
Look, don't talk about Sheila Jackson Lee like that. The rest of us
Savage
might need to eat something later.
amendment is not.
Oh, you dirty
know,
bastard.
You should have known that was coming. That was right over the plate.
Oh.
Nothing but
Point of
heat.
order.
Oh.
Coop, you know who Sheila Jackson reminds me of?
Who's
Amendment
that?
to the amendment in the nature of a
Whoopi
substitute
Goldberg.
offered by
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is
Yeah.
recognized to explain his amendment.
I could see that. They're both stupid.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No, they had I don't know if I told you this,
Third
Coop,
attempt
but
at trying
my
to address the,
at my college commencement speech,
liability language in this,
Sheila Jackson Lee was the one that gave it.
provision.
I think you told me
As
about
we've
that.
discussed previously.
I got up and walked
Item
out whenever
5
she did,
is
dude, because I was like, I'm not listening to this
I
shit.
would have. I'd have been
make
like, dude.
overstaying a visa a crime for
Yeah.
the first time in our history.
I went over and shot the shit with my my wife and
Person
her family and
overstays
stuff.
their visa, they're already subject to removal. So the addition of a criminal penalty is cruel and unnecessary. It's certainly more than
Overstaying a
is
visa has
needed
always
here.
been a crime,
And as we
jackass.
discussed
It's
previously,
always
I
been a
think
crime, but nobody
perfectly
enforces
legal and
it, sadly.
permitted with respect to criminal provision that has no mens rea requirement or intent requirement. And we've also discussed a few moments ago issues of
These are the
physical
same
capability.
idiots
The
that would
language
charge
here
you
ex-
and throw your
expressing,
ass in prison for 5 years
references emergency
because you had a
medical
gun they don't
situations,
like.
or
Even
other
if you didn't know the
situations
law,
which may be deemed
you didn't
humanitarian
have
in
any
nature. I
intent to break a
recognize the
law or
opposition on
anything.
the other side
They
with
throw your
respect
ass in
to
jail for
some
5
of
to 10
the
years.
other versions of this that we propose. So here we
So
we
them even
suggest
mentioning mens rea or
exceptional
anything like that is
exigent
a joke.
circumstances as compromise language to try and address their concerns, but also limit criminal liability to issues where
I mean, I've
crime
I've
has actually
seen people
been
who,
committed, and by
you know,
that
they
I mean
ordered all the parts
some
to
kind
build
of
a gun. They
intentional
didn't
act
know
that
the
is
laws about barrel lengths and shit, and they fucked up and built a short barrel rifle.
So,
Yeah, my wife said, "Yeah, they have one
Mr.
in
Yes,
today."
Chairman, I
yes,
apologize.
So it's like,
Flashback, I
look,
apologize.
dude, you
So,
need to go ahead and put the right barrel length on that.
yes, yes.
And they did.
So with that,
they
I
fixed it up.
request the
But they
support
had
and,
no idea they were holding a 10-year
Counselor yields
felony in
back.
their hands.
Does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
What'd you weld today?
Point of order is withdrawn. Mr.
Get the
Moran.
muzzle brake on it, right side up this time?
I presume Mr. Ivy, when he was saying Your Honor was speaking to me,
Yes, I
so
did,
I'll
but you know what I
respond.
did forget?
Thank you, Mr.
Fair
Ivy.
enough.
Just to make a
Fair
couple
enough.
of points about this. I know we've talked
Just
about
they
this
just run it
over
too,
the
it's
past
just a
couple
barrel
of
Did it
months.
at least go
Just to
over
take
the
the
muzzle
last piece
brake?
of this language, which may be deemed humanitarian in nature, I just want to say the language is overly broad and ambiguous, even if the intent of this particular amendment was well-founded. That particular language would make it very hard to enforce, and in fact, give Secretary Mayorkas the ability to say everybody falls under that.
I'd rather have known that, but I had to take it right back out.
Again, the
Monkey, get
language
out
in this
there.
particular provision in
Go find
Section
some pajamas,
501,
go.
502 provides for 10 days.
You should have been in bed already.
The stay period that's allowed before this statute actually kicks in. It's a reasonable period of time. There's still
I'm gonna die old age
discretion
before
out
they
there,
get
as
to
we
this
mentioned
damn pistol
earlier.
brace shit.
And back to the mens rea.
The pistol brace
issue
one's the last one,
earlier.
right?
Again, there's other examples. of
Technically,
crimes
this
such
is
as bigamy and
this is
possession
like
that
6
in the
bills
law
that
do
were
not
rolled into
require
one bill.
mens rea.
So
That
technically, this
simply
was
is not
one bill
necessary here as well.
that they've
Got a-
been
Gentlemen,
on
yield.
since 10 o'clock this morning.
Yield to Mr. McClintock.
I'll take it. I just want to add one thing. If you read
Because
the
every
amendment, such
Democrat's
shall apply to
got
any
like
alien
5
who
amendments they
demonstrates
want to throw
exceptional or
into this
exigent
shit that they
circumstances,
know
including emergency medical
aren't going to
situations
go
and other
anywhere.
situations
What's next? They
may
make a
be
law
deemed
where you can't
humanitarian in
speak
nature.
anymore,
That is
like you did in
precisely
Canada.
why we
Hey,
have
if you
case
speak against
by
the
case
government, baby, they
parole,
will.
which we are trying to reestablish under the law.
Then it's a contradiction of our country.
This you simply stated why we have an individual parole for people whose emergencies do not allow the time to go
Does it
through
mirrors that
the
water
normal
kind of green
process.
now? If you look under the desk there.
And at the same time,
Dude, mine would look
your
brownish
administration
because
has
it would be
destroyed that whole
straight bourbon.
concept of case-by-case parole in favor of making broad categorical changes. So this is redundant. The whole purpose.
And making what they would make, I could afford some really good bourbon, like
Will the
some
gentleman
Happy
yield?
Van
I
Winkle,
will yield. Thank
which
you.
I would
Thank you,
like
Your
to
Honor.
try one day.
With respect to the language, situations may be deemed humanitarian in nature. I would note that it's conjunctive and not disjunctive. In other words, it's connected by the term "and." So the language.
I
that
love how
precedes
morons
it
try to
would have
like
to
use
be,
big words,
in
thinking
place
it makes
as
them
well.
sound more
It's not
intelligent.
separate and wouldn't stand alone.
Most of these people are crazy college
Humanitarian
professors.
in nature wouldn't be the sole basis for an exception here under this language. So I think that's addressed. With respect to the bigamy example, I guess that scenario where somebody got married but didn't realize that's no intent. They didn't intentionally get married, or they didn't know they got married. I don't know that it's a good example.
These guys are morons, man.
I think with
The
respect
fuck is he talking about?
10 days.
This shit makes no sense.
Not notice that.
A relatively short period of time for a criminal's provision to kick in. And we're not asking for people to.
The only way you're going to get married is if you have a
automatic
forced
exceptions.
marriage.
I think exceptional or exigent circumstances is a relatively high standard with respect to.
Like
an
I said, this
excused,
is the same guy who
mistake
was
or,
fine with you going to jail
violation
because
of
you
this
had a gun they
provision.
didn't
So
like,
we're trying
or
to
you had a
respect
gun
the
they
fact
didn't
that,
like, and a
our
place
colleagues
they
on the
didn't
other side
like.
of the aisle have concerns, and they don't want to make this,
Even though you were no threat to
exception.
anybody.
However, there obviously going to be scenarios.
This is the same
where
mindset where marijuana was
sick,
being
hospitalized,
illegal.
this pandemic. I won't use
Yeah.
the term acts of God
Yep.
because I know that
Yeah.
bothers some people, but
I don't even
certainly
smoke weed,
scenarios
dude. I don't even like
Neither
this
do
shit.
I. I don't
definitely
smoke.
one of those.
But like
where
I
10
can
days
I can
passed,
relate
had
though,
courts
you
that
know.
were closed
I
for
can
18 months to,
I can understand their
No,
with that, I
suffering.
no,
would
but just saying they're
Would
afraid
the
of something
gentleman
that's not
yield?
even something to be afraid of.
I
No.
don't
The
smoke,
gentleman.
Yes,
but I
Mr.
drink, and I
Eisen,
don't
sure,
think
go
we
ahead.
Thank you.
about
Thank you for
anything more
yielding. I don't
about
want to
weed than I do
consume
about
much time,
drinking a
but
beer.
there is one thing that
You know?
hopefully our folks on the
Just
other
don't
side
drink
of
and
the
drive
aisle
and don't
will
even smoke and drive.
appreciate, and that is
Huh?
that nothing in
I
this
didn't realize you were talking about
legislation
weed, so I just heard you
requires
say,
the
"I
U.S.
don't
attorney
smoke."
to
I was about to
prosecute
call you
any
and
of these
Oh,
I was
fucker,
overstays.
everybody's seen me
And I think that
smoke. I'm talking about
prosecutorial
smoking weed.
uh,
didn't catch that.
And the
decision
only
making
reason,
by
the
U.S.
only reason I don't
attorneys is
smoke weed
pretty
because you'd
common.
have a
So the
shit
reality
fit.
is,
I
for
got
most
no shit.
overstays, they would simply be
I
removed. And if
that
they
scared me fucking
obviously met a
shit
high
out of
standard
me
or for
today.
some other
How's
reason
that?
were
Like you
justified,
almost,
then and only
almost
then
put my gun.
would a U.S. attorney spend his or her time
I
actually
didn't.
prosecuting the individual. So I think this exception
He was
is
planning on going to the
unnecessary
range,
because it would
and he
be
wanted to check.
unlikely
It
to
was a
ever
shotgun.
prosecute somebody who had met any
The bore
of
the
the
shotgun,
criteria that
see
they're
how it
saying.
looked.
And I thank the gentleman for yielding.
I was
Mr.
in the
Chairman,
back, kind of
the
little machine.
gentleman's
I
time's
couldn't
expired.
see like the door.
Mr. Gentleman from Maryland, seek recognition.
just briefly.
I got up and went to walk to like the
I'm sorry.
bathroom
I'm
or
sorry.
something.
Got to get somebody to yield.
Way down.
Ms. Jayapal's
All
recognized.
right, love you.
Thank you.
Go
I
down.
yield to the
Give
gentleman.
your mom a hug.
Thank you.
Go down.
We discussed prosecutorial discretion a few
Quit getting
minutes
back
ago,
up.
and I think
Yes,
we
quit
made
getting
it
up.
clear then, and it's
Go.
I don't think there's any doubt about it, that
Here.
prosecutorial discretion
Couldn't
is
see
not a
the door.
substitute for
Uh,
mens rea
When
requirements,
will
goes
this
walking that
mayhem
direction,
or basic
and
elements of a criminal law
and I
violation.
see like
Because if that were the
a
case,
barrel
you
and
wouldn't
just the
need
shape of
intent
somebody
or
looking
knowledge
down it,
in any criminal provision. You can
kind of
always
in
say
my
that
direction.
the prosecutors just don't have to bring the case.
Fucking shit
But
out of me.
obviously, that's
I
not
didn't
how
see him.
federal law,
I
any
just saw a
state
person.
criminal law, or common law
Saw somebody
is
put a fucking gun at me.
structured. So I don't think
Oh
that's
yeah, I've been ready to pull too.
Yeah,
I
my
did
heart
want to make
dropped,
one
and I'm
last point
like,
with
God damn
respect
it,
to
Pat,
this
don't
too.
fucking do that.
The chairman of the
What?
U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops,
I didn't realize it was you pointing the gun.
migration,
I thought somebody was
language
fixing to
to
get
us,
froggy.
a letter in which they expressed concerns about
You know,
this overall bill.
mentioning
In
Catholic
some
bishops
specific
on a
provisions, I'll read
subject
it.
to where
Among the problematic provisions in this
85,000 children are
combined
missing
bill that the
young children is probably not your best defense.
To the measure are those that would.
Just saying, they got a habit of
particularly relevant here.
Doing stuff that's
Criminalize
not
visa
something I would ever do.
overstays even those that are
Yeah.
inadvertent or based on
Like the
pending
Vatican?
adjustment of status.
Then again, there is our
I would ask that
president
this be
who
made part of the record,
could
Mr.
probably get
Chairman.
along with the
Without
Dalai
objection.
Lama at this point.
And with that, I'll yield back.
Wouldn't surprise
Gentleman
me.
yields back. Does anyone else?
Well, have you seen
I'm
the
sorry,
story
please
about the
chime in.
Dalai Lama sticking his tongue out and telling the young boy
I
to
yield
suck
back,
it?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh
Gentle
my
lady yields
God,
back. Anyone
dude.
else seek recognition? If not, the question occurs on the amendment offered by the
Yeah,
gentleman from Maryland.
that's
All
the
those in favor
thing.
say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. Depending on the chair, the noes
I'm
have
sure
it. The
him
amendment
and
is not
Biden
agreed
would
to.
have a great
Roll
conversation.
call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
See, what's up, brother man?
No,
Mr.
that's
Jordan
another
votes no.
thing. Whatever happened to,
Mr. Issa?
whom,
Mr. Issa votes
Epstein?
no. Mr. Buck?
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes no. Mr.
Yeah,
Johnson?
see, I like to
No.
throw up too.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no.
I'm tooling. I
Mr.
saw it. I was
Tiffany?
tooling through my
Mr.
YouTube
Tiffany votes
feed,
no.
and I
Mr.
follow
Massey?
Now This News
Mr.
because
Massey
they're a
votes
bunch
no.
of leftist pricks,
Mr. Roy?
and I like to see what they're talking
Mr.
about.
Roy votes no.
And then all of a sudden,
Mr.
the
Bishop?
Dalai Lama thing popped up, and I
Ms.
was like,
Sparks?
"This can't be. It is
Mr. Fitzgerald?
shit."
Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Bentz?
I'm
Mr.
telling you,
Bentz
dude,
votes no.
that meteorite
Mr.
can't
Klein?
get here soon enough.
Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels?
No.
Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore?
Are you
I
buying
just-
meteorite?
Mr. Moore votes no.
Where you
Mr.
bought a
Kiley?
meteorite?
Mr. Kiley
That
votes
big
no.
meteorite
Ms.
that
Hageman?
takes the Earth out can't
Ms.
get here
Hageman
soon
votes
enough.
no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes no.
Oh, you're
Ms.
talking about
Lee?
the one that's colliding with us.
Ms. Lee votes
Yeah.
no.
It
Mr.
needs
Hunt?
to land dead in the middle of Washington, D.C.
Mr.
That way
Fry?
I know them pricks get
Mr.
it
Fry
first.
votes no.
But yeah, it
Mr.
can't get
Nadler?
here soon enough.
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren?
Yeah, we got a
Ms.
bigger
Lofgren
issue
votes
besides the
aye. Ms.
meteorite.
Jackson Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye.
You know what that
Mr.
would be?
Cohen?
Hmm.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Try the Yellowstone
Mr.
volcano.
Johnson of Georgia votes aye.
Oh yeah, the
Mr.
damn
Schiff?
super volcano. Yeah,
Mr.
If that
Cicilline?
goes off, we're done.
Mr. Cicilline votes
maybe
aye.
we can get that Joker to
Mr.
kick off,
Swalwell?
and then the meteorite will hit. What's
Mr.
up,
Liu?
Brooke Cheney? How's it going?
Mr. Liu votes aye. Ms.
Brooke,
Jayapal?
they're going.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa?
We started this stream at 10
Mr.
o'clock
Correa
this
votes
morning.
aye.
Believe it or
Ms.
not,
Scanlon?
this is the second end of
Ms.
this.
Scanlon votes aye. Mr.
They were
Neguse?
supposed to go through a border
Neguse
bill,
votes
and
aye.
then we're
Ms.
supposed to
McGrath?
go through a
Ms. McGrath votes
resolution
aye.
on
Ms.
the
Dean?
pistol brace ban, where
Ms.
they could
Escobar?
stop the
Ms.
ATF
Escobar
from
votes
doing
aye.
their pistol
Ms.
brace.
Ross? Ms. Bush?
We haven't even
They
gotten
still
it.
haven't got to
Aye.
the pistol brace
Mr. Ivey
yet
votes aye.
Yep.
since 10 o'clock
Schiff.
Mr.
this
Schiff, you are not
morning.
recorded. Mr. Schiff votes aye.
There's going to be a fat
Ms. Sparks, you are not
skeleton in
recorded.
this chair
Ms. Sparks,
before they get this damn thing. At
Any
this
other
point,
members wish to vote? Not the
A
clerk
fucking
This might
fat
be-
skeletor.
it's going to be a
Coop.
fat skeleton.
Coop, this might be an advantage for us, though.
Dude, the advantage to this is, well, I won't say,
Mr.
I
Chairman, there are
can't say that, I
14
can't
ayes
say
and
that, I
22
can't say
noes.
that, I can't say
The
it.
noes
say
have
don't
it. The
say
amendment is
dude.
not agreed to. Gentleman from Rhode Island. seek
Can't
recognition.
say it.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Reserve a point of order.
Point of order is adjourned. Mr.
There's been
McClintock,
more
and the clerk
Republicans
will
than
report
there's
the amendment.
Democrats in the chamber right now.
Oh, God.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. McClintock.
Without
Oh,
objection, the
she's
amendment
pretty
will be
cute.
considered as
Yeah,
read.
bro,
The
you
gentleman is
went to
recognized
some
explain his amendment.
serious hearings.
Thank you, Mr.
there.
Chairman. This amendment
I
amends
remember
section
those.
602 of Title VI
You guys
to
went
allow adjustment of
all damn
status
night,
applicants to
which is
continue
where
to
this is
access
headed.
work authorization. This bill drastically limits the use of the parole power and further limits which parolees may actually obtain
Martin
work
Kaminsky,
authorization.
what's up, brother man?
Additionally, a large variety of parolees are eligible for work authorization. This bill will in fact shrink that
Oh,
dramatically.
Martin, you
The
dick.
bill limits work
Yeah, no, I'm
authorization
not falling
specifically to
asleep before
two
Jerry
classes
Nadler.
of
I
potential
will
parole
make that
recipients:
pledge.
the spouses and minor children of
I
active
gotta
duty
like start
service members
striking
and
myself with a
certain
light
Cuban
socket
family
over
members
the
of U.S.
desk.
permanent residents. This
Coop?
bill specifically states
Yeah.
anyone else who is granted
What
parole
time did you start
may not
rolling
accept
this?
employment.
Dude,
With this
I
limitation, the
started the
bill bars a
initial
wide
stream at 10 10
group of
o'clock this
often
morning.
highly
Yeah,
skilled
but
immigrants
what time
from
again?
being able to accept employment.
What time? Hold on,
Applicants
what?
for adjustment of
What time did
status.
you do it again?
Because
No.
our legal immigration system
Oh,
has
I
not been
started
meaningfully updated in
this
30
because they
years.
had a
Some
break,
professionals with badly
and
needed
I
skills are
restarted
unable to
this,
obtain
what,
non-immigrant or
2
temporary
hours and
visas
15
because
Yeah,
of
about 2.5
arbitrary time
hours
or
ago.
numerical limitations.
Because
However, some of these
I had to tell you
professionals
this
can
'cause
file
Guns and
green
Gads
card
is just quirking
applications,
you now at the
allowing
same
them to
time.
obtain parole and work authorization to work in the United States. A great example of this is the Physician National Interest Waiver Program.
Now, I mean, I knew
Through
a
this
lot of
program,
people were
doctors
going to
can
try
apply
to be
for green
covering
cards if
this
they
because
agree to
hell,
work full-time in a
I mean,
medically
the more the
underserved
merrier.
area for 5 years. While they can file the application before they start
Yeah,
working,
bro,
the green
3
cards are
days
only
worth of
issued
20-hour
after Homeland Security
meetings.
verifies that the
Good
doctors completed their
God, you're a
5-year
warrior.
commitment. National interest waiver doctors without non-immigrant status
At that
must
point,
apply
I'd just
for
be like,
parole
grab
and
myself
work
by the back of the
authorization to
head,
complete their
slamming my
5-year
head into
commitment.
a desk.
Because this bill, as it's currently written,
Just
does
trying
not
to make
allow
the pain
parolees who are
stop.
green card
I would
applicants
need
to work,
copious amounts of
it would
cocaine
prevent
to
some doctors from being
fucking
able
do
to
that.
access this program.
No, I
Handle
do.
that shit.
I wouldn't
need
need coke, dude. I'd
the
need
most
Xanax. I'd
underserved
just
areas
be
in the United
crushing
States.
them
And that's just
up.
one
Freaking
example.
just.
I'm sure this was an oversight in the drafting. To correct this, my amendment would add green card applicants to the list of parolees who can accept employment. I can't see any reason
Take
that
it
all my
easy.
colleagues would not support this simple,
Take it easy,
common
Brooke.
sense fix.
Be cool.
I urge you to help highly skilled professionals have the
Yeah,
ability to
well,
continue to work
there's
in
a
the United
point
States,
where warrior
particularly
and
after the example I
sadist
gave,
kind of
which is
meet.
so urgent.
Just
With that, I
saying.
yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman
I
insists
think-
on his
Why do you
reports.
think I call some of
Point
my
of order is
streams the Share the
withdrawn.
Pain
Seeks
streams?
recognition.
Well, that bacon name those. I can't take credit for the name.
Gentleman from Wisconsin, seek recognition. Gentleman's recognized.
The gentleman is recognized as a complete asshole. I wouldn't last no time in these hearings.
Would the gentleman entertain a question?
Of course.
So who are you?
Would the gentleman entertain a question? I'd entertain hookers at this point.
Adjustment of status applicants.
You know, I
And
really
an
feel sorry
example
for
I
the guy
used
that's
is
typing
the
all this
Physician
shit.
National
That guy on
Interest
the right
Waiver
side.
Program.
Oh God,
This is a
yeah. You know the
program, again, for
stenographer's got to
doctors
be sitting over
who
there
can
like,
apply for
make the
green cards if
pain
they agree to work
stop.
full-time in a medically underserved area for 5 years. While they can file their application before they start working, the green card is only issued after Homeland Security verifies that the doctors completed their 5-year commitment. That's just one example.
Yeah, that guy's he's probably blinking his eyes. Morse code, kill me now.
You can get a camera on him and it's Morse code. Kill me now, please.
Service members
Make it stop.
accessing work authorization. This will
How did you get into my
allow that for
email?
people who are applicants for adjustment of status.
I know you got my phone, but you can't get into my. You can't have my email.
I think
That's
Dark
right.
wants to join on here.
I don't see him yet. I'll plug him in as soon as he gets here.
I would just say in regards to this, we don't believe that this is necessary under this bill, but I'd be happy to.
I don't believe this is necessary under this bill. However, I do think euthanasia would probably be really good right now.
Necessary to do this under the bill that
Dude's
speaking
pulling his shotgun out from underneath his desk right now, loading it, going,
Restricts people who are eligible for work authorizations to 2 categories. People who have a certain Cuban family members who are permanent U.S. residents or children of active duty service members. It precludes people
black
who are
racer
applicants for
floored
adjustment
the
of
brakes on
status
the dirt
from
road.
getting a work
That damn black
authorization.
racer took off through them
It
woods so damn fast he
restricts
looked like
in those
Usain
areas.
Bolt.
So I think the language of the bill as drafted
You
does in
chasing
fact
you when you
restrict
haul ass there?
parolees to
I
those 2
probably would, but I'm
categories.
fat and
And all
slow,
this
so
amendment
I
would
just
do
have
is,
to
and I
work
think
my
this was
way
an
through
oversight,
it.
all this would do is just allow applicants for adjustment of status for that example I used with the doctors to be eligible for.
Yeah.
So we're happy to talk to you about this offline and consider this. But at this time,
He's like, I'll be happy to talk to you offline on this because I don't want to say on record exactly what I want to tell you right now.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else seek recognition? If not, the question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman
You
from.
figure the damn stenographer for this, when you look at the
all those in
record
favor
for the
say aye.
hearing, it just looks like the
All opposed say
Peanuts
no.
teacher by now.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, the amendment is not agreed to.
No, it's
Board of voters request.
Yeah.
Call the roll.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr.
All
Buck.
right, let me go. I'll be back.
Mr. Isa votes no. Mr. Buck. Mr. Gates.
Ian, she doesn't look happy.
Mr.
Look at
Johnson
her.
of Louisiana.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs.
No.
Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock.
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop. Ms. Sparts. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels.
No.
Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman. Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Hunt votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Nadler.
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu votes aye. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Negus. Mr. Negus votes aye. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar votes aye. Ms. Ross. Ms. Bush. Mr. Ivy.
Aye.
Mr. Ivy votes aye.
Mr. Schiff?
Mr. Schiff, you are not recorded. Mr. Schiff votes aye.
Any other members wish to vote? Clerk will report.
Ms. Sparts, you are not recorded. Ms. Sparts votes no. Mr. Chair, there are 14 ayes and 21 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from Rhode Island.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved by Mr. McClintock. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. McClintock, offered by Mr. Cicilline.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Title I of this bill contains one of the most egregious and serious attacks on our asylum system that Congress has ever seen. And in fact, as I mentioned earlier, the asylum system in the United States was once described as the crown jewel of America's humanitarian efforts around the world by the evangelical community in this country. So this is a deeply respected system of humanitarian work. The provisions in this bill take numerous parts of the Trump administration regulation that is colloquially referred to as the death to asylum regulation. That regulation, you may recall, was struck down in court, but my colleagues on the Republican side have seen fit to resurrect it in the contents of this bill. My amendment would strike Title I from the bill. While this section is called the Asylum Reform and Border Protection Act, it doesn't reform our asylum system at all. It destroys it. This bill would, among other things, bar nearly everyone who transited through a third country to get to the United States, which would shut down asylum access to almost anyone who can't take a direct flight to, from their country of persecution. It also ends the right to asylum to anyone, including unaccompanied children, who crosses the border between ports of entry. Title I also massively expands the type of criminal conduct that can bar an individual from obtaining asylum and allows adjudicators to consider a broad range of evidence to determine the individual committed the crime. This includes facts not found by the criminal court or provided in the record of conviction. The bill also allows adjudicators to consider Interpol red notices as reliable evidence the applicant committed a crime. The inclusion of red notices as reliable evidence is particularly concerning as Russia and China abuse them to punish dissidents and Uyghurs. It's really kind of unbelievable that the majority would include in this legislation provisions that want to elevate red notices as reliable evidence given their known and widespread misuse. This bill also makes sweeping changes to the definition of various grounds of asylum, including particular social group and political opinion, which would bar many people who have legitimate protection claims from being able to attempt to obtain asylum. If Title I were to become law, we would no longer have a legitimate asylum system. I urge my colleagues to accept this amendment and really remove these really egregious provisions in this bill and restore America to the position of being proud of an asylum system that welcomes people fleeing war, famine, persecution, and other harms. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes myself in opposition to the amendment. Oh, point of order is withdrawn. Thank you. My friend from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline, has cited a number of times now how it apparently used to be an evangelical position. I think
it still is.
Okay.
You-
Well,
I just want to make sure that people know that, you know.
okay,
'Cause-
since I am one, and I don't think you profess to be, do you? An evangelical?
No, I don't, but
Okay, well,
I
let me
do
tell you
not-
what we really believe. Hold on. It's my time. Due in large part to our Judeo-Christian foundations and the deep religious heritage we enjoy in this country, America is the most benevolent nation in the history of the world, by far. It's not even close. But we cannot maintain our strength and generosity if we surrender our own safety and sovereignty. And preserving law and order and securing our borders should not be partisan issues. These are matters of common sense. And there are certainly responsibilities fully authorized by the Bible and expected of us by God. And if you want to get into that, I'll be happy to have a colloquy on the subject. But let me just say that providing refuge for individuals feeling persecution has been a central tenet of U.S. immigration law for decades. And the asylum process itself is a testament to our history as a beacon of hope and freedom and opportunity for millions around the world. But right now, the reality is, and the reason we're here, and the reason this provision is in the bill, and it's one I've been working on since I got here 7 years ago, is because the reality is stark and it is alarming. Because we've had drug cartels and activist judges and human smuggling operations and the open borders lobby and radical liberal administrations that have worked in tandem to undermine the integrity of this immigration system. And in the process, they've weakened the protections for those who are truly seeking a safe haven from persecution by forcing them into a years-long line in immigration court. And we all agree that the current asylum system is in desperate need of repair. And so this bill provides the necessary tools to fix it. Now, instead of proposing solutions to the real issues facing this system, our Democrat friends have resorted to their favorite talking point. You know, they call us who are proposing these bills, you know, racist and anti-immigrant and xenophobic and all that. But it's just the arguments are worn out. And far left groups have leveled similar accusations anytime anyone proposes even the slightest speed bump to open borders. And that's the reality. The ACLU, for example, has repeatedly described even the Biden administration's toothless border enforcement efforts as illegal and promoting suffering. And it's just an unsustainable situation. Look, everybody can see this for themselves on the news. We see the videos. We see the people piled on top of trains. We see the rush to the borders, and it's not a sustainable situation. And even some of our friends on the other side have acknowledged this problem tonight. And so this first provision, the first 43 pages of the bill, is essential to fixing the problem. And suggesting that you want to amend it and strike it out is just absurd. We are trying to. No, I'm not going to yield. You've talked a lot. We are here to solve the problem.
You talk too much. Shut the fuck up.
And you are not.
Wow. I wanted to
That's
read
funny.
you a biblical passage
okay.
of the
Let's
Bible.
do that. Yes, I will yield to that. Please
Thank
do
you.
that.
Thank goodness. You made reference to the biblical discussion. I want to read to you from Leviticus 19.
Yes.
When
bring
a
it.
stranger resides within your land, you shall not wrong him. The stranger who resides with you shall be to you as one of your citizens. You shall love him as yourself, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt.
Right. And that's always the verse that is cited by our friends on the other side to suggest that we're somehow, being unchristian for doing this. But here's the thing. Here's what you don't understand. Anytime you're going to try to apply a Bible verse, you have to understand it in its context. And this passage is often cited out of context. You have to see to whom the order is given. That order is not given to the civil authorities and the government. That order is given to individuals, to the community, to people. And yes, we're all called. Hey, we are. But you're trying to pass a law to make the civil authorities, the civil government do this, and that is not an order that is given to the civil government. That is a command given to people, individuals, and families. All of us on this side subscribe to that ideology. We do reach out to the sojourner, but it is not the job of the federal government to do it. And anytime somebody cites this out of order, they need to also know, and I'm glad I got 30 seconds, and maybe somebody will yield me some more because we could do this all day. But if you read the Bible in its appropriate context, you know that the Bible speaks favorably and consistently about distinct nations of people, about borders and walls that are built to guard and secure people, property, and jurisdictions. In Nehemiah in the Old Testament, he heroically led the Jewish remnant to rebuild the walls of Jerusalem after enemies had destroyed them.
Let me guess, they're still not on the pistol brace rule.
Noble work, because he knew that a nation is not a nation unless it has.
No, they're quoting Bible scriptures to each other right now.
Because we hate the people on the outside.
Okay, nice.
We build walls because we love the people on the inside. That is a Christian admonition that we follow, and we do it with all our heart. And so it's offensive to me for people who don't read the Bible to cite it out of context and tell me that I'm not following it. And I'll have this conversation all night long, and I'm out of time, unfortunately.
And nudged it.
Who seeks recognition?
Chairman.
Yes.
And then like tentatively bit it.
The gentleman's recognized.
Now you just been a little cool.
You are
There's no way.
not taking the Bible in proper context.
Oh.
Nehemiah led the
Mm,
Jews
yeah,
back
that's good.
to Jerusalem.
You take that 9 minutes.
Could be.
Part of the
Does it
Persian
smell right?
Empire.
Yes, Anthony, this is live. Yeah.
Everybody in the Persian Empire. So it was
No.
open, not closed.
No.
Yes.
Shauna, what's up, sister?
Okay, that's not right. So David was a cupbearer. Nehemiah was a cupbearer of the king. He was in Babylon at the time. He had the king's favor, and he went back, and he saw that the walls were smoldered. The walls of Jerusalem, the great city of David, that the walls were broken down and burned with fire, and it broke his heart. And so he called upon all the people, all the Israelites, and he said, "Come, let us rebuild the wall. We will no longer be in shame."
Claiming my time.
Yes, unfortunately.
That was all possible.
Thank you.
Because the
Oh
Persian
my
Empire
God.
defeated the Babylonian Empire, which had destroyed Jerusalem in the first place.
Buzzer.
And the Persian king, Cyrus the Great.
Jerry Nadler quoting scriptures about walls is funny because he looks like Humpty Dumpty and he needs to fall off of the wall.
Persian Empire.
Okay.
Not as a separate thing, as part of the overall Persian Empire,
I
which
didn't
included
yell, I
all the
merely
people
raised
who live
my
here
voice.
analogous
What did
to
you
the
do?
United States.
Yes, but
I yield back.
Wait, will you yield? I got to answer.
The gentleman yield.
Excuse me.
Oh, well, I did.
This is Celine.
Is that pee?
Thank you very much.
Well, it's gotta be, 'cause he didn't
there
have
was
anything else.
reference in my initial
Bobby,
remarks
did you
about the
pee-pee?
position of the evangelical
Was that
community. And while the chairman
Did you pee?
purported to speak for them, we have received a letter
Did you pee?
actually from the evangelical
Fellas.
immigration table. It's a list
Did you
of
pee?
Bethany Christian Services, the Council for Christian Colleges, the National
Yeah.
Association of
He didn't have anything
Evangelicals,
to
among
pour into
others.
it,
And
so
in
that
the
had to be
letter,
him.
they expressed deep concern about the provisions of this bill. In particular,
Good
and
job,
I'd like
Mother.
to read a portion of it.
Bubba, you can go
They
flush it with
say,
Mama?
We, are,
Go flush it.
we believe that God has made every human
Potty
being in
training.
his image with inherent dignity. This means that human life is worth protecting regardless of one's nationality.
Oh, some human lives ain't worth
gender, or
protecting.
any other factor. This belief is at the foundation of our asylum laws, which offer protection to those who reach the United States and can demonstrate a credible fear of persecution for reasons outlined in U.S. law. This does not mean that everyone who reaches the U.S. border should be allowed in, but it does mean that we ensure due process for those seeking asylum under the terms of U.S. law. We ask you to oppose any legislation that in any way undermines due process for asylum seekers. So they affirm again their long-standing belief of the important values that our asylum system presents. And I concur completely with the brilliant religious analysis by the ranking member, and the presumption that as a Jew I don't read the Bible was deeply offensive. I know you didn't mean it.
Oh, I didn't.
Dude, you have never spent a day of your life reading Torah. Don't say you're a Jew.
Did the gentleman ask unanimous consent to enter something in the record? I don't know. It's granted if you want to. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Real quick before.
I'm sorry. It's still the ranking member's time.
inform the chairman. Claiming my time, I simply want to inform the chairman that the proper pronunciation is not Nehemiah, it's Nehemiah in the original Hebrew. I yield back.
Duly noted. Gentleman
I
goes
don't,
back.
because I
Who
haven't
seeks
been to the
recognition?
store.
Mr. Biggs, recognize.
Yeah,
You
thank
want some
Mr. Chairman.
chocolate?
I'm going to yield to you so you guys can continue this riveting discussion. But I just wanted to point out that the letter that you just came into us as part of our record from Bethany Christian Services. Bethany Christian Services derives a significant amount of its revenue from us and the United Nations.
What do you do for fun? I bite the heads off the gummy bears.
They make money on the illegal human trade. And with that, I'm going to yield to the gentleman who's in chair.
I'm grateful for grateful for the yield. Listen, I don't. It's our Judeo-Christian history, and we call it the Old Testament, but we equally respect the book, and I know you do as well. But I just wanna point
Actually,
out,
no,
we
he
don't wanna- we
doesn't.
don't wanna
Just because he
belabor
can
this. We all
say
been here too
something
long.
that
There is
sounds
a deep
roughly
theological
Hebrew
discussion about this, but
doesn't
it is-
mean he
I
respects
think
the book.
it's unfair, and you don't mean to be unfair, I don't think. But when you guys on this side, when you imply that those of us on this side who are trying to strengthen the border and protect our country are somehow, it's been said several times here today, it's anti-Christian, it's immoral. It's the opposite of that. We love people, and yes, we're all made in God's image. We
You know,
learn
it's
from the Torah, from
it's
the Old Testament,
really
and the New,
disturbing
and because we're
when
all
you
made in
have
God's
someone
image,
calls
every
himself
single
Jewish
person has an
and they
inestimable
don't
dignity and
respect
value, and your
walls
value is not
or
related to anything, to the
firearms.
color of the skin or what
Because
your skin or what nation you
seems
come
like
from, or what
whenever
zip
they've
code you live
given
in, or
up
how
either
good
one
looking
of
you
the
are,
two, they
your value
kind
is
of got
inherent 'cause
fucked
it's given to
over
you by
pretty
your
hard.
Creator. We all believe that. So in order to protect our sovereignty and to protect our country and maintain our position as the most benevolent nation in the world, we have to have a secure border. You can't have a country if you don't have a border. That's what this is about. We're trying to be good to all people. We do want to be benevolent. We do want to be the refuge for those who are genuinely
Snoring
suffering
Rich,
persecution. But the reality is right now,
Noah
our
Nadler,
system
he
is
has
overrun
probably done
because
more
it
than
is
just
being
pee-peed
abused.
a
It
little
does
during
not
his
work.
hearing.
And that's why it's all clogged up, and that's why we're
You
in
would
good faith
probably
trying to
hate to
fix
be
it. Mr.
sitting
Lloyd,
next
yield
to
you.
him because
I
God
think I
knows
still
when my
control
son
the time.
shits
I'm
his
sorry.
diaper,
Oh,
it really doesn't
I'm going to
smell
yield to
good.
you in a second. I just want to emphasize that Bethany Christian Services receives $129 million in service revenue from the U.S. government and the UN, and that effectively is.
Well, the gentleman yield for just one quick question. It's
Yeah.
also signed by the Evangelical Association of America. What about them?
And they're a left of center group, and they have their perspective as well. Okay.
That Mr. Cicilline, I haven't done the research.
Left of
I haven't-
center.
I
Citing
haven't
an
done the research on
evangelical
those guys.
group that
I
signs on
have.
to shit
I
like
have.
this
Yes.
is like saying the
I
NRA
thank the gentleman for
and
yielding.
hey,
And,
look at our
everybody
background
knows
check bill.
That, our
Fuck
friends
off.
in Israel have a fairly well-regarded physical barrier along the West Bank that is
What'd you say, Coop?
quite effective.
Oh, I said citing
and
like an
secures
evangelical
the
group
state of
that
Israel
signs
quite
on
well.
to the Democrat shit
In fact,
about,
those
you
of us
know,
on both sides of the
borders
who
aren't
traveled to
Christian
Israel,
is like
who had
talking about the
seen
NRA
that
when it comes to
security
gun
fence,
control.
physical barrier,
And
know-
look at
know
our nice
full well how
background
successful it
check
has been
bill.
in helping to secure
Hey,
Israel.
look.
And
Look
I
at
would
this
note
beautiful
that Israel has
1934
also been
NFA that we
a
helped write.
state that has
Oh,
welcomed
yeah.
refugees,
For real.
like our country does,
I mean,
through legal channels and legal processes. Notably, recently,
the
from
head,
Ukraine,
the head,
to help,
head of the
folks from
NRA
Ukraine.
actually helped
Notably,
write New
in
York's
my
gun
travels and
control
going to
laws
hospitals in the northern part of
Yeah.
Israel,
and wanted them done
hospitals that were helping
nationally.
those from Syria get care, secreting them in and out so that those children would actually get care and not let them know that they got care in Israel because it would have been against the interests of the child. My point being that there are ways to maintain your ability to have a humanitarian state as we do, as Israel does.
You notice his
but
tie
also
keeps getting
maintain
looser and
security.
looser.
And I think that that demonstrates.
I've been half naked by now. I'd be
Mine
down in
would
my
be-
undies, dude.
Yeah.
Just sitting in a chair.
My tie would keep getting tighter and tighter and higher and higher because it'd be like, fuck it all. I've had too much to
Everybody
live for.
promises we're going to move along, then I'm willing to yield the rest of my time.
Just
Yeah,
yield
okay,
me so I won't have.
Mr. Cicilline, I'll yield some time to you.
Thank you. I
At
just want
this
to make
point,
this was
listening to these
clear.
morons, I'd be
In
trying
addition
to
defending
slit my
Bethany
wrist
Christian
with my
Services, which I
lapel
think does
pin.
really important work. The letter is also signed by the Council for Christian Colleges and Universities. I don't think you want to criticize them.
Oh,
And
I will
maybe most
criticize
importantly,
the shit
the
out of
Southern
them.
Baptist Convention.
Yeah,
I will
these
criticize
are
them too.
evangelical groups
Anybody
and the
else you
National
want to add on
Association of
the list?
Evangelicals. So in fairness, this is a group
Okay,
of
I'm
very
going to reclaim and give
evangelicals.
4 seconds to the chair.
Because I will
I am a Southern
criticize
Baptist
any
Associate
mofo who
trustee, and
says
I
we
work for
shouldn't have a
Christian colleges.
southern border wall.
Everybody can disagree, agree to disagree. Gentleman's out of time. Who else seeks recognition? All right. The question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Rhode Island. All those in
If
favor say
Jesus
aye.
showed up
All those
today,
opposed say no.
riding on his
Okay, the
horse
chair,
with
the
the
noes
name
have it. The
tattooed
amendment is
on
not
his
agreed
thigh,
to.
like it says
Recorded
in the
vote is
Bible,
requested. The clerk
and
will
said
call the
we
roll.
shouldn't have a border wall, I'd tell
Mr.
Jesus
Gordon
you're a
votes no.
fucking
Mr.
idiot.
Isa. Mr. Isa votes no. Mr. Buff. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson, Louisiana.
No.
Mr. Johnson, Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey.
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop. Ms. Sparks.
I literally saw a headline in the story today, and I'll have to find it,
Mr. Benz.
where a dude said
Mr.
he
Benz
was a
votes no.
third
Mr.
generation
Klein.
Holocaust
Mr.
survivor.
Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden. Mr.
Fit
Gooden
that
votes
into
no.
your
Mr.
head,
Van
please.
Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels.
No.
A third generation Holocaust survivor?
Survivor.
Okay.
Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley.
Can we ramp up that victim card a little bit harder, please? I mean,
Mr. Ram votes no. Miss Lee. Miss Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Hunt votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Mr.
what are you
Nadler.
so tickled with back there?
Mr. Naller votes aye. Miss Lofgren. Miss Lofgren votes aye. Miss Jackson
He
Lee.
started laughing like he's at the best comedy show he's ever been
Miss
to.
Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Sicily.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, even heaven has a gate. Apparently, God's got an elevator.
Mr. Lou
It's
votes
got
aye.
two
Mr.
ways, up and down.
Mr. Artwell votes aye. Mr. Correa.
I'll give you a little clue. Up has air conditioning, down don't.
Aye. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse votes aye. Miss McBath. Miss McBath votes aye.
They keep going. You guys are going to get a serious dose of Coop's sense of humor.
Miss Escobar votes aye. Miss Ross. Miss Bush.
Is Corey Bush in this hearing? Because I haven't heard her talk yet.
I don't know.
Other members wish to vote.
If Corey Bush is in this hearing, it's going to get fucking real.
I wonder if I can seek asylum from hell.
Dude, if I was in that meeting right now, I would seriously be looking for that clause somewhere. Because right now, there's somewhere in Dante's circles, I just can't figure out which one. Ask myself, was it the hookers? Was it the blow? What did I do to get myself here?
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Who seeks recognition?
I
Ms.
swear to
Jackel.
God, she wasn't underage.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Reserve a point of order.
Point of order reserved by Mr. McClintock.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
I think it would be rude to roll in a goddamn like hangman's noose and just put your own neck in it.
It would delay the effective date of Title III until
Oh
all
my-
families
I wanna
separated
make
by the
sure
Trump
I go.
administration's cruel
I mean,
family
you should
separation
have
policy
like
are
if you're really about your shit, you'd have it set up already.
Oh God,
You know.
man! I have it. If I was at one of those stations, I'd have it set up like an Inspector Gadget button
In
where I could just push
2018,
it
my
and the
colleagues and
noose
I
would
watched
pop
with
up.
horror
Oh,
as
Coop's
the
going again.
of the Trump administration's cruel and deliberate family separation policy. I was the
Is
first
it a
member of
fetish?
Congress
No,
to
I'm just
go
trying to
into
get
a
the
federal
fuck out of this
prison
hearing.
and talk to hundreds of parents who had been cruelly separated from their children.
I really
Some
shouldn't talk
as
this
young
bad in
as
front of my
just a
son.
few
I
months
forget he's
old.
there till he starts
I
laughing.
will never forget their stories of agony as they heard their
Oh,
children crying for
chick.
them in another room, but were unable
Unless
to
you
go
were
to them.
watching this hearing, you
Many
have
not
no
knowing
idea
for
about
weeks or
agony.
even months where their children were, going to the bathroom and finding their children sleeping, forcibly separated from them when they returned. Immigration agents told them, "Your families
You're
don't
the
exist
party that has
anymore,"
lost
and told
track
the
of
children that their parents had
85,000
abandoned them.
children
The vast
who have been
majority
sold
had
into
horrific
sex
stories of
slaves,
violence and persecution,
and
were
you
seeking
got nerve
asylum,
enough to talk
doing what
about
any parent would do to protect their children from violence.
I'd walk
and
over
even
there
death.
and literally like
And yet,
big
with
Ike
Republicans in
Tina
majority
Turner
at that
his
time,
ass. Just
not a single hearing, not a single hearing was held to hold the Trump administration accountable. In fact, I remember very clearly raising the issue right here in this committee room.
Oh,
was
I
sitting
realize
about where
this is better
Ms.
than this
Escobar
hearing,
is
but
during a hearing
they might
on
get to
something
something
completely
important
different and
before
demanded that
you're
Trump and
of
his foreign
driving
policy be
age.
brought to an end. But even as outrage across the country kept rising, even as former First Lady, Republican First Lady Laura Bush, even Senator Lindsey Graham, big majorities of Republicans and Democrats and independents across the country expressed outrage and shame at this policy.
Oh, don't
the
even mention
Republicans in
Lindsey Graham
Congress
side with
did
Democrats.
nothing.
Jesus Christ.
Nothing. Not a single hearing. And finally, the outrage grew so
Lindsey
enormous
Graham
that
grew a
former
set of
President
balls
Trump
right after
was
John
shamed into
McCain
doing the
died,
policy
and
6
then
weeks
somehow
after
he swallowed them again.
However, even during
He
that
used to
short
just
time,
deep throat John
nearly
McCain's balls.
4,000
I
families were
know.
separated,
Such
causing
simpler times, you
untold
know.
damage to these parents and children for years to come. When Democrats took the majority in 2019, we immediately launched investigations.
You know,
and
the
we
last
held
time I
multiple
thought I
oversight
watched something
hearings.
painful,
This
I tried to
committee
watch
even published
Zoolander.
a 400-page report
Oh, Jesus.
detailing our
That's
oversight
pretty
Yeah,
bad.
that was
and
painful.
providing a complete
This is
narrative of
excruciating.
inhumane family separation policy in the administration's own words. The investigation revealed that the Trump administration's family separation policy lasted far longer than is commonly known and was marked by reckless
Onto the
incompetence
phone.
and intentional cruelty. Cruelty. Worse still, the previous administration's officials knew that the government lacked the capacity to track separated family
Dude,
members.
if they
and
showed
moved
this in
forward with
Guantanamo
separation
Bay,
anyway.
it would be cruel and
This
unusual
cruel
punishment.
zero
Them some bitches
humanity
would have told
policy
you where fucking
impacted both
Bin
citizens
Laden
and
was in
immigrants
like
alike.
3 weeks.
Just last week, the New York Times revealed that as many as 1,000 U.S. citizen children were separated from their parents as part of this
What about all
policy.
those U.S.
Due to the
citizens
prior
that your
administration's
ass left
willful
in Iraq
incompetence,
or
efforts to
Afghanistan?
reunify separated immigrant
Afghanistan.
and U.S.
One
citizen
of those
children
sandy
continue to
countries.
this day. On January 2nd, 2021, President Biden established the Interagency Task Force on the Reunification of Families
Oh,
to
God.
continue this critical work.
She
And
talks
under the
about this
leadership of
shit. You know,
Secretary
Trump
Mayorkas,
had
the
task
force has
force
worked
set up to go
tirelessly
after
to
child trafficking.
identify the remaining separated
They
children,
were
to
busting child
facilitate their
traffickers right
reunification with
and
their
left
families,
and
provide needed
rescuing
support
kids.
services to reunified families,
Didn't hear
and
anything
to
about
prevent
it.
future family
Biden comes
separations.
in, they shut those
The task
task
force has
forces
now
down.
reunited more than 600 children who were separated from their families under the prior administration's zero humanity policy. However, nearly 5 years after this cruel
Hey,
and unthinkable policy,
I realize
today
it's fun to jump around with no
998
pants.
children still remain separated from their parents. And these families and children, including thousands more who have been reunited, continue to grapple with the trauma that the Trump administration inflicted on them.
Martin
I will never
Kaminsky,
forget the meeting with a daughter
I'm damn near
with-
to the
with
point
mother who
with
was
this
just
hearing
reunited
where I
with her
would
young
almost
daughter.
rather be
The
watching
mom said their
Zoolander
relationship
2.
would never be the same again because border
That
agents
while
lied
having
to her
bamboo
daughter,
shoots
telling
underneath
her
my
that her mother
fingernails
had
and putting an
given
Iron Maiden
her
and
up.
set on
I
fire.
will never forget these stories and these voices. And before we launch into another
Sounds like a
short-sighted
fun
and
night.
needlessly cruel crackdown on immigrants in the name of border security, we should make sure that the survivors of one of the most
I mean, if she
devastating
was
and
wearing black
disgusting
leather,
policies of
there would
prior
be a bunch
administration
of guys
are made
throwing money
whole.
at her right
I
now
hope my
for this
colleagues
amount
will
of punishment.
accept this simple and common sense
She
amendment.
missed her call.
You know, lady,
Why are
yields
you
back.
what are
Gentleman
you
insists
doing,
on a point of
child?
order. Point of order is withdrawn. Mr. Biggs is recognized.
I gave
Thank
you
you, Mr.
one
Chairman.
piece of chocolate and you're acting like I'd let you run a line of cocaine.
We actually did have hearings about the separated children. I remember it because Board Chief Carlos Provost.
Apparently, I'm
we
just
talked
supposed
her,
to hold the phone while he watches it.
and she told us of their efforts to reunite, and they were making efforts. And I will just tell you, we were talking, and this is it's not acceptable. We're talking a few thousand children. We're talking last year.
How come the bathroom scene from Full Metal Jacket seems like a really happy time right now?
Parents and children.
And in just the first 5 months of this year,
You
that
get
was
it.
already 272,000.
Maybe the YouTube censors won't.
It's on pace to eclipse last number by 100,000.
I've seen that damn movie so many times. Jesus.
Oh, hell yeah.
We are talking
Damn
about
private
here
pile, baby.
Are so enraged about yet. As we have
That
found,
motherfucker walk around with his pants down, sucking his thumb.
which may or may not be enough in your mind, but when you start talking about reckless
7.62
incompetence,
full metal
I
jacket.
start thinking of numbers like 85,000. That's what I think about. 85,000 children that the Biden administration's crackerjack team has lost contact with.
85
shit. You said the
85
quiet part out loud.
85,000 children that are presently working in sex
I
slavery.
think of intentional cruelty. I think of a border policy that suggests
All right, Z.
that and has turned over our border to the cartels. Where when
I'm
I've
serious.
been down to the Rio
This
Grande,
is to the point where
and
I think Democrats are really worried about solving immigration because they're worried about running out of sex slaves.
deaths is not fully representative of the deaths that have occurred. Well, why is it?
I got you, Z.
Because they don't count the numbers that the Mexican federales pull out of the river. They don't include those in our numbers. Because of the Biden administration's open borders policies and the Flores settlement, those aliens.
If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
Record numbers of aliens
Yep.
are generally released, but they're separated. So what we do is this bill, what it does is it actually keeps families united.
Coop, I'm gonna jump off and come back in a little while.
Yeah, well, you might as well jump off, beat off, and I don't know, rob a liquor store because we're going to be here for a while.
Right? I'll check back in.
By the time you hit parole,
So that's a huge loophole.
they'll have the vote.
yeah.
Why is
All right, man. Take it easy.
All right,
Shit.
brother,
I
man.
think of the time down in Yuma. I was talking to
Hey, Heath, at least he's waving around in
who
1911.
found this. They had found a young child who was being recirculated and rented out over and over again by the cartels, who was in this situation. They tracked that and they found that out because just by sheer happenstance, they discovered in South Carolina, in Charleston, hundreds of illegal aliens being released that were going to the same address. They wondered, how can that be? They go and they find this poor 12-year-old girl. She was ordered and compelled by this cartel member to take care of these smaller children. I believe they were ages 5 and 7. I think Representative Gates was with me when we saw this. And they were renting them out. This underlying bill prevents that. This is not a good amendment. I'm going to yield now to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates.
Dude,
I
freaking
was astonished to hear the gentleman from Arizona say that the number is now $450,000 that the Biden administration is paying to illegal aliens. Now, the only circumstance in which
Oh, yeah,
illegal
Z,
aliens
good stuff,
see their
man.
net worth rising by $450,000 is if they're given an original Hunter Biden painting on their way
Dude,
to
yeah.
being deported.
Robert,
That would be the
Yuri
only
Bezmenov. Did I do a show on
bad deal
Yuri?
for taxpayers.
I thought I did.
You'll bet.
If not, we
Gentlemen
got to
yield
do
back.
it
Does anyone else
because
have
Yuri Bezmenov was on point.
If not, the question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Washington. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Recorded vote is requested. The
Yeah,
clerk will
if
call
you
the-
look at that one famous lecture from Yuri Bezmenov,
Mr. Arthur votes no. Mr. Buck.
dude, he laid all this out and how it was going to happen.
Mr. Gates votes no.
I
Mr.
mean,
Johnson, Louisiana.
he was warning us
Mr.
about this in
Johnson,
the
Louisiana votes
80s,
no. Mr. Biggs.
and here we
Mr.
are.
Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Dude, Z, I'll look him up, man.
Massey votes no. Mr. Roy.
I'm losing my brain, but Tactical Pineapple, the old Tactical Pineapple, showed him on a show one night.
Mr. Fitzgerald.
And yeah,
Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels. Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman. Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Hunt votes no. Mr. Fry.
yeah, dude, I think I've seen that one too, Robert.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren.
But yeah,
Ms.
damn,
Lofgren votes aye.
freaking
Mr. Hudson.
Besmanoff, yeah. That dude
votes
was
aye.
warning us about this shit and warning us about this
Mr.
shit,
Johnson of Georgia.
and here we are. I showed it to my
Mr. Schiff.
students one day.
Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr.
We were
Sisling.
doing something in
Mr.
one of the
Sisling
classes.
votes aye. Mr. Swalwell.
I think it might have been
Mr.
like at
Wu.
the end of a semester, and we
Mr.
were
Wu
talking
votes aye.
about
Ms.
stuff.
Jayapal.
And I said, "Hold on, I got something you guys got to watch."
Correa.
And I showed it
Mr.
to them, and
Correa votes aye.
their
Ms. Scanlon.
jaws like hit
Ms.
the
Scanlon
fucking
votes aye. Mr.
floor.
Negus.
They
Mr.
were like,
Negus
"This
votes aye.
was
Ms.
when?"
Ms. Goff votes
So
aye. Ms.
yeah,
Quinn. Ms. Escobar.
yeah.
Ms. Escobar
He
votes
knew
aye.
where
Ms.
this
Goff.
shit was gonna go.
Ms. Bush. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy votes aye.
Come think about it, there are a lot of people that probably wouldn't be real happy I was sharing that to the rest of the class, but
The clerk will report.
yeah, it should be a requirement.
Mr. Chairman.
Really early in school.
Noes.
Watch
Notice
this,
that the amendment is
kids.
not agreed
This
to.
is
The amendment
history.
Seek recognition. Mr. Correa, seek recognition.
Here we are.
Amendment at the desk.
The clerk
He
will
told
report
us
the
not to
amendment.
take that particular off ramp, but here we are.
Gentleman reserves point of order. Ms. McClintock.
Substitute to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without
offered
objection, the
by-
amendment be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment deals with a group of model immigrants that all of us should be proud to have as our neighbors. Talking about immigrants.
Yeah, I
that
think
are
I've
either
seen him too,
employed
Warsaw.
or Studying.
But that's like that
They
Holocaust
have to follow
survivor who
and
gave
obey
the
all
speech
laws,
about not giving up your
essentially Model
guns.
members of our society. Some are police officers, others are sheriffs, some are
There are a bunch
firefighters,
of Native Americans that
others
would
are
testify
soldiers
to the same
serving
thing.
in our
Hey,
military,
giving up your guns
others
to
are
the
essential
government don't
workers,
end up well.
nurses, et cetera, et cetera.
But
My
hey,
amendment is a simple one. It would
what
strike
can I
the text
say?
of the bill, the complete text of the bill, and replace it with the bipartisan DREAM Act passed the last House, better known as H.R. 6, supported by 9 Republicans. It would provide vital protections for more than 3.4 million immigrants, many who have spent their total life in the United States. Americans,
this is
including the
enough
majority
to
of
make me want to
conservative
buy a
voters,
pogo stick,
support a pathway
fly to a
citizenship
place where there's lots of
for dreamers.
landmines,
And
and then jump up
71%
and
of
down on the
Americans,
pogo stick
including
just to see how
58%
far I can get.
of Republican voters are for protecting and providing a pathway
Is that a bad
lawful
thing?
permanent residence status for dreamers. Heard earlier today some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle talking about the fact that we need to take care of those here already in the country. Well, ladies and gentlemen, these are productive members of our society, working hard, obeying the
Yes,
laws.
some of them
If
are.
anybody-
Some of them
if
are
there's any
great
group
people.
that has earned the opportunity to earn a pathway.
So I'm
to
going to
citizenship.
turn you down just a little bit because you're spewing a bunch of BS anyway. But here's the deal. Let me make myself bigger. There are a lot of people that have a serious issue with like a amnesty deal. But we're to the point where we are past just a simple flesh wound, and we are to actual trauma surgery at this point. Trauma surgery is not nice. It's not the thing you want to have happen. It's very serious. You have to go in and repair some very serious tissue damage. But the first thing you do is stop the bleeding. Stop the hemorrhage, aka a border wall. Stop the hemorrhage. Once you stop the hemorrhage, then you can go in and you can start dealing with the damage. Okay. You can repair veins. You can, cut out damaged tissue. You can do all sorts of shit. So this is where I say we build the border wall. We look at people on an individual basis. Well, what has this person done? Well, they are a college student. They've been a doctor, whatever. Okay, we'll keep them. What has this person done? Well, he's raped and murdered 5 people. Okay, we're going to play country roulette with him. What do you mean? We are going to spin a wheel, whatever country that wheel lands on. We are simply going to fly a plane over and kick his ass out of it. With or without a parachute. It's simple. But no, here we are. We are illustrious rulers up here. This is where we're at.
They're provided with, among other things, daily nutrition, emergency medical care, personal hygiene and sanitary products.
Well, I'm afraid that the cartels own a lot of our government.
Blankets. 6, this amendment ensures that
there's only 2 excuses for what our government's doing right now.
State and federal child protection.
They're getting money from the cartels, or they're getting
7,
children for their own sexual
for those
pleasure.
children who are detained, the amendment ensures that they are separated from adults who are not immediate family members. Excuse me. Individuals with criminal convictions.
Over 85,000 kids just fucking lost.
Inmates exhibiting violent behavior. In short, the amendment
I have a 3-year-old sitting next to me right now on his potty. You think I'm losing him? I will burn this motherfucking country to the ground to find him.
Treatment for these kids that is certainly better than the prisoner of war scenario, and just consistent with our basic standards here in the United States and our treatment of children. And with that, I would request.
I like to spit my beard back.
And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman insist on his
This,
point of order?
this guy's standard for treating children is aborting them before they're born.
Mr. Biggs, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment just tries to, I guess, maintain the status quo. I'm trying to understand it in light of maybe suggesting that the Biden administration is not taking care of children. But if you go down and take a look, I mean, I'm thinking of.
Oh, I'm sure the Biden administration is taking care of children.
They
All
built a
right.
playground. They've got medical professionals there. The fact, I haven't been to a facility along the border. In the
Sniffing
last year,
children is taking care of them.
Personnel there. They're contracting with them. They're receiving appropriate care. They're not in jails. They have open access. They can go get out of their areas in Tucson. In fact, they have their new bedding, all the beds off the floor. It's hard to believe that we're dealing with this, trying to basically go back to a different status quo. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I just urge everyone to vote no and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, the question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Issa. Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Buck. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop. Ms. Sparks. Ms. Sparks votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels. Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman. Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Hunt votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Nadler.
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Nadler
Mr.
votes
Johnson of
aye.
Georgia. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu votes aye. Ms. Jayapal. Ms.
But
Jayapal
damn, I
votes
could
aye.
be
Mr.
watching
Craig.
roll
Mr. Craig votes aye.
call
Ms.
like rant
Scanlon.
right now.
Ms.
But
Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Nagoose. Mr.
no,
Nagoose
I'm
votes
watching
aye.
this
Ms.
hearing.
McBath. Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar votes aye. Ms. Ross. Ms. Bush. Mr. Ivy.
Aye.
Mr. Ivy votes aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Jordan.
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Tiffany, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 14 ayes and 23 noes.
The amendment is not agreed upon. We done? Gentlelady from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, earlier today, I was unavoidably detained in another committee hearing. I'd like to acknowledge for the record that for the Nadler Amendment, I would have voted aye. Lawford Amendment, 02XML, I'm not sure how they record it. The Lawford Amendment, I would have voted aye. Lawford Amendment, I would have voted aye. 07XML. And 01XML, I would have voted aye.
What was that?
Roy Amendment, I would have voted no.
Committee will be in order.
The Massey Amendment seems to voted by voicemail, and the Massey Amendment.
You just added
I'd like to have
56
those,
cents to your Optics
particular
Planet account.
notations of how I would have voted for
Gee,
amendments that I was not
thanks for
in
that
the
one.
room for because I was unavoidably detained, reflected in the record. Ask unanimous consent.
Without objection.
I yield back.
Question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended. This will be followed immediately by a vote on reporting the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in nature of a substitute is adopted. A reporting quorum being present, the question is on favorably reporting the bill as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
Just tracking number. That's got
The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Roll call being requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan.
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Isa. Mr. Isa
Hell
votes yes. Mr.
yeah.
Cook.
So I'm checking my
Mr.
emails.
Gates.
I'm checking tracking numbers right
Mr.
now.
Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Johnson of
I
Louisiana
should be
votes
getting
aye.
in
Mr.
some
Bish.
goodies by
Mr.
Friday.
Bish votes aye. Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany.
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey.
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop.
Fuck, I don't want to have to
Mrs.
sign in
Bishop
to check
votes
that
aye.
shit. Go away.
Ms. Sparts. Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Yes, Mr.
Should
Klein.
be here by Saturday.
Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr.
Oh,
Gooden.
fucking
Mr.
roll
Gooden
that.
votes aye. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Nels.
Yes.
Mr. Nels votes yes. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes yes. Ms. Hageman.
Yeah.
Ms. Hageman votes yes.
Committee
Mr.
will be in order.
Moran.
Committee will be in order.
Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes yes. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Hunt votes yes.
Damn, if I get all this shit in by Friday or Saturday, I'm gonna do some hell of some unboxing videos.
Mr. Taylor votes no. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Dude, I
Mr.
think I
Schiff.
remember Martin.
Mr. Schiff votes no.
I think
Mr.
I remember
Cicilline.
hearing about that
Mr.
cat.
Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell.
Mike,
Mr. Liu. Mr.
This
Liu
is
votes
the
no.
stream
Mr.
that will
Iapol.
not end.
Mr. Iapol votes no. Mr. Correa.
Fuck me running.
Mr. Correa votes no.
Which
Ms.
you
Campbell.
know, we started this stream
Ms.
at 10
Campbell
o'clock
votes
this
no.
morning.
Mr. Neguse.
To join my friend Tom Massey in voting no.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes no. Ms.
Shit,
Dean.
Mike. I didn't have one of those days at work
Escobar.
except for listening to
Ms.
this shit
Escobar
because
votes no. Ms. Ross.
I've got it set up and it's playing,
Bush.
but you know, I can't be on screen. I'm
Mr.
at
Ivey.
work. So
No.
Mr. Ivey
I actually
votes
log
no.
into the chat on my phone while I'm
Members who haven't voted
running
wish
around
to vote.
work. So my students think I have Tourette's the whole
Clerk will
time.
report.
I look like a fucking just snap out every 5 seconds. No, not you. No, you're doing this correctly. Just, you know, they turn up the amperage a little bit. Shit's like, fucking man. Like, they're like, God damn, Arms. He's fucking crazy. No,
Mr.
dude, I'm
Chairman,
listening.
there are 23
There's,
ayes and 15
no, never mind. You won't understand. Just go.
The ayes have it.
Go do your thing.
And the bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment.
Thank
For substitute
God.
reporting all the adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming
We should get to the
changes.
pistol brace rule
Thank
now.
all the members for the work on that bill, but pursuant to notice, I call up HJ Resolution 44 for purposes of markup and move
This
that
is
the committee
it.
reported favorably to the House. The clerk will report the
Thank
resolution.
God.
HJ Res 44, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5.
Without objection, the resolution will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The chair recognizes himself for an opening
Here we
statement.
go.
The Congressional Review Act requires agencies to submit a rule to Congress before the rule can take effect. After submission of a rule by the agency, Congress has 60 days to introduce and pass
Yeah,
a
Mike,
resolution
when I
of
get
disapproval
super
under
quiet, yeah, they
expedited
won't even come
procedures.
near me.
Today, we are considering
It's that-
HJ Res 44, which provides for congressional disapproval of the rule submitted by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives relating to
Thank
factoring
God.
criteria for firearms with attached stabilizing braces. On January 31st, 2023,
Shall we turn
ATF
it into a
issued
drinking
final
game
rule
now? Every time the Democrats
titled
mention gun
Factoring criteria for
violence
firearms
and
with attached stabilized braces that
bleeding cause
effectively
death for
bans
children,
pistol
we'll just drink.
stabilizing braces nationwide. That rule redefined a firearm with an attached stabilizing brace as a short-barreled rifle subject to the regulation under the Gun Control Act of 1968 and the National Firearms Act of 1934. The rule directly contradicts the prior 2012 determination made during the Obama administration on which law-abiding firearm owners relied on for a decade.
See, I would much rather watch
that
a
a
chimp
firearm
play
equipped
with a
with a
loaded
stabilizing
gun.
brace would not
I would rather
would
be the
not
one
be
tied to the
subject to
chair
the National
while the
Firearms
chimp was
Act's
playing
controls.
with the loaded
The
gun.
rule will require the owners of roughly 40 million firearms with stabilizing braces in circulation to obtain a special registration surrender
You may or may not
destroy
wake
their
up in the
brace
morning after
by
that
the
game,
compliant
Matt.
state or face criminal penalties as a result of this
Rodney
regulatory
Carrington
change.
say that time he woke up in the morning and
Actually
his
make them a
liver was
felon if they
laying
don't do
next to
that.
him crying.
This isn't a
Yeah.
law that Congress passed or a ruling from a judge. Rather, it is a decision from a unnamed and unaccountable bureaucrat to turn law-abiding Americans into felons with the stroke of a pen. As the duly elected representatives of our constituents, we cannot sit idly by and allow executive branch bureaucrats to make law that impacts millions of Americans. This rule usurps the legislative power of this body. I urge my colleagues to support the resolution. Recognize the ranking member now for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on.
Mr. Chairman,
Hold on.
gun violence continues to take the lives
Where's
of more
he
than 100 Americans every single day.
Get it.
It changes how safe
So
we
my
feel in
son
our
is sitting
schools
on his
and in
potty
our
next
houses
to
of
me
worship.
wearing the
It
gorilla
reduces vibrant
mask
cities
and
to
watching
somber
his
headlines.
phone.
It
Or
takes our
watching my
loved ones,
phone.
old and young, and leads us to another anniversary of lives cut short and the community
I mean,
forever
with that-
changed. 3 weeks ago, 6 more people, including 3 children, were killed in a mass shooting at a school in Nashville. It was the 19th school shooting just this year. 3 weeks ago, 3 more families
Wow.
woke up without the child that they took to school the day before. 6 more families face the unthinkable, that their son, their daughter, their parent, their husband, their wife, or their sibling are one of the 100 Americans we lose every day to gun violence.
Oh, it
Mr.
hurts.
Chairman, the United
God, it
States is
hurts.
the only nation on the face of the earth
which has these systematic mass shootings.
Dude, someone needs to push your
3
little
weeks
short,
ago,
fat ass off a
the
wall.
majority had planned to mark up this very legislation.
See whether all the
Bill to make
king's horses can
stabilizing
put your back
braces
together.
widely available without a background check, even though they'd already been used in mass shootings in
Damn
Dayton,
tears in my eyes.
Boulder, and Colorado Springs. When it was revealed that the shooter in Nashville also used the gun with a stabilizing brace, the Republicans canceled the markup.
Oh, shit.
Until now. Today, the majority has decided that enough time has passed and 6 lives were lost in yet another mass shooting with a stabilizing brace. Perhaps they think that we have forgotten the lives lost in that terrible tragedy. But we will never forget them, or the countless others who lose their lives to gun violence every day. Today, rather than stand up against gun violence, the majority has called this markup so that they can yet again stand with the gun industry. Rather than support the law enforcement officers who are on the front lines of protecting our communities, the majority is attempting to weaken law enforcement by rolling back a rule created by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives meant to protect us from dangerous weapons. ATF is the law enforcement agency tasked with keeping guns out of the wrong hands and keeping our gun laws in line with congressional intent through rulemaking.
I'm so glad I had you.
1934, Congress passed the National Firearms Act.
You
creating
might
additional
keep Daddy
requirements
off
to
the
own
bell
certain
tower.
especially dangerous firearms like short-barreled rifles, which were widely used by violent criminals. Congress included short-barreled rifles because they combine the firepower of a rifle.
No, Congress did not
concealability of a
include
smaller
rifles
gun.
because of that.
But in recent years, the gun industry discovered a way to circumvent the restrictions of the National Firearms Act by selling stabilizing braces.
Yes.
An accessory that allows a pistol to be fired from the shoulder.
Yes.
Turning it into a deadly yet concealable short-barreled rifle.
No.
In 2020, under the Trump administration, the ATF concluded that stabilizing braces were being widely used to create short-barreled rifles and published guidance regarding their use. The House Republicans cried foul.
Oh,
Just 4
God.
days after the guidance
I
was
think I just broke a
published,
rib.
90 House Republicans sent a letter to ATF and DOJ expressing their opposition. And just a few days later, the guidance
I haven't
was
laughed that hard in a
withdrawn.
while.
A few months later, under the Biden administration, the ATF revived its efforts to regulate stabilizing braces and published the final rule in January to ensure that our laws stay in line with the intent of Congress dating all the way back to 1934, when Congress decided that deadly, concealable short-barreled rifles should be subject to heightened regulation.
Congress
Republicans will stop at
was
nothing
going
to block
after
the ATF from
pistols
taking this
at the
simple
time.
life-saving measure.
You short,
Mass shooters
fat
use guns with
moron.
stabilizing braces to kill 9 people outside a
I
bar in
guarantee you,
Dayton
he's never
in
read the
2019.
hearings for the
To kill
1934
10
NFA.
people, including a
I've read
responding
them.
police officer at a grocery store in Boulder in 2021. To kill 5 people in an LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado Springs in 2022. And to kill 6 people at a school in Nashville just 3 weeks
So
ago.
you're telling me with the
How many more
tens
people
of
have to
millions
die
of these
before Republicans
braces that are
acknowledge
out there,
that these weapons
there
are
have
a
been
favorite of mass
exactly
shooters
4
for
people
their
who have
ability to make a
used
gun
these
both
to
deadly
murder people.
and concealable? How many more people have to die before Republicans will value the lives of our children?
You know how many
over the
criminals
profits
use
of the gun
cars to
industry?
get back and forth to their
Last Congress,
crimes?
Democrats put forth a range of solutions to prevent gun violence, to support law enforcement, and to solve violent crimes. But our colleagues across the aisle continue to push for unfettered access to every firearm and accessory imaginable. As Republicans continue to seek freedom
You
from
little
gun
short,
regulation,
fat, Humpty
we
Dumpty
will
looking
continue to see
motherfucker.
communities
Talk to
free
me
from
if
gun
you
violence.
think these
I urge my
Republicans are
colleagues to
extreme.
oppose this dangerous legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Who seeks gentleman from Kentucky is recognized, Mr. Massey.
Nope, Mike.
The most
I would
disingenuous
love-
or uninformed thing that will be said
hold on.
tonight
We gotta listen to
about this issue is that banning a 4-ounce piece of plastic is going to save lives. It will not save a single life.
Not one.
So let's not say that. You're not even, this doesn't ban a gun, this ATF rule. It bans a piece of plastic that goes on a gun.
Thank you.
It looks similar to something that won't be banned.
I'm not
which
even
is a
gay and I want to
collapsible
marry
stock.
this dude right
There
now.
will be 100 million collapsible stocks still
Can we have a
legally
plutonic
obtainable in this
marriage?
country. But this isn't a collapsible stock. It just happens to look like one. It was designed for pistols for people who have
Well,
disabilities.
that's funny, Matt,
so that
because
they
I would
can stabilize
hypothetically
a
do it.
pistol and shoot it from their wrist. And let's be clear, the other side of the aisle had 2 years when they controlled the House, the Senate, and the White House. They could have made a law against this particular plastic accessory,
Yeah,
but they chose not to.
Hey, funny, Cooper.
Instead,
Cooper.
this is
Oh,
a
yeah.
ruling from the ATF,
You're right.
a ruling that in just a few weeks is going to create tens of millions of felons.
And by the way,
You have
DB,
no
what's
idea
happening, brother?
that they're going to be felons. And there will be prosecutions.
Oh, yeah, there will be.
And these people followed the law when they purchased these items. The law that they could go look up and read.
On the
The
ATF's
law that
website.
the ATF interpreted for them, sent letters to the manufacturers and the purchasers of these things, and said that these plastic accessories are legal. Under our technical
Hold on, let me get one of those plastic
interpretation of what
accessories.
this plastic accessory does, it is legal to buy, it is legal to sell, it is legal to transfer. In fact, nobody even needed a license. It's a plastic accessory. This thing can't shoot a bullet. It doesn't function like a gun. It is a plastic accessory.
Is it a bump stock?
I'm glad you asked this question, Mr. Gates. It is not a bump stock. It does not simulate or accelerate rapid fire of a firearm. In fact, it makes a pistol less concealable.
It looks like this.
A pistol regularly wouldn't have this thing on it. It is something you add to a pistol that makes it less concealable. And under the law, it is legal because it was designed not with the intent to allow a pistol to be fired from the shoulder, but with the intent to allow somebody who's weak and can't fire a pistol from the wrist to be able to more accurately fire a pistol from the wrist. So it doesn't even meet the definition, the legal definition of what would be a stock added to a pistol. It is a pistol brace for the wrist. And let's be clear, people had 120 days to comply with this. This isn't even in the news.
I'm going to wear it
A lot
like
of
this.
people bought these. They're in their safes. They're in their houses. They have no idea that on May 1st, if we don't do something, on May 1st, there will be tens of millions of felons who have no idea that they've just become felons. But the ATF did something like this in 1994. They reclassified what was called the Striker 12 shotgun, street sweeper. They changed it to a destructive device. There were only a few thousand of these guns. They gave people 7 years to register these guns. Those were guns, by the way, not plastic accessories. And they
All
gave them
because of a bunch
7
of
years
rat
to do
songs.
this. By the way, the bump stock
Street
ban,
sweeper.
there were probably 500,000 of those in existence, something similar.
I'm going to
half of
wear
those.
this for this for the hearing.
How many of those do you think have been registered? About 500. About 500. Because a lot of people don't even know that they are felons in possession of that at this point because of a rule, not because of a
You
law.
can't get
because
this
of a
kind
rule.
of content on
Yes, the
guns and
ATF
gadgets,
accepted
baby.
comment,
This is all
but they
me.
really didn't do much about the comment or the concern.
Probably why he has way
And
more fucking
what this
followers
boils
than me.
down to is, what was your intent when you purchased this plastic accessory?
This
You're
one?
trying to impart crime based on intent, and that's what this rule does. This rule is flawed. This rule will create millions of felons. We need to stop this rule. Mr. Clyde's Congressional Review Act needs to be implemented quickly to prevent creating tens of millions of
I
felons.
would
on
almost hope one of
June
these
1st.
dickheads in
I yield
Congress
back.
would
I'm gonna yield
somehow
back.
run across this part of my stream.
The gentlelady from Texas, Jackson Lee.
Certainly, the first thing I'd like to say is Mr. Clyde's legislation never needs to be enacted. Never. And I rise to strike the last word.
I wish you
Nashville,
would say the last word
Louisville,
and then shut the
Alabama.
fuck up.
That is the story of which we tell today. That is the backdrop in which we try to plead for common
What's
sense.
up, Chamber?
The backdrop of the people who still mourn in Texas for the children in Uvalde.
Uvalde, he
Their
didn't use a
pictures are
pistol
behind
brace, you dumb cunt.
It is the pictures of those mass shootings
He
involving
used a Daniel Defense
stabilizing braces.
full size
It doesn't
AR.
kill.
You
It
fucking
doesn't
heifer.
harm. They were killed, including those in Nashville. Last month, less than a month after the tragedy of the shooting
You
at the
need to
Covenant
be
School in
wearing your
Nashville,
earbud
Republicans
right now.
convened their markup to oppose regulation of stabilizing braces. One of the modifications the shooter used to blast their way into the school and murder 3 9-year-olds.
She
and
didn't
3
use
staff
a
members.
pistol brace, you
After this
dumb
shooting
cunt.
occurred,
She used a
the committee postponed the
fucking,
markup out of embarrassment. That's all that happened.
whatchamacallit,
Embarrassment.
folded 9
Not
millimeter
any action.
pistol.
For some reason, which I do not claim to know, Republicans didn't
And
want to talk about
every
stabilizing
word this
braces,
dumb
but
bitch
today they're
says
ready
is
to
going
do
to be
so.
part of a
And yet these
historical
people
record.
are dead
That's what pisses me off.
by
More than
stabilizing
anything.
braces. Apparently,
Oh my God, I'm
22
wearing a
days
deadly
have
weapon
cooled
on my
it
wrist,
down, and
kids.
they think people have forgotten. 2 representatives
Yeah,
were
sub 2000,
expelled from
Caltech.
a ridiculous state legislature in Tennessee.
Uh,
Gladly, they were returned
already
because
there.
they stood up against the devastation of gun violence. On Monday,
Hey, I
during the
could point
sham
this at
of the
my
hearing
kid.
in Manhattan, when we tried to vote or to discuss both victims of crime, which I strongly believe we should be standing with, but we should work hard to decrease the number of victims of crime. We couldn't get anyone
Yeah,
to talk
dude,
about it.
yeah, Dark said he was back
Gun
last
violence
night.
is now the leading cause of death among children, while an average
No,
of
it's
70 women are
not.
shot and killed by an intimate partner. The most dangerous
Lying.
call for police is a domestic violence call.
I can show you right
I know
now
it.
that if
And I
you
work
take
in the Violence Against
innocent
Women Act
children
over
killed
and
by
over again.
firearms,
The
more
numbers
children
came
are
up on
killed by
domestic violence
household
calls. I
chemicals
lost a
every
dear
year
friend, a police
than by
officer,
firearms.
a neighbor,
And way more
to a
children are
domestic
killed in
violence
car
call, and he
accidents
saved the mother
every
and
year.
son, but he was shot dead along with his partner who was wounded. And every day of the more than 300 people who are shot, more than 100 of them will die. In the average year, guns account for roughly 2/3
Yeah,
of
he had the
homicides.
Do You Even
However, in 2020,
EDC
77% of murders involve firearms.
short.
Despite these appalling numbers, statistics, state
Hey,
and
this is a
congressional
fully
Republicans,
semi-automatic pistol
aided
brace,
and
baby.
abetted by extreme rulings of the federal judiciary and Roberts Court in favor of
Feel like
possessing
Iron Man
and
with this
carrying
thing on.
firearms, along with states like Texas that have the Bless You Criminals Day. Happy birthday to criminals. Make sure you get an open carry, non-permitted guns. Have a celebration. But the families of these people are suffering. And this stabilizing rule does nothing to create millions of, if you will,
I
felons.
wonder if I can get this thing to hold a beer.
This rule only affects stabilizing braces that are designed to make and intended to be fired from the shoulder when they are attached to a firearm with a barrel less than 6 inches, because this creates a short barreled rifle. The rule will not instantly create thousands and millions of felons. The ATF has provided several options for owners of stabilizing braces attached to firearms with a barrel under 16 inches to comply with the rule. And 120 days, these people wish they had 120 days.
I
These
wish you would
parents
sit
wish
on
they
this
had
and
their children
spin.
for another 120 days. How long do we have to come into this room? We got a little tired.
And what
We've
is
been
that
going all
sitting
day.
off to her side?
I'm no ways tired because it is absolutely insane. We govern this nation. We are the people's representatives, and the people of the United States have said they wanted a ban on assault weapons. And I'll tell you to ask the man on the street
nuts,
about whether or not he
lady.
cares a heck about a brace, a stabilizing brace. First, he'll say, "What is it?" Then, when I tell him it killed all these people,
Yeah,
he
because
will
this
say,
is dangerous.
"And you haven't done anything yet."
Gentlelady's time is
My colleagues,
Gentlelady's
I
time
hope
has
that you will
expired.
vote against this legislation.
All you
to save
guys in
lives.
chat
Thank
should
the
be dead
gentleman
by now.
For
I'm
his
pointing it at you.
graciousness, I only ask him to lead the fight to
Gentlelady's time
end
has expired.
gun carnage.
Gentleman from California is
I yield back.
recognized.
I think the chairman, I moved to strike the last word.
That was recognized.
You know, I know that we've been here a long time, but this is an important
They
issue.
don't
And any
make
time
enough
that
Xanax for me to be
longstanding
calm during this hearing.
decisions are reversed for political purposes, we do
DB,
have a reason to act,
you
and
should be
that's why
dead.
we're acting. I'd yield to the gentleman from Kentucky.
I
What,
think
my
the gentleman
braces you-
from California, let me repeat this. When I said it at first, I didn't know how often it would be repeated by the other side of the aisle, but the most disingenuous or uninformed thing that will be said tonight in this debate is that banning a
Jason,
4
what's
ounce
up,
piece
brother?
of plastic is going to save lives. And it's been said that, well, you can just register this piece of plastic with the existing firearm as a short barreled rifle. Well, do you think registration is going to stop these crimes? All of the
This is
crimes
what
that
you
have been
can do with
mentioned
me
tonight were
registering a
committed by
brace.
people who could legally register these things anyway. The registration, they pass background checks. The
Y'all brace yourself.
registration is not going to save lives. But what it will do, because millions of people don't know that by June 1st, they have to be registered, it will create felons.
Jason,
Don't
if you've
tell
been listening,
me
you're
on the
like
other
me.
side
You
of the
just
aisle,
want to
there
scream
won't
at this
be
point.
at least 10 million felons who could be convicted on June 1st, because there will be. And by the way, it said, oh, just register it as a short barreled rifle. Guess what? 26% of Americans live in a state
I don't see a
where you
mag
can't
well.
own a short barrel rifle.
There's no trigger.
So the ATF has proposed a solution
I don't
for
even see
26% of
there's a hole
Americans
in
that's
it.
actually illegal in their own state by reclassifying a firearm with this 4 ounce piece of plastic on it as something that has to be registered as if it was a machine gun.
Mike, you've only killed
As
a
if it
couple of
were a
brain cells.
silencer.
I've been
It
listening
doesn't, you
all
can't
day.
even fire a bullet. You're not going to, the ATF rule will not save a single life. And let me talk about something
Too
else.
many choices.
Regulatory
Suck, my brother.
agencies. I know the Supreme Court has given a lot of deference to regulatory agencies to implement regulations to interpret laws.
Chevron
We are not
deference
talking
should
about
never be used in a
regulations that
criminal
will
case.
impose civil penalties on corporations for exceeding parts per million sulfur dioxide in their emissions. Okay, these are not civil infractions that they have created. These are felons that have been created through regulation, through
the phone
by
died.
an agency who for years, a decade, has said this is legal. So they've flip-flopped on this. This is actually the second time they've flip-flopped on it, but they're flip-flopping on it now, and they are in the process with this rulemaking authority that they claim to have.
Dude, that dude
going to
walked in with a
create
suit behind him, and I was
millions
like,
of
who the fuck's
felons.
behind me?
And I know my colleague, Mr. Ivy,
going
earlier
brain
in
dead.
our debate was concerned in the sense, in the context of immigration, that people
I'm gonna
could
listen to sing it,
become
choking off my
criminals,
damn
but they
circulation.
wouldn't have the intent or the knowledge. That's what's going to happen in this situation. Is people are going to become criminals on June 1st because May 31st is the deadline without the intent or the knowledge that they are committing a felony that the ATF created by interpreting a rule. And this isn't some small felony. It's like 10 or 20 years and you know, over $100,000 fine
For this.
for not registering this piece of plastic on a firearm as a National Firearms Act weapon. People do not have any idea. Millions of people have no idea this is going to happen.
Oh, no. There are millions of people that have
Again, let me
no
just say
idea
this
about
one
this.
more time. Because
They're not watching
I don't
me.
think it's disingenuous from the other side of the aisle, and I don't want to impugn their motives. I think it's just highly uninformed.
Oh, I will
to think
impugn their
they will
motives.
Save lives because these things now require a piece of paper and a $200 tax with the federal government that will save lives. It's not going to save a single life. And I'm sorry
All right,
that
wait till it comes back
that's
on,
being
Wilbur.
perpetuated here. And I yield back to
Poop in my
Mr.
floor, I'm
Isaac.
rubbing your nose.
And I
and
thank the
eating little
gentleman for his
rolls.
eloquent explanation of why, as you called it, flip-flopping is so inappropriate. We give deference to agencies once we've written law, but we cannot allow the political activity of simply deciding
Hold
under
on,
one
I got a
administration
magazine.
to do one thing and on the other to do the opposite. And for that reason, we must act. And I thank the gentleman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from
My
Georgia. Mr.
magazine
Johnson
won't
is
fit.
recognized.
Can I just dump
Thank you,
bullets in
Mr.
it?
Chairman. I hear and see tears about the number of felons who are allegedly going to be created if this legislation does not pass.
Hey, Wubba, I dropped a bullet. Can you hand me
I
the
don't
bullet?
hear or see a single
No, not the
tear
car, the
for
bullet.
any of the children
Thank
who
you.
lose their lives annually to
Son
gun
makes a good
violence
caddy.
in this country. Firearms
How do you
are
get the bullets to
leading
come out of
cause
this fast
death
enough to hurt people?
of our children here in America. And it's no coincidence that just over the last 3 months of this year, we've broken all
Look,
kinds of records in terms of mass shootings, which
Hey, Wubba,
are
what's this?
defined as shootings
What's
where
that?
4 or more
Clip.
people lose their lives.
What's
We've
that?
had more in the first 3 months
Magazine.
of this
Good
year
deal.
than ever before. It's
Ah.
like climate change.
He already knows more
That is
about guns than they do.
months on record, the highest number of
Well, it's
gun
got to charge a little
deaths
bit more, Wubba.
on record, and our children are dying,
Come
and
on,
we're
down.
talking about felons being created because of a 4-ounce piece of plastic, as it's been described as.
Don't
Just an
use that
innocuous
finger.
piece of plastic that they call it a stabilizing brace.
That's a big
Well, that's
people
an
finger. You
innocuous
don't use that one.
sounding name for a 4-ounce piece of plastic, but actually what
It's,
this
hold on.
is
Wait.
a
Give it a second. It's
is
got to
a
charge a little more.
it's not a harmless plastic accessory.
This
It's
is
a
the dude
plastic-
that thought
it's
an
a
island
portable
would tip
shoulder
over,
stock
just so
that can be
everybody knows.
detached easily
He literally
from a
said he was
large format
afraid that the
pistol
island
like
of
an
Guam
AR-15
would tip
or an
over if we put
AK-47.
more Marines on it.
You can attach it, turn it into essentially a short-barreled rifle. Now, short-barreled rifles are
Hey, Mike, you
regulated
trying to
under
say you
the
slept with my wife?
National Firearms Act of 1934. The country's history has been one of regulating rifles, these kinds of instruments of war. But we've seen continued
Hold on, Will, come here.
promiscuity with respect to firearms in this country.
How are
And
you
it's leading to
promiscuous
more
with a
and more
firearm
and
besides
more
that chick who
deaths,
shot herself in the
particularly
vaginal
of our
one?
children? And it's because we continue to pump out new and improved weapons of war. The thing that this is going to do is to allow a short barrel pistol to be put in one pocket and
Brother, if you can
portable shoulder
fit
stock, also
my
known as
AK pistol in your
a
pocket,
stabilizing brace
you
in the
wear
other
some
pocket.
baggy
And a
ass
person can
pants.
then walk into a place, a movie theater, a church, synagogue, mosque, bowling alley, movie theater, school, with a fully concealed short-barreled rifle that does the damage of a battlefield weapon in seconds. So it's making it easier to do mass killings in America. That's what this 4-ounce piece of plastic is doing.
Yeah, what's a
And
short
until we
barrel
start
pistol?
closing the
A
door
Derringer?
on making firearms more deadly, you know, we're going to continue to see new
Yeah,
and
he
improved
got
versions
big ass
of killing
pockets.
machines. Is that what we really want in this country? And then to bemoan the fact that 40 million portable shoulder stock devices, as the chairman mentioned, 40 million. It's a tragedy to deprive 40 million people of their 4-ounce piece of plastic. When this, in fact, was something, it was a pistol
Do I
brace
still
at
got
one
bullets in
time.
here?
It was originally built as a pistol brace for the disabled,
Well,
but it
man.
quickly morphed into a portable shoulder stock once the loophole
All
was
shoulder
discovered.
stocks are
And
portable.
now we've got
You
a flood of
jackass.
these weapons. They're actually short-barreled rifle converters. They're actually large format pistol
So if I
converters
slap this
into
on a
short-barreled rifles.
full
killing
rifle,
machines.
it turns it into a short barrel rifle?
When are we gonna start closing the door instead of opening the door even wider and getting rid of the door and just blasting a hole into the entire structure to allow Mack trucks
to get through of these high-powered weapons that are affecting our children's lives. Let's vote no on this, and let's do some common sense regulation of these high-powered weapons. And with that, I yield
Common
back.
sense tells you that
recognized.
this
I
little
agree
bullet
with
right
our
here
Democrat colleagues
is
that we have to
nowhere near
focus
as
on the
powerful
victims
as
of
this
crime.
bullet right here.
And boy, did we get an earful from some of them in Manhattan earlier this week. And what I heard from victims from crime is that they observe the soft on crime policies pushed by Democrats as far more dangerous
Dude,
than
DB
law-abiding
Cooper,
gun
don't
owners who work
overrate
to
his
keep our
IQ.
community safe. One of our witnesses even talked about being a good guy with a gun, being somebody able to provide for self-defense and the righteous defense of others. And I heard in that hearing a term I had never heard before from the Democrat witness, a crime gun. So I guess there are guns and crime guns. And I was left wondering what makes a gun a crime gun. And I think it's that it's in the hands of a criminal committing a crime.
Can
The
my
very
gun
criminals
just
the
suddenly
Democrats seem
change
quite willing to
genders
turn out
and
on
become a
our
crime
streets
gun?
time and time again. We heard the Democrat witness at a joint hearing between the Judiciary Committee and the Oversight Committee, invited by Democrats, say that these
Do I
braces
have
make
to
guns
change
more
my 9
powerful
millimeter
and
to
more
a 40 cal
lethal, and
for it to be a
was the
crime
laugh
gun?
line
Kind
of
of
the
like
hearing
changing your
and
gender.
summarily rejected
No
by
offense to
experts.
many choices,
But
had
what
to be
this
said.
rule proves is that the Biden administration and Democrats are intent to weaponize the ATF in order to erode the Second Amendment and take away constitutional rights from otherwise law-abiding Americans.
And they're
And they
trying to
intend to do
erode
so
brain
without
cells
the
is what they're
approval
trying to
of
do.
Gentlemen,
Congress.
yield.
And what undermines the
No,
passion
bitch!
from my Democrat colleagues is that when they had the ability to do this in law, when they had unified control of the government, they didn't do it. And so when they really come for your rights,
Too
when
many
they really
choices.
want to
Did you get
erode
that
the
sex change
Constitution,
before or
they
after
don't
you
do
started
it
shooting
with
40
folks who
cal?
can be sent home by the voters. They do it with
And which way did you
unelected
go?
bureaucrats with green eye shades somewhere in some windowless
Just fucking
cubicle
with you because
in the bowels
I
of
had
the
the most
ATF.
ghetto 40
The
cal
ATF has
ever
abused its rulemaking
as
authority in
my
attempting
first
to
handgun.
regulate stabilizing braces. And these braces were invented by Alex Brosco, a U.S. Marine Corps and Army veteran, to help disabled combat veterans better control and safely fire guns at shooting ranges. I represent many of these disabled veterans in my district, and I can tell you the extent to which the opportunity to engage in competitive shooting is a mental health enhancer. It's what
Hell
keeps
yeah,
people
too many.
engaged. I worry about the number
Yes,
of
dang old
veteran
Matt, high
suicides we
point.
may see increase, and it's already
My
totally
very
unacceptable
first
level
handgun was
if
a
we were
high
to take
point
this
40
away
cal.
and take this mental health tool away. The ATF's decision also contradicted
And that
its
somebody
own
shot
prior
lights out and
2012
never
determination
jammed.
made during the Obama administration, not known as particularly kind to gun
Had to
owners.
do bench presses to be
And
able to hold the damn
That
thing,
was a
but it was
decision that was relied upon by gun owners for a decade, that they would not be subject to the National Firearms Control Act with the purchase of this stabilizing brace. Now the ATF's rule will require the owners of roughly 40 million stabilizing braces in circulation to obtain some special registration, surrender or destroy their brace by the compliant state,
I
or
ain't
face
surrendering
severe
shit.
criminal penalties.
And I'm not
what I can tell you
registering
is
a
these will be
goddamn
enforced.
thing.
I am increasingly aware of circumstances in my district where almost anyone involved in the firearms industry, they are seeing the ATF show up with
All right, Sam, I'll
crazy
check it out,
demands
brother.
and enforcement that goes beyond what we would normally consider
I
from a
haven't
government
even,
agency.
I ain't logged
simply
on to
trying to
Instagram
seek
in a few
compliance.
days, so.
My friends, this is part of a comprehensive
And
attack
somehow,
on the Second Amendment.
when I started Instagram, I
This
got alerts
legislation
for
would
everything.
vindicate
And I hit
at
one
least
setting on
those
there.
who
Now I
require
don't get
the
alerts for
stabilizing brace.
anything.
And while
And
we
I
all
can't
share
get
the
it
desire
turned back
to
on.
reduce the frequency of gun
There's
violence,
like no
there's
medium.
no evidence to suggest that these stabilizing braces contribute to it. And it is rather rich that we're now hearing from our Democrat colleagues about the stabilizing braces, because when there was legislation that they proposed that they couldn't get passed in the Senate, they told us that
Hey,
stabilizing
look,
braces
too
could
many
convert
choices.
could
As
convert
long
weapons
as you
into
are
bump
against the
stocks.
NFA, at least I
And
know
what
you're
a
not
revealing
gay.
moment that was.
I should have that
yield
as a
my
slogan.
moments to my colleague from
If you're
Well, the
against
gentleman
the
from Florida is
NFA, you're
correct.
not
These
gay.
are not shoulder stocks, as the other side says. There's two ways we know they're not shoulder stocks. One,
'Cause they go on your
the
wrist.
legal definition of a shoulder stock says designed and intended to be fired from the shoulder. These were not designed or intended to be fired from the shoulder. They were intended to be fired from the wrist. The other way we know they're not shoulder stocks is for a decade, the ATF said they were not. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
Oh, this
Thank you,
is
Mr. Chairman.
fun.
Just
He
2
thought
weeks
it would.
ago, Nashville
He
was the
thought this would
13th
turn it
school
into a
shooting to
machine
result in
gun.
injury or death in 2023, and the 89th gun incident to take place on school grounds this year. This happens so often that I fear too many Americans are becoming numb to it. So numb that my colleagues sit here
No,
doing
it
everything in
doesn't
their
happen
power
that
to protect
often.
their unlimited access to guns, while we do nothing to protect our children from being slaughtered in their classrooms.
No,
Guns
you
are the
do
leading
nothing.
cause of death for children in America.
No, they're
That's a
not.
disgrace, and we're not powerless to do anything about it. We sit here today, we're taking aim at the ATF, an agency created in
I'd
part
like
to
to take
protect
aim at the
Americans from gun
ATF.
violence. My colleagues are so obsessed with dismantling all gun restrictions in this country
Yes.
that they're fighting to allow gun manufacturers to continue exploiting a loophole in stabilizing brace regulations that makes
I gotta
weapons
get
more
another beer, Bowler.
dangerous. Claims that braces that allow a
I
pistol to be
promise
fired from
I'll
the
take
shoulder
5
aren't
drinks next
dangerous
time.
or don't change the gun are disingenuous at best and outright lies at worst. Let me put it plainly. Allowing a pistol to be fired from the shoulder creates a short-barreled rifle.
Does this?
And these highly powerful weapons have been recognized as extremely dangerous
Is
and
this
have been
is
heavily
this
regulated
a,
in
is
this
this
country
a
since
super dangerous
1934.
weapon? This
And the
is a
industry
pistol.
knows this. Just watch this video for yourself. Mr. Chair, I ask the clock stop. Okay, it's on. Never mind.
I would
You
ask
see
for
a
the
gun like
cops to
this, and you're
stop.
like, how the heck is a barrel with that length a pistol?
Oh, that's
We're not
the
here to
one
talk
from
about that.
Classic
We're here to talk
Firearms.
about SB Tactical and their stabilizing braces. 4 pistols.
The end here, which is a rubber type of configuration. It's adjustable if you want to run your arm through it.
That's
And do so
tactical
you
toolbox,
can
I
pin it
think.
down to your forearm, which of course is what the braces were originally intended for. However, with the ATF rulings now, you can occasionally accidentally fire it from your shoulder.
Today on Sunday Gear Review, I want to talk to you about this SB Tactical HKPDW arm brace. It does help some people, right? So you can slide your arm through that and undo it and all that stuff. But we all know what these are actually used for, and nobody is wondering about that.
And we're going to just see, like,
No, there's
does it really
tactical
feel
toolbox.
like a stock, even though it's not a stock?
Does that gun look extremely concealable? Could you fit that gun in your pocket?
Back to this brace. It changes the game. Like I
I
said, it
don't
gives
know
you
that
4
dude.
points
I
of
gotta look him
contact
up.
with the occasional shouldering. Got it loaded up? Let's see the difference.
Now you've got a very shorty boy, right? So you can put this guy obviously in a briefcase if you wanted to, in a backpack.
Great.
Could you carry
These
that in your
so-called
pocket?
stabilizing braces are being actively sold and used to make pistols into short
Guns and
barrel
gear,
rifles,
yeah.
and everyone knows it. You just saw it for yourself.
I
how
gotta
this
grab
works.
another beer.
This is not about providing tools to disabled people who want to shoot firearms, many of whom are veterans. And my colleague said there's 10 to 15 million people who they described as weak who need these to shoot. We know that's not what's going on here. These braces are not that. They're manipulation by the gun lobby and gun sellers to skirt regulations on short barrel rifles and increase their sales because they make these firearms more lethal, more accurate, and easier to conceal. Shootings in major shootings have exploited this loophole in Dayton, Boulder, Colorado Springs, and most recently in Nashville. Who knows how many more murderers will do the same if we don't use our common sense and end this loophole, which is exactly what the ATF is doing with this rule. Joint Resolution 44 puts all Americans in danger of even deadlier shootings, such as the Q Club shooting, where a stabilizing brace helped the shooter kill 5 people and injure 19 more at an LGBTQ club. Once again, you think all of these mass shooters that result in the deaths of all these people just put on these braces because they felt like giving some money to the plastic industry? They did it because it made the weapon more effective, more accurate, and more lethal. You saw it in the video. Stop the charade. Leave the ATF alone so we can stop this dangerous killing of our constituents. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, is recognized. minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just be brief. I remember in Judiciary in the 117th Congress, we had a similar discussion and a similar debate. And quite honestly, a lot of the members had no idea kind of what we were talking about or how the nomenclature of any type of firearm can be changed or the uniqueness in and around it, or that the caliber and certainly the ability to utilize any type of firearm it is sometimes in just the eye of the beholder. And, you know, there are many people that I know, including members of my family, that utilize many different types of rifles for, you know, the 9-day gun season for deer hunting in Wisconsin, in which over 400,000 individuals go safely into the woods.
Tell me where the Second
for
Amendment
9
mentions
days
anything
and,
about hunting.
and hopefully get a deer. So
I've read it
it's once
quite a few
again, I
times.
just wanted to remind the committee that you can focus on the tragedies that
But
have
if I
happened across
decided
this
to
nation.
take a
But also you
rifle,
have to
I
remember
decided on
those
hunting
that
in a stand, and
continually,
it would be much easier to have
on a
a
regular
14-inch
basis
barrel
are gun
than a
owners
16-inch
and should be protected by the Second Amendment.
Well, then these dickheads
The
think that 2 inches
focus
should
of this
put me in jail for
discussion
10
that
years.
we have continued to have, Congress after Congress,
I
is
dare you to
misplaced.
try to stick
And I think that
a gun
just
with
had to be
a
brought forth
14-inch
again
barrel
this
with the
evening.
stock and
I would yield
receiver
to
and
that.
all that
Gentlemen,
shit in your
Yield to
pants and
I
smuggle
thank the
it
gentleman for
anywhere.
yielding. I think we're making it too complicated. This is, as Mr. Massey said, a 4-ounce plastic accessory
Yeah,
created for
1-inch barrel
disabled
ain't too many
veterans
choices. Yeah,
by
so
a
I'll take-
veteran, now
That's why
used
every
by
gun you buy
approximately
that says it's a
40
16-inch
million
barrel is
Americans.
actually like a
And
16 and a
10 years
half inch
ago and
barrel because
5
they're
months,
giving themselves a
November
little bit
26,
of extra room
2012,
there.
the ATF said, just fine, no problem. Now here they are 10 years later, changing their mind, and they just did it.
Because
We didn't
Jason, it's
do it,
just
as
the
Mr.
war on
Massey pointed
guns
out.
anyway.
Democrats
Not
had
just
the
the
Congress
accuracy, it's the
last
war
2
on
years.
guns.
They passed a bunch of gun
completely.
legislation through this
This
committee.
is just
They could have
one
done
leg
this.
on a
They didn't
ladder
do
they
it.
think they can
The
attack.
ATF did it. No bill that came to committee, no bill that went to the House floor,
And by the
no
way,
bill
I
that went
owe
to the
like
Senate,
6
no bill
drinks
signed by the
for that
president.
last little
They
couple
just did it. And
speeches,
now
so.
40 million Americans, if you don't destroy the brace, destroy the gun, get a longer barrel, or register your firearm, you're a felon. And as Mr. Massey pointed out, a bunch of Americans don't even know it. They don't even know. They're in some states where they can't. That's the problem.
Craig,
So
what's up?
you guys introduce the legislation if you want, but we should get rid of this rule that is going to cause so much harm to so many Americans. Many of them,
I have been a
the
felon
type
at
of
one
Americans
point in my
Mr.
life.
Fitzgerald just described.
So I got
who like to
everything put
hunt,
under first offender. If they make
for
this
deer
a
hunt in
felony,
Wisconsin. That's how
this is the
simple this
only
is.
time I will go
Do
down
it
as
the right
a felon
way. Pass it through
actually
Congress if you
knowing
want to
it
do it.
because
Don't
their
chip
law
away at the
is
Second Amendment by
bullshit.
having bureaucrats do it. The ATF do it when 10 years ago and 5
So when I
months
do
they
the
said it was
ATF
just
kicking in my door
fine.
stream, you fuckers better show up.
Yield back to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Fuck me running, man.
I yield back, Chair.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff.
Circulation.
I thank the chairman and move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
23 days. That is apparently how long it takes
I
for my
wish
Republican colleagues to move on
it was
from the
the
tragedy
last
of the shooting
word.
in Nashville, during which 3 9-year-old children and 3 adults were slaughtered in their school. We were supposed to hold this markup the very next day, but Republicans pulled it down at the last moment.
Shall we mention the
likely
fact that
knowing
it
how
was a
callous it would seem if they decided to proceed with the
shooter
markup as planned.
who
Maybe
you
thinking
guys
that we would forget
support
what took place in Nashville, the country would forget, but we haven't forgotten. The parents and loved ones of those victims haven't forgotten. Evelyn Deekhouse and William Kinney and Haley Scruggs were children.
Hey, do
We
you
haven't
know the
forgotten them.
85,000 plus names?
I've
All
heard
the
several
kids that have been
arguments
traded
by
off
my
in the
colleagues
child sex
about
trafficking.
essentially why we should make it easier to kill children, why we should refuse to take any step to make it more difficult to kill children in a mass shooting like we've seen time after time after time. And let me just see if I can articulate some of those arguments. One is,
Hey,
you
articulate
don't
it.
understand guns.
No, you don't.
You don't understand guns. Well, I'll tell you this. We understand biology.
No, you don't.
We
You
understand
think a
what
guy can
high
become a
capacity
girl.
round
You
does
don't
to a child's
understand
body.
biology.
We understand what multiple rounds of an assault weapon projectile can do to tear flesh from the bone.
No, you don't.
Isn't
Because
that enough
this will
understanding? What
even
we
go to
don't
a small
understand
animal.
is your blind allegiance to the NRA. What we don't understand is why
This,
even
on the other hand,
the majority
will
of
go through a
NRA
brick
members
wall.
who support assault weapon bans, why you don't support them. It's not even about the members of the NRA, of course. It's,
Oh,
I
here
guess,
we go,
about their
NRA.
organizational support
Drink, kids.
or who knows what. We don't understand that blind allegiance to the NRA. Another argument we hear from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle is because the law won't stop all gun violence, it's just not worth doing. If we can't save all lives, it's not worth saving a
Dead
single life.
children, NRA.
Well, I suppose that logic
assault
works until that
weapons,
single life is your own, or maybe it's your child. But why is it so hard to
Oh
step
God,
into
there
the
were a couple
shoes
others that I
of
had.
someone who's lost a
Weapon
loved
of
one from gun
war.
violence? Don't you think we would feel differently if that had happened to one of our family?
Concealable weapon.
And finally, we hear the argument that nothing really works. No gun safety laws really work. Nothing works.
What
We're
we are saying
powerless.
is none of the laws you are putting
so we don't have
forward
to do
will
anything.
work. You
But of
pencil
course,
neck
when you
prick.
look at other countries that have enacted laws, they have made their people more safe. There's a reason why.
Yeah, they took
the
away
United States
guns.
is
Now they want you
alone
to
in the
blunt your
world with the
knives because
magnitude of gun
apparently
violence.
stabbings went through the roof.
There are, in fact, things
Go
we can
figure.
do that provably make our country more safe and better protect the lives of our children. We just don't have the will.
I got to work tomorrow
We
too,
just don't have
Polo, and
the
it's
courage.
already 11:51.
And so we see gun tragedy after gun tragedy after gun tragedy.
No,
Our
what
colleagues
we
say these
see
braces
is
were
the
created to help
tragedy
disabled
of
veterans
unarmed
shoot more
people
easily.
who are
That
undefended.
may have been the purpose behind the original brace, but those braces now are modified by manufacturers,
Hey, Willa, come over here.
transforming a pistol into more concealable and deadly assault weapon. They're used to evade even the most porous of background systems. But even that is not enough. I've introduced legislation to strip away the gun industry's
Did
immunity
he
from
just
liability.
say that a pistol
immunity that no other
evades
industry
porous
enjoys.
background systems?
That immunity was extended not just to the industry, but to the NRA itself. But that's too
I'll
much
do
for my
you one
colleagues who
better,
think that,
Martin.
no, the
A
gun
guy
industry
in
alone
Nice,
ought to
France,
enjoy
had
the
a
ability to
truck
act
loaded with
negligently
guns and explosives.
without repercussion.
He didn't use the guns. He didn't use the explosives.
I am so
He used the
sick
truck and killed 84
of seeing
fucking
these
people
constant tragedies,
in a matter of seconds.
of seeing these grieving parents. I'm so fed up.
There was this dude in this
with
country
the lack
who
of
used a
courage here.
Ryder truck full of ammonium nitrate.
When one of you accepts the necessity of a ban on assault weapons immediately within days, as our former colleague from near Buffalo
Oh, I'm going to ride this whole thing
was
out.
forced to resign
Jason.
or
I
forced
might
to
be
say
a
he wouldn't run for
bastard at work
re-election
tomorrow,
because
but I'm
that was the end
I'm
of his
going to ride
chances.
this bus till the wheels fall off.
We could do better this. We have to do better this. I'm sick of doing nothing. I'm sick of thoughts and
The
prayers.
more these go down, the more those
and
wheels
the
get
slaughter
shaky.
continues. We are not powerless to do something here. If we had a little courage, we could save lives. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Oh, if
The
you had a
gentleman
little
from
bit
Texas,
more
Mr. Bell is
courage.
recognized.
Looks like the last word.
Gentleman, gentleman back.
As
I
a
wish you
father
could
of
spend
3
that same
young
capital on
children, I'm
brain
deeply
cells.
wounded by the horrific tragedy that we saw in Nashville. We saw the lives of 6 people taken, 3 young children. The shooting was reported to police at 10:13 a.m. and the suspect
Now,
was
I'm
shot by
just
2
that
Nashville police
stupid,
officers
Jason.
at 10:27 a.m.
It,
This quick response time saved
oh,
countless
this dude is
lives.
always awesome.
Is a testament to law enforcement, and we thank them every single day.
This
As a
dude-
congressman, I want to do everything in my
this
power
dude
to
straight
protect
out
children
murders
all around this country
Democrats.
from experiencing something like that again.
Oh, look.
Unlike
I
my
found
colleagues
it
on the
here,
left, I'm different.
right next to me.
And I think an actual solution to protect our children is not what's being proposed by the left,
Yeah.
nor is it political. It is a clear attempt
Well,
to erode the
apparently
Second
she
Amendment rights
used the
for
Kel-Tec
law-abiding
for
citizens
a lot of
and
the shooting, and
AR-15
then she
owners
did have the
like myself.
AR pistol slung, and she did use that some.
Every time I
So
walk
it was
around
a
this
mix of
Capitol,
both.
I feel extremely safe. I've deployed multiple times. I've been on multiple bases.
As much as
Think to
I shoot
myself,
that,
my
all you
goodness,
guys should be
hot
dead
damn,
right now.
I don't have to really worry about anything because I'm surrounded by people with guns that want to keep me safe. We have barricades, multiple checkpoints, metal detectors. We are staffed by 2 or 4 police officers at all times. All day, there was a gentleman standing at this door in case somebody entered this room with a gun.
Yes, sir.
The U.S. Capitol Police is comprised of more than 2,000 officers and over 350 civilian employees who provide operational and administrative support that has an annual budget of approximately $460 million.
For the
And
Capitol.
for some of my colleagues, that's still not enough.
That's a lot of
Because they
money
have their
for
own
one
private security
city
on top of that.
for
surrounded
that
by
many
people
cops.
that carry guns. And I can assure you that the people here on the Hill are well protected. What about our school children? This is not a round. This is a pen. Now, one of my staffers tried to bring this pen to my office, and he was stopped by a metal detector.
This is a
and it went
cartridge.
through the X-ray machine, and he was almost tackled by our police services right here at the Capitol, doing their jobs, of course. And we proved that, of course, it was a pen. If a pen
Was he
that
a
looks
black
like
dude?
this
'Cause
can't
that
get
would've
to
been
my
racist.
office, then how does a homicidal maniac that has weapons walk into a school and arbitrarily murder innocent children?
Because we
wear this
our
pen,
children.
that does not make us more important than our children. There's a private school in Houston, Texas, and I was there a few months ago.
I love
and
this
I
dude.
was giving a young man his appointment to West Point. I drove on the campus.
I've never
and I was
been into
met by
black
2 armed
women, but I
guards.
could be into black dudes.
There were parking
Just
places
saying.
that were just for visitors, and they had even more armed guards beyond that. I felt very secure as I drove onto this school. The headmaster or head of school, she met me in the front, and I said, "My God, ma'am, I feel very secure in this place. What's the secret here?" She said, "Wesley, actually, given my religious beliefs, I hate guns. I don't do guns. But it's my responsibility to keep these young people safe. It's not about how I feel about guns or what I think about them or what I do or don't know. I must keep these children safe."
What if I took the end
Because they are
cap
the
of
most
this
precious
off,
things
ran the
that we
hose
have
through if I could
on this
drink a
earth.
beer through it?
I keep hearing this word AR-15s and a weapon of war. I find that funny because, well, I've been to war. And you should Google the AX-64 Delta Apache helicopter. That is what I would call a true weapon of war.
You ain't shit
But I
there.
feel people calling these things a weapon of war, but they've never been to war. They don't know what war is. And they're using the AR-15 as a scapegoat for everything.
You realize the AR-15 was
I say that
originally
because according
marketed
to the
to
ATF,
civilians
6%
before it went
of
to
homicides were at
military
the hands of
trial.
AR-15s, 60% at the hands of handguns. So if you really want to have an
Damn right,
intellectually
too
honest
many
conversation
choices.
about
That
homicide
motherfucker is
reduction, you would go after pistols. But you don't do that because you want to go after the AR-15 first, to then eventually get to the pistol to disarm Americans to infringe on our Second Amendment rights. I want you to know something. It ain't the gun. It's the homicidal maniac.
Bolo,
The deadliest days in this country, 9/11.
if
Not a
you
single shot
ever
was fired.
listen to
Timothy
the
McVeigh,
Galaxy's Edge
fertilizer,
series of
Oklahoma
books,
City, the Boston Marathon,
R2-D2 is a
pressure cookers.
I won't
Not a
say that.
single
My
shot was
son's,
fired.
I'm trying to be good.
I know what
He
war looks
is,
like. But what I do want to say is we
he
have got
wears
to
a
agree
skirt
we can all protect our
compared
children.
to Death
We
Destroyer
should
of
be protected
Worlds.
more than them. And I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from
Imagine R2-D2 with homicidal tendencies that actually gets
Thank you,
given a
Mr.
gun
Chair. I
to
move to
hold in
strike
his
the
little
last word.
door in the
Gentlelady
front of
does
his
recognize.
body.
Every
That's
day,
death.
most of us are horrified by another mass shooting. Whether
I'm
in
horrified by your
Nashville,
glasses,
Louisville,
lady.
Alabama, Maine, to name just a few of the most recent. Americans, my friends, my neighbors, my constituents are afraid to go to shopping malls, to theaters, to church.
I will tell you
Children
which
tell us
malls
they're
they're
afraid
afraid to go to,
school,
lady.
and while they're in
I'll tell
school,
you which
they're being
neighborhoods they're in.
traumatized by active shooter and stop the bleed drills. In response, Republicans on this committee are not trying to limit access to deadly weapons by violent people. Instead, they've chosen to pass a measure
No,
that would make it
we are
easier for
trying to
mass
put
shooters to
violent
obtain
people in
and
prison
conceal
and
deadly
leaving the
firearms.
non-violent people
At
the
issue
fuck
tonight is an
alone.
ATF rule that closes a loophole
Funny
by
how
which
that
people can
works.
use a stabilizing brace to convert a large format pistol into a short-barreled rifle while evading the restrictions placed on short-barreled
I'm
rifles
about to
since
go
the enactment
get
of the
my
National Firearms
short-barreled rifle,
in
as she
1934.
calls it, and I
In
will
recent
compare that
years, mass
against my
shooters have
handgun,
deployed these armed
which causes
braces
the
in numerous
majority of gun
tragedies.
deaths.
A Dayton,
And
Ohio
let's see
bar, a
which one is
Boulder,
more
Colorado
comparable.
grocery store, Club
Or
Q in Colorado Springs, and most recently,
Club
the
Q
Nashville
was,
school
it
shooting
wasn't
just a
a
few days
pistol,
ago.
you heifer.
As we saw in the video played by Mr. Cicilline,
It was a SIG
firearms
MPX.
manufacturers are marketing and selling these braces as a way to evade the special restrictions
And as far as
created
I
by the
know,
National
that
Firearms
was a
Act to regulate access
full-length
to these
barrel
particularly
on that
deadly
gun.
weapons. And those firearms manufacturers have successfully invested
But
in
these
millions
people
of dollars
just,
that they've made
fuck it,
from those
we'll
sales
just make up
in
our
political
own facts.
contributions. Our Republican colleagues called this markup in order to kneecap the ATF, and
Yes.
they've declared they'll fight every effort to do
I
something,
wouldn't just kneecap the ATF,
anything,
I'd
to
cut their
prevent
fucking
crime
head off.
in our schools, our grocery stores, our workplaces, and
Damn
community
it, my
spaces.
son's right next to me. I
The
need to shut
Second
my mouth.
Amendment is not a suicide pact. All constitutional rights are
Where's your
subject
ear
to
pro
qualifications
at,
or
kid?
limitations
Because you
when
need
their
to be wearing it.
extremist application
At least
would
you're paying
infringe
more
upon the
attention to your
rights and
video.
freedoms of others. Even conservative justices on our Supreme Court have conceded that the Constitution permits the restrictions on the types of weapons that can be sold and to whom they may be sold. We all should be working together to
Yes.
prevent violent people from obtaining
Yeah,
dangerous weapons.
yeah, Martin, you're
in order
100%
to ensure
right.
domestic tranquility and promote the general welfare, as we're
I got your
urged to do by our
domestic
Constitution.
tranquility
It's abundantly and tragically clear that we have a lot
right
of work
here.
to do to keep our kids and our communities safe as the firearms industry and its political allies continue to prioritize profits and their gun fetish over people. We have to stop wasting time
I got a
and
gun
pass
fetish.
common sense gun safety
What
policies that
fetish do
save
you
lives
have, lady?
and give our children a brighter future.
I think it's
And does
tyranny.
anyone?
I'll take
Yes,
my
I would
guns
yield
any
to
day of the
Ms.
week.
Escobar.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. One of our colleagues asked just moments ago why we are so concerned about assault-style weapons, even though this
Assault style.
resolution obviously is not about assault-style weapons. So I'd like to answer that question. That what was a rhetorical question. In El Paso on August 3rd, 2019. A gunman, a white supremacist, drove 10 miles in order, 10 hours in order to slaughter Mexicans and immigrants, and he had an assault-style weapon. This was 3 years ago, and my constituents who were victims of that, who survived, still have to deal with surgeries, still have to deal with
Lady,
physical
I
therapy.
can go
still
back
carry
in the
the
Wayback
emotional
Machine, which was like 2
and
years ago,
physical trauma
where a
that
black guy
came
went and shot a
with
white kid
an
in the head with a
assault-style
pistol because he
weapon
wanted to
that
kill white people.
ravaged their
I don't
bodies.
hear you talking shit
Those
about
bullets,
that.
those guns are not intended
That
for
kid's
a
just
bullet to
dead.
just go right through a body. Those bullets obliterate a body.
I can
They
show you
obliterate muscle.
stories
They
every
obliterate nerves.
weekend
They
in
obliterate
towns near
tendons.
me
They obliterate
where black
bones.
people kill other black
That's
people.
why we are so
Like
concerned
fucking
by
bullets are
assault weapons.
free.
Thank you, Ms.
I don't hear you
Scanlon.
talking anything about that.
Lady yields back. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nels, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Folks, it
Bolo,
appears to me that the gentleman who leads the
she
ATF,
should have been the perfect
the
woman.
director of the ATF,
Come home from work
is
having a bad day,
unqualified to do so.
cracked her in the
And
jaw.
let me explain
being
why.
like,
Yesterday, the
I
ATF
shouldn't
director,
make that joke.
Steve
Sorry,
Dembeck,
Bolo. I shouldn't have made that
testified in
joke.
front of our colleagues on the House
My sense of
Appropriations
humor
Committee.
might be running a little wild
There's
right
the
now.
board. There he is, that fella right there. When asked if he could define what an assault weapon was, I mean, it's been said several times on the other side, what an assault weapon was, Mr. Dettelbeck, the sole man responsible for leading an agency charged with enforcing the laws and regulations related
Bolo,
to
just because you're
firearms
in
in the
Canada
United
doesn't
States
mean
of
you couldn't
America,
have punched her in the
said, I
mouth.
quote, unlike you, I am not a firearms expert to the
Again,
same
I'm
extent
joking.
as you may
It's a
be,
complete
end quote.
joke.
Let me say
Don't take
that
me
again.
seriously,
The man responsible,
especially
this
right
fella
now.
right here, the man responsible for gun regulations of the United States of America said he is not the #1 firearm expert
Do
in the
not
room
take the
that
guy
day.
seriously who is
Tell me how
wearing a
that makes
pistol
sense,
brace
folks.
on his
It makes
wrist,
no sense at all.
smoking cigarettes,
So this
drinking beer, and
non-expert, I
watching
will
this
say
hearing.
he's a non-expert.
Do not take
This
me seriously.
non-expert, Mr. Dettelbeck, introduced a final ATF rule in January, which would reclassify pistols as short-barreled rifles if they have a stabilizing brace attached. This rule would also require American gun owners, many of who are veterans, to either register pistols.
I'll give this
with
caveat.
stabilization
Take
braces
me
with the
about as
ATF,
seriously
turn over those
as my
firearms, or
son
face 10 years
sitting on
in
his
jail.
porta
Yes,
potty,
10 years in
wearing
jail.
a gorilla
We don't give
mask
we
and
don't give
watching
murderers
videos
that
on my
in
phone.
the justice system today.
Take me
And up to
about
a
that serious.
$10,000 fine. It is quite evident to me
That shit
and
happened
everybody that
tonight.
watched that hearing yesterday that this man is not a firearms expert. He does not understand our disabled veterans and other Americans rely on these braces.
Funny
to
enough,
use their firearms. He
um,
does not understand
building a muzzle loader
that
is
this
a
is an
fuckload
abuse of
harder than
rulemaking
building an
authority. He
AR-15.
does not understand our Constitution
Just to let the
provides
class know.
God-fearing Americans, many of us in this room, the right to bear arms. And I tell you, I'm a proud co-sponsor of this resolution today to
Jamie, yeah, we
repeal
saw it live.
Mr. Dettelbeck's
Yes, we did.
unconstitutional pistol brace rule. And I urge
I'm
all
a
of my
sharing
colleagues to do
person.
the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Everybody had to
Gentleman,
see what the
to
fuck I was
recognize the
laughing
gentleman
at
from
at
Georgia,
that
Ms.
point.
McBath.
Because, damn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
There's a
So
dead
here
bobcat in
we
my
are
freezer, and my
again
son
this
wears a
evening,
gorilla mask on
3
the
hours
porta
of the morning
potty.
already, just 4 days after
I live a
the
charmed
deadly
life.
mass shooting at a Sweet
Oh, I would
16
so
party
like
in
to punch
Alabama,
her in the face.
which took 4 young lives and
Bolo,
injured
she
32
wasn't your
more.
ex-wife by any chance, was she?
9 days after a young man in Louisville shot and killed 5 of his colleagues with an AR-15 style rifle.
No, wait a
Of
second.
course,
How do
less
you
than a
add
month
all
after
that
heavily
shit
armed
into
assailants
a pistol
slaughtered
brace rule
3 young children
when there wasn't a pistol
Babies.
brace used in that
at an
Alabama
elementary
shooting?
school in Nashville,
You
Tennessee. And I could just go
fucking
on
cunt.
and on and on to note the more than 160 mass shootings this country
There
has
have
already seen this year.
No, there haven't been that many mass shootings.
But I don't know if we'd even have enough time.
This is
Because
like you
there
guys say
already
there's
have
been
been
like
more mass
fucking
shootings
200 school
in this
shootings this
country,
year.
in the
If
United
you
States of
count
America,
someone shooting a
there
firearm
have
at
been
2 o'clock in the
days in
morning in a
this year.
school zone, they count that as a school shooting.
Today, my colleagues on the other side have brought us here to reject an ATF rule
I still got
which would
blackberry seeds
ensure
stuck in my
that
teeth.
stabilizing braces, firearms attachments used to convert large format pistols, such as AR-15s and AK-47s, into short-barreled rifles, that cannot be the accessory of choice for mass shooters.
Have you ever tried to
Shooters
stick
like the one in Dayton,
a
Ohio, who
12-inch
took
barreled
young
AK-47 down your pants?
like the shooter in
It
Boulder,
doesn't fit
Colorado,
unless
mass
you're
shooting,
wearing
which
goddamn
took 10
clown
lives.
pants, and it
And as
kind
we've
of
recently
sticks out
learned, like the shooter in
more
the
than just
Nashville
having a
mass
rabbit in
shooting,
your
who
pocket.
took lives of 3 children and 3 adults. It was this most recent shooting, the one at an elementary school in Nashville, that was so horrific that it caused my colleagues on the other side of the
Shall we
aisle
mention
to
that that
postpone
was
their
a
originally
Christian
planned
school
markup of
and it
this
was a
very rule that we just were
transgendered
discussing
bitch
right
that
now, a
did it
rule designed to prevent that exact
with a
scenario.
Keltec sub 2000?
Here we
I'll
are
get that right
today.
this time.
What is it, 12:05,
And
12:07
then
in the
a
morning,
braced AR
to
pistol.
push through this markup after yet another mass shooting? Because there will always be another mass
And then,
shooting until
unlike
all
the
of us in
shoot or
Congress
the police in
have the
Uvalde
courage
that
to
stood
protect our
around with their
children and
thumbs in
our
their
families.
ass, The police in
There is
Nashville
never a
actually
right
went in
time.
and shot the bitch in the face.
There will never be a right time to bring weapons of war and mass destruction to our streets. What we are doing at this midnight hour is not just about arguing about a piece of plastic. This is about trying to save
Yeah,
innocent
Mike,
lives.
be careful, brother. Make it to the
The
house.
American public is sick and tired.
Safe, sound,
They're sick and
and
tired of your
grab you a
thoughts and
beer,
your
brother.
prayers.
Be cool. Be safe.
Trust me.
Keep that thing
I'm a
on you at
victim
all
of gun
times.
violence. And when it happens to you, I pray that you might think differently. I pray you might have the courage and the compassion
If
and
someone
humility.
shoots my child,
Think about the pain
Lucy,
and suffering. I pray
they
that
better
nothing
hope to
happens
God
to
they're
anyone in
wearing
this room.
bulletproof armor,
I pray that
because
we have the
whether I get
conscience
them
to
at
stand up
trial,
and do
whether I
right
get them
by
in
America.
transport, or whether I
This
get
is
them when
not
they get
about
out
a
of
piece of
jail,
plastic.
I'm going to shoot them in the face.
This is about saving the lives, and this is about humanity in America.
I
I
got your
yield the balance of
humanity.
my time to my colleague from Texas.
I thank the gentlelady. I'll just take a very quick moment. First of
Oh,
all, let me
God.
thank and give respect to all combat veterans who know how to use weapons. That is not the tradition of most of those who are using weapons in mass shootings.
Do you know how
My
many
friends who
combat
suggest
vets
they put
I
the
know
guns in
that
the hands of
barely know
criminals.
which
The
fucking
individual in
end of the
Louisville was a
rifle to
former
point down
employee.
range?
In Nashville, former student.
Do I want to do this?
As has been heard, in Buffalo, white supremacists, in El Paso, white supremacists. These cannot be described as criminals. They can be described as people who've had access to guns.
Yes, my
who
love.
should not have gotten the guns in their hands. They have committed a crime.
Is Levi in
The
bed?
other thing, let me
No,
say this
he is
bogus
presently
argument
on
about
his
those with
toilet
disabilities
sitting
and
next to me.
veterans. We all respect veterans. But
I'm going to put
thousands
him in
of
bed
firearms
just a
and
minute.
accessories on the market
It's
are not
midnight.
subject to the NFA and
You
can be
missed
used
it,
by
though.
people with disabilities. The mayor,
He was
it
wearing
is
the gorilla
important to note,
mask,
if I may
sitting
add
on his
this
toilet,
into
sitting
the
next to
record,
me,
Mr.
and
Chairman,
watching, I
as
think,
unanimous
Sunny
consent,
Bunnies on his
to
phone.
place into the record letter from the U.S.
I
Conference of
haven't
Mayors
laughed
addressed to
that
Chairman
hard
Jordan
in
and Ranking Member Nadler regarding this legislation. They oppose it. Nullifying the federal rule around stabilizing braces would make it easier for mass shooters to access weapons of war and would weaken ATF's authority to enforce the law.
Why are
that
we
has been
pointing
enforced
at the
for nearly
window?
100
Okay,
years. Ask
never mind.
unanimous consent.
Without objection. The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentlelady
Yeah,
from
it's the
Wyoming is
miss.
recognized for 5 minutes.
She's probably ready to shoot me right
Thank
now.
you,
'Cause
Mr.
I've
Chairman.
been paying attention
First
to
of all,
this
I
shit
want
all
to
day.
correct the record as to
And I'm
the
about
leading
ready to
cause
let
of
her.
death of children. That is a statistic that has been thrown around
Oh,
rather aggressively
please
this
break it
evening.
off on them.
It is not true. And in fact,
Thank
that is
you.
not what the CDC data shows.
Thank
What
you.
people are relying upon is an inaccurate study that does not relate specifically to minors, but actually included 18 and 19-year-old adults.
Thank you.
The three top causes of death for children are certain
Cars,
conditions originating in the perinatal
poisonings.
period, congenital malformations, deformations, and chromosomal abnormalities, and symptoms, signs, and abnormal clinical and laboratory findings. That's actually the CDC data itself. If you actually look at children 12 years and younger, the other additional causes of death, leading causes of death are suffocation, motor vehicle accidents, and drowning, all of which are more than the deaths caused by firearms. So I just want to make sure that the record is accurate so that we don't deal with those bad statistics. I also want to say that it is
Check
very
is on
clear to
point.
me that my colleagues on the other side apparently believe that guns and pistol braces and other inanimate objects have the ability to stand up, walk out of the house, drive down the street, and act on their own volition. But that is not the case. Guns do not act without the person actually shooting them.
Yeah, I'm
And
still wearing
what
it.
we need to be doing is focusing on the criminals. So what I would say is,
Funny how that
one of
works.
my colleagues just said this hearing is not about a piece of plastic, but that's exactly what it is about, because that is the issue before us this evening, and it
Well,
demonstrates the
technically,
problem
this
with
isn't
the
all
FDA,
plastic.
or
Some of
excuse
it's
me,
rubber,
the
and
ATF
some of it's
regulation in the
Velcro.
first place. The ATF has issued a regulation attempting to outlaw pistol braces. The ATF does not have the legal authority to do that. If my colleagues on the other side want to have a debate about banning guns and the Second Amendment, I suggest that we have the hearing specific to that issue. Because what we're dealing with tonight is a regulation in the Congressional Review Act. So the fact that the Democrats have immediately gone to gun control and banning weapons and banning and attempting to take away our Second Amendment rights, I think very clearly shows exactly the problem with the ATF rule and why it should be repealed, because of the fact that the ATF does not have the legal authority
Just
to do
Harry
that.
Plastic.
It's the legislative
Very
body
true.
that has the legal authority to act. And then at that point, we also have to address the Second Amendment. But I just want to read something very quickly here that I was just looking up as I was listening to this, to the testimony and to the
Because a
statements
simple
made
Google
today.
search would solve all
This
this
is something that was, we just had an anniversary yesterday, and I'm just going to read this very quickly because I think it epitomizes where the other side is coming from on this discussion. The sun never set on the British Empire. It was the largest empire in world history.
There's
Out of
no
nearly 200
trigger on
countries
this
in the
thing.
world, only 22 were never controlled, invaded, or attacked by Britain. In April of 1775, the British Royal Military
try
Governor of
loading it again?
Massachusetts, General Thomas Gage, sent 800 British Army regulars under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Francis Smith on a preemptive raid to seize guns from American patriots at Lexington and Concord.
How did that work out?
George Mason of Virginia stated, "To disarm the people is the best and most effectual way to enslave them." That is why we have the Second Amendment. It protects our ability to keep and bear arms. The ATF does not have the legal authority to adopt the rule that they have. To the extent that there is should
Better
be
yet,
any discussion about
there
the
is
banning
no
of guns, it should be
constitutional
taking
authority
place in
for the
legislative
ATF
body
to
with
exist.
the understanding and the analysis of the Second Amendment that is appropriate. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman is recognized for unanimous consent.
I ask unanimous consent that the article from the Kaiser Family Foundation entitled "Firearms Are the Leading Cause of Death for Children in the United States" be included in the record.
Yeah, because
Objection.
they
And
are.
the second
Oh,
article.
yeah. Objection. You
from
almost never
NPR
hear that.
In April 22nd, 2022, firearms overtook auto accidents as the leading cause of death
Objection.
in children be made a part of the record.
Objection.
Without objection, it's ordered. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Guzman.
Why do you not object to it?
I thank the chairman. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think it'd be helpful.
I would have objected to
provide
it.
some context and perhaps help
Objection.
clear the record a bit, because I've heard
Where's your
differing
facts?
arguments from my colleagues on the other side. some
Oh,
of which
this.
are grossly inconsistent. So, my friend Mr. Massey makes the argument, which I actually think comports with the language of the final rule, that this final rule requires registration. But then I hear my colleague from Wyoming declare that it outlaws these devices. Clearly,
It
that's
outlaws them
inconsistent. And, again, I think Mr. Massey's
unless
actually
you
accurate,
register
correct
them
on that front.
as short
And I
barrel
think that
rifles.
It's important
If you
for us to
have
an
any
intellectually honest
fucking
debate.
idea
By
what
that
you were
same token,
talking about, you jackass.
Earlier, but referenced the Obama administration. I think a number of my colleagues have done so with respect to the genesis of this rulemaking. No one has referenced the fact that this rulemaking began, at least in part, during the Trump administration.
Yes,
And
by
so
the banning of bump stocks.
Let me just take you down a trip on memory lane. In March of 2020, during the Trump administration, a manufacturer submitted a firearm equipped with brace model SBA-3 to the ATF for classification. ATF determined that it was subject to the NFA as a short-barreled rifle because, quote, all of the objective design features are consistent with weapons
The
designed to be
SBA-3
fired from the
brace,
shoulder.
you
That's evidenced by
dumbass,
the many videos that my colleagues
is sold right now. This is an
defies,
SBA-2.
any of the arguments that were made on the other side of the aisle with respect to the design of the weapon on that front. ATF examined a firearm with a different
If I
model
was in this hearing, I
brace
would
and
wear
reached
this
the
thing
opposite
the whole
conclusion.
time.
By late 2020, still during the Trump administration, ATF concluded that there was a need to
I'd
provide
stick my
clarity to the
microphone
firearms
in it
industry
so I
and
could
American
talk into
people
it.
on how ATF evaluates firearms equipped with stabilizing braces, and that some manufacturers were adding to the confusion by falsely labeling braces as, quote, ATF compliant when ATF had not evaluated them. ATF determined that for these reasons, And due to the extensive use of these firearms to create short-barreled rifles without following NFA requirements, it was necessary to issue public guidance. This is important. On December 18th,
Text
2020,
of laws
this is during the
should
Trump
matter.
administration, not
This
the
was
Biden
not
administration,
designed to be
ATF
fired
published
from
a
the
notice
shoulder.
in the Federal
So
Register
it wouldn't
entitled
matter
Objective
whether I fired it from the
Factors
middle of my
Classifying
forehead.
Weapons with
It's
Stabilizing
still
Braces.
not designed to be
That
fired from the
guidance
shoulder.
included
It was designed to be
factors
fired
similar to those
on the
that are in
wrist.
the final rule at issue in this markup. As
See,
you all
if
know,
these
many of
jackasses
you
don't
signed on to a
care
letter a
about
few
the
days later on
Constitution,
December 22nd.
they don't
90 House
care about the
Republicans
text
sent a
of
letter
a
to
law.
the ATF imploring the ATF to essentially rescind
They just
that
care
guidance.
about their
The
feelings.
ATF then
Well,
ultimately complied.
we
And on
think
December
we
30th,
feel like it
ATF
fits.
withdrew the public guidance.
If
3 months later,
I won't make that joke either.
a murderer in Boulder, Colorado, used a Ruger AR-556 pistol equipped with an SB Tactical SBA-3 stabilizing brace to kill 10 people.
He used a
of my
car to
constituents.
get to the
I
shooting,
represent
didn't he?
Boulder. I think many of you know that.
He drove.
One of those
He
constituents
didn't jog. He didn't run.
bravely lost his life.
If we took away his car, he wouldn't have got there.
Disappointed by
He would have gotten
the
tired about
majority's decision to pursue
an eighth of the way through and been like, fuck it, I'm just going home.
I don't get it. And for those who are watching,
To that point, he put gas in that car to get there.
I think the American
So what
people
about
can get a
that
very clear
gas
picture
station?
of the priorities of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Many of whom I
Which,
consider
well, these bastards want to go after gas stations
we
anyway.
could be taking up bills
Fuck
to
it, we're all going
address
to be
inflation.
like,
We could be taking
I
bills
don't know,
to build safer
having
communities.
hamsters run
My
on
colleagues talked
wheels
about
and shit to
steps
power
to
our cars.
harden schools to provide security assistance, places of public accommodation. That's something I support. I've introduced a bill for 2 years in a row now.
I'd introduce a bill to him.
But instead, we're here debating a measure to undermine federal law enforcement's efforts when it sought to crack down
It won't come
on
off.
those who were using stabilizing braces as short-barreled rifles to evade the NFA.
Yes, because if the NFA doesn't
I would
cover
hope
it,
that the
it
majority
just
would
doesn't
consider
cover it.
their
And if
priorities.
there is something
Let's
that
work
used
together
as a
to find some
loophole,
solutions to these
then
constitutional
write
issues.
better laws,
This isn't it.
you
That I
jackass.
can assure you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. It's been a long night, and I'm going to try to be pretty quick here because I don't think we're going to convince them, and I don't think they're going to convince us. But there's a few things I want to say. So much of this really is political. I guess folks
You
don't want to admit it,
think?
but I mean, you had control.
don't
You had the
say.
and then you've heard this before. You had the executive branch. You had the House. You had the Senate. And now it all gets blamed on us.
Okay.
You could have made change then.
Where
had the
were you
majority in every
bastard
single
Republicans
house. But
at
it
when you
didn't-
had the House?
It didn't happen.
When you had the
And it's
Senate?
always a
when you had the
political answer. You know
presidency,
why? Because
when you
it
could have
sounds
gotten
so
rid of
good.
shit like
Let's
this.
take guns away from legal gun
Where were
owners
you guys at?
that 99.9%
Oh,
don't do
wait.
anything wrong
Doing
ever,
jack
but that
shit.
will fix the problem. It won't fix the problem. So we'll make this brace illegal. Now, are you going to tell me because we make this brace illegal that criminals and those with mental health problems are going to, decide, gee, I can't use the brace
no, I
anymore,
can't use
so
it.
I'm just going to stop. They're breaking the law. They're murderers, or they have serious mental health issues.
Again, how do you put
They're
the,
not going
the
to change
magazine in
because
this thing?
you change a law.
How do
They
you
are
load it?
already used to breaking the law, and the people
Where's
will
the
still
trigger?
do it.
Where's the
will
barrel?
continue to do it. We do need to do things that was mentioned here a couple times, like making our schools safer. And I love people to join me on my bill, my Safe Schools bill, which will
Craig,
make
take it
sure that
easy,
people
brother.
can walk
We'll catch
straight
you after a
into
while.
school, that before they walk
Be
in, they
cool.
had to be buzzed in not once, but twice,
Keep
and that
that
you had a
on
safety
you at all
officer.
times. You know the
And a
drill.
safety officer could make sure that things were safe in the inside. And I guarantee you that crime would go down in schools, that mass murders would go down in schools. And in New York City, some folks, I guess, made fun of the victims.
Yeah,
Even tonight,
hey.
you did. Well, the interesting thing about those victims, one got that living daylights beaten out of them. And the other two, it was victims of knives. So, you know, we, I guess, could take knives away, but, you know, we're always going to blame guns because guns are scary. People talk about guns, they don't even understand what really is an assault weapon, what's an automatic, what's a semi-automatic. Most of the people making the rules, most of the people doing the legislation don't even understand what they're doing legislation about. Well, I shoot at the range. I shoot at the range once to twice a week. I'm a gun owner. I believe in the Second Amendment. And those that say that older people, disabled people, and veterans aren't there using those devices aren't telling the truth. I don't know how else to say it. It's not accurate. Because if you go there, you'll see them. You know, individuals who have enjoyed this for years, they're older, their hands are shaky, people that have neurologic problems, people that have other health issues, and the older veterans. Maybe if we had better prosecutors that didn't keep having a revolving door and turn bad people out, and areas where we keep making the rules tighter and harder for guns, Chicago, New York, California, the crimes are going up and the shootings are going up because we're letting bad people out of jail. But that doesn't matter, I guess. The truth is, those folks that commit those kind of aggressive crimes, those criminals should stay in jail for a good long time, maybe forever. And finally, like I said, I welcome anybody to join my Safe School Act if they really believe that they want to make a difference, because that will make a difference. Mr. Hunt was so right. His speech was so good. He was on the money. Here's somebody who's a veteran. Here's somebody who was in the military. Here's somebody who's in war. Here's somebody who understands guns, like the people at the range where I shoot. And they wouldn't even understand what half of you were talking about because it doesn't work. So make them illegal. Make these braces illegal, and let's see, because you're going to promise people it's going to make things better, how much better it gets. And you know
Andrew,
what?
will you yield for just one clarification?
No, I got to finish this. And you know what else it doesn't show? It doesn't show that the statistics show, look them up, when they were illegal in New Jersey in certain areas, it was no better crime-wise. It didn't make a difference. A bad person or a person with severe mental health problems are still going to commit crimes. And there's much better ways to go about that. We need more mental health work being done in our country. And I don't know who asked me, but I will yield.
Gentleman, time has expired. Gentleman yields back. Appreciate the gentleman. The gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell.
Chuck, what's up, brother?
Mr. Chairman, it is 12:25 a.m.
It's 12:27,
United States
jackass.
Congress, and if anyone wants to know what is the priority of their member of Congress, well, on the other side of the aisle,
Eric Swallows will.
At this early hour, it's to better arm the killers of our children. That's the priority. It's not, as Mr. Nagu said, to fight inflation. It's not to bring down the cost of healthcare.
You guys have raised inflation, raised health care. You guys are the ones who actually make the mentally ill fuckers who do the shootings.
Criminal in America.
But you're going to call someone else out.
To a right to carry a device, as Mr. Nagu laid out, can kill innocent souls in our community. It's midnight in Washington, a book also written by a colleague of mine just to the right. But it's midnight in Washington, and my colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle are fighting to arm the killers.
Yeah,
a lot of talk today about veterans, and that's great. I think we all want to do what we can.
You can't stand up against our government. We have nuclear weapons.
12 hours ago, when
Tell
Mr.
that
Massey
to the Taliban.
offered an amendment in an immigration bill to help veterans with the E-Verify system, almost everyone on his side voted against it. So it's clear where you draw the line when you want to help veterans. No one wanted to help the veterans when it came to immigration, but when it comes to this legislation, that's your fig leaf as far as why you're in favor of it.
Actually,
but I really want to address
anybody who
Mr. Van
serves
Drew,
in the
because he used
United
the word
States
ban
military
about
should get
10 times and
citizenship
the word illegal
off
about
the rip.
5 times. And there's nothing in this regulation that would ban a stabilizer. It's not a ban on a stabilizer. It's the crazy idea that it should be registered. It's not a ban at all. No one's talking about a ban. In fact, I think almost everyone on this side
Yes,
thinks
you guys are
that you
talking
should be
about
able
a
to take
ban.
your kids hunting, go to the range and shoot for sport, and have a shotgun to protect yourself in your home
Shotgun hunting for
for
sport.
self-defense. That's
La,
what
la, la.
most of us
None of
believe.
that is mentioned in
And
the
so the
Second
registration
Amendment, and you
requirement
are with the
is
federal
not only
government,
within the
so you
mainstream of
can
America.
fuck off.
Most research shows it's within the mainstream of gun-owning Republicans. So it's not a ban, and we're going to fight back. And
Just because
debunk
you poll some
all of the
NRA members
disinformation that you can
doesn't
continue to throw out.
mean we're in
So
the
when
mainstream
you drag us
of
all
gun owners.
over the country for your field hearings, and you want to go to New York to talk about crime, we're going to tell
I
you,
like
Mr.
how this
Chairman,
dude's trying to grow his beard
the
out
crime
back
rate in
hard.
Mansfield, Ohio, also known as Danger City, comparative to Manhattan, doesn't fare so well. So we're going to continue to call it out.
I will
When you
take
were
my chances in
dragging the committee
Montgomery,
to New York,
Alabama.
there was a
versus
homicide in your
Manhattan.
hometown that the police were still trying to solve, used and committed with the firearm. So we're going to continue to call out the disinformation. This is not a ban. This is a registration requirement. No one here
Yeah,
is talking
because
about
that's worked out
and with
really
that, I'll
well.
yield my remaining time to my colleague from Rhode Island.
No, I thank the gentleman for yielding. I think it's important to note that the figure that
You
has been
think
used
I'm registering
was,
a goddamn thing?
40 million, 10 million. And I think Mr. Schiff made it very clear.
Oh,
When this device
and
was
you
first
thought
developed,
these
it was
made
to
guns
assist people with
machine
disabilities.
guns.
But as we saw from the video, it's now being marketed to turn this into a short barrel rifle.
I have shot plenty
and
of these.
All we're saying is if it is going to be
They've
that kind
never
of a dangerous
acted like
firearm,
a machine gun.
it's been regulated for a very long time and it requires
If
registration.
these made
plain and
guns
simple.
machine guns,
And I think
I would own a
Mr.
lot
Smallman was
more of
right.
them, actually.
It's 12:30 in the morning. And the only action that this Republican majority has taken in response to
Damn,
an
did I just
epidemic
lose
of gun
30
violence in this
minutes
country is to attack a
fucking
rule of the
mindless
ATF
droll?
that will help make these weapons less lethal and require a registration of a brace. That's the sum total of your response to the carnage of gun violence in this country. You have the majority. We'll stay here till 4 in the morning if you're serious about reducing gun violence. But instead, there was an argument made last time this hearing came up that we should abolish the ATF. I guess we should be grateful you stepped that back and you're just trying to abolish some of the good rules that they've promulgated that
Okay,
are make us safer.
YouTube, you can fuck off. How does adding
Yields back.
this
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana. Mr.
to
Johnson.
this
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is late here.
make
and,
this
you
any
know, Mr.
more
Swalwell's been
lethal?
gone most of the day, but I just want to note real quickly that
I can do
he just
this
accused Republicans of, quote,
and
wanting
shoot
to arm
the
killers.
same way.
You know, and I just want to say, when you
Same
say
caliber,
outrageous things
same
like that,
gun,
you obviously
not a
diminish
machine
your own
gun.
arguments and your own credibility. I represent Louisiana.
David
We're nicknamed the
Sicily
Sportsman's
can
Paradise.
get on my
I mean,
fucking
in
nuts.
Louisiana, we revere our Second Amendment rights. We hunt with our children. We teach them responsible gun safety and ownership.
I'm glad my
We're
son is
serious
paying
about
more
preserving our
attention
fundamental
to
freedoms
his
and the great
videos
traditions of this
than he is
country.
paying attention to
And
me.
when you try to diminish people who stand for that, it undermines
saying.
your own argument. Look, I'm telling you what my constituents in Louisiana see when they think of the ATF.
'Cause
Many people, when they
this
see the ATF, they see that it's one of
pistol
the alphabet agencies
can
in
be
Washington
shot like
that was
this,
designed to serve the people and is
and
being
it's
used
still
against them.
the
You have your
same
authority
pistol.
that's being abused
This
here. You
doesn't
have,
make it
as was
any
pointed out
more
earlier,
or less
by Mr. Nails, you have
lethal.
the director of the ATF.
You want to
in
know
front of
what makes
Congress
it
under oath who
lethal?
can't even
The fucking
describe his own
rounds
job,
that
can't
it
even adequately
shoots.
define the very firearms that he's supposed to be regulating, and it undermines
I will
people's faith in
compare
institutions
ballistics
and
at
in
close
this
range,
agencies that's just run amok.
30,
I want to
40
yield up my
yards.
time to Mr. Massey because he
With
has a lot to add to
these,
this.
Yeah, I think
compared
Johnson,
to your
uh,
ultra
depending on the
deadly
state that you live in
5.56
and your
any
response to
day
this
of the
ATF rule,
fucking week.
it either will ban, register, or destroy stabilizing braces for pistols
This
that
is both the
resemble
reason I don't have
collapsible
followers and the
stocks.
reason I'm way
You
more
know,
fun than
and I
guns
think
and gadgets.
everybody on the other side of the aisle is about to get really surprised at what I'm about to say. Do you know what this doesn't ban, register, or destroy?
Go back to this.
Collapsible stocks. It only bans, registers, or destroys stabilizing braces for pistols that resemble collapsible stocks. There are even more collapsible stocks than there are stabilizing braces. Now, why doesn't this rule ban, destroy, or otherwise register collapsible stocks? Because they can't do it. There's no construction, even in their tortured legal logic that they've made to ban, register, or destroy stabilizing braces that resemble collapsible stocks. They are not able to ban collapsible stocks.
I'll do you guys one better.
I've got these things laying around at home. It's a piece of plastic. There's honestly really no reason to regulate this piece of plastic. You could recreate one easily. So what are you going to do? Everything that the Democrats don't like is a loophole. I've tried to figure out what their definition of a loophole is. Everything they don't like is a loophole. So then I'm afraid they're going to be back and say there's the collapsible stock loophole. We, through regulation, not through lawmaking, but through regulatory fiat, we were, somebody was able, some unelected bureaucrat was able to ban, register, or destroy something that resembled a collapsible stock, but they were not able to ban a collapsible stock. So you're not making anything less lethal. Now, those collapsible stocks, if you're a law-abiding citizen, have to be used on a rifle. Okay, what's the difference between a rifle, an AR-15 rifle, and an AR-15 pistol?
I'm gonna turn my man Massey down for a sec.
They don't even know what a collapsible stock is.
And I'm going to show this. I'm going to make myself bigger, because this is an AK with a folding stock. One of the last AKs that I built. I love this gun. I've got to do some Cerakote on it. This is actually shorter than my AK pistol is. I'll put them on a chair so they're the same height. My folding stock AK is shorter than my pistol by 6 to 8 inches. So are you going to ban pistol braces? Because I can fire this like this with the stock folded, and this is a 16-inch barrel. And it is still shorter than my pistol. By 8 inches. And that is with my pistol with it run all the way in. There's no more room to run my pistol brace in. My folding stock is still shorter than my pistol. And like I said, I can fire it just like this. I can go all Terminator with it.
I think the Supreme Court or the courts, Oregon Supreme Court will, and I think they'll be right to do so.
If you are going for what is concealable, this is a pistol braced AK, 12.5-inch barrel. Put this in your pants, I goddamn dare you, and sneak this in somewhere. I've seen some big ass pants. I've never seen pants big enough to sneak this anywhere. These people are so full of fucking shit. It's not even funny. But these people who just read headlines and get their updates from national news are going to buy into this. Yeah, YouTube airsoft. Those are airsoft guns, YouTube. Airsoft. 1-to-1 size airsoft. I build airsoft guns. Fuck these people.
Critically important that we do this. There are a bunch of different things I could go through. The one thing that's clear here is my colleagues here, this is not about wanting to just get rid of this piece of plastic or have registration. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to ban these weapons. We know this, they've said so repeatedly.
It's just another step.
I don't know. Certainly the president, certainly most, they want to ban them. They want to get rid of them. They'd like to get rid of many more weapons, semi-automatic pistols, otherwise. Almost all of which are in commonplace use. And I could focus on all of that. We don't have enough time. I think the most important thing to focus on right now is not the guns, but it's what's happening. Why is this happening? What is happening to our young men? That they will walk into a school and do this. What kind of a society are we operating in? And if you look at the data right now in terms of what's happening, in a period just right before COVID, data had 81,000 emergency department visits by young people, as young as 5 coded for suicidal ideation. Quarter of those turned into hospital stays. Suicide rates skyrocketed during COVID. Suicidal thoughts skyrocketed during COVID. The fact is, the people who are perpetrating these things, young, male, angry, notably disturbed, refusal to attend school, anger toward
Transgender.
girls and women, antisocial, no sense to belong to family, to school, to community, and threats online. You go down the whole list of what's going on.
That's where I will argue with Chip Roy on this one. Uvalde was transgender. This last shooting at the Christian church was transgender. So this isn't about just male, female, what the fuck ever. It's about mental goddamn illness. And the Democrats are the ones who push this mental illness on our kids.
We are killing our children. We are killing them every second we allow them to sit on these devices all day, stewing on 24-hour news cycles of the most negative influence you can possibly have on a regular basis.
Okay, my son's doing
At
like
an event that I was at
ABCs
with
and
my
1,
son
2, 3s. So
Easter weekend, where devices were not allowed. We spent all day with a whole lot of people that we didn't know and talked to them from other states, other walks of life. And it was wonderful.
Why
And if
do
we
you have a
don't
light on the
address
fucking
this, and if we don't address our families, and if we don't address our societal problem, and the lack of families, and the lack of fathers, and the lack of community, we are going to lose it if we haven't already lost it.
And yes, my 3-year-old is still up.
Guns. The problem isn't
He's mine.
It's the fact that we're letting our
Deal with it.
society rot, a cultural rot. That is our calling as leaders of this society. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a familiar pattern. After every criminal atrocity, the Democrats call for a new round of gun control laws. And now we have more than 50 years of experience with those gun control laws. You'd think if they actually worked, things would be getting better.
You
not
think?
worse. We found these laws are very
Oh, Joe.
effective at disarming
Shit, I didn't see you
law-abiding
back.
citizens.
What's up,
We've
Joe?
also found they're extremely ineffective.
We're trying to get back.
Criminals and terrorists.
Yeah, dude, I was on one of the other screens. I didn't see you
know
come
how
back
to
in.
reduce gun violence.
Is audio okay?
Send violent criminals
still
to
choppy,
jail
brother.
until they're old and gray. Execute the murderers. Harden our schools. And find the dangerously mentally ill so that we can treat them. Stop letting terrorists into our country across our southern borders. Yet these are the time-proven measures the Democrats refuse to restore or even to consider. Woke Democratic district attorneys often refuse to prosecute gun criminals, or they quickly drop gun
Joe,
charges.
it's to the
to
point I
reduce
can
their
understand what you're saying. It's
Democrats
just
have
kind
all
of
but abolished the death penalty
and I gotta
They've
kind
released
of
dangerous
I gotta
criminals
kind
from
of
our
fill in
prisons,
some
released
blanks.
dangerous illegal
Well,
aliens
can you
into our
hear me
prisons.
now?
They flooded our
Yeah, I
states
can
with
hear you.
dangerously
It's
mentally
like I
ill.
said, it's
They
just
turn
kind
a
of
blind eye as terrorists come across the border that they've left
Yeah,
wide
you
open.
know what? I'm gonna have to find a better solution.
Violent
It's
criminals.
getting out of that.
I am
yeah.
as
I mean,
sick of
ask
these
everybody in
crimes as the
chat, brother.
Democrats
It's
say they
kind of
are.
we can
So here's a
understand what you're
modest
saying,
suggestion.
but
Let's
it's
get the
like
criminals
this
and madmen off the
intermittent.
Oh
streets.
no,
Every
I've come
other
across
state.
I've come across it before, and I'm looking at my signal now. I've got full Wi-Fi connection. It's not that. I do live out in like God's country, so there's a little bit of that. The signal will be.
To the elected representatives of the people, the sole prerogative.
Yeah,
to
like I said,
make
we
these
can
laws.
understand you for the most part. It's
Democrats
just
love to talk
it's
about threats to
it's
democracy.
like every other like
One of the most
syllable is
fundamental
just kind of.
threats to democracy is removing the power to
Dude
legislate
sucks. I
and
know.
the
All
elected
right, I'm
representatives of
dipping
the
out.
people.
Good night,
All
dude.
right, brother, man.
And giving
Late.
instead unelected bureaucrats were
Take it
immune and
easy,
often
Joe. Man, I love you,
contemptuous
brother.
of that democracy. That's what this measure does.
Why do you have the light on the
Restore
phone
those
again?
guardrails.
Why?
And
You
with
don't
that,
need
if
the
Mr.
light on
Massey
the
has
phone.
anything to add, I'll
Yes,
yield to him.
absolutely. Just to reiterate the point that Ms. Hageman
And how
from
can you
Wyoming
operate
made,
my phone better
is
than me?
the data that the gentleman submitted for the record is flawed. They exclude children under the ages of 1, and they include adults aged 18 and 19. Specifically, the Kaiser study,
Brother, I
that Mr.
love you too,
Cicilline
Joe.
submitted for the record, has this flaw. And when you quit excluding children under the age of 1,
Fucking
and when you
lunatic
quit
rider,
including
what's up,
ages
man?
18 and 19, by the way, those are mostly gang deaths.
Yeah.
Involved in gang violence.
Lunatic. I don't know whether to say
It's
thank
simply
you
not
for
true
the
that it's
stream
the
or
leading cause
fuck
of
you
death
for
for
it.
children.
It's one of the two.
Would the
By
gentleman yield for a
anybody's
question?
definition.
It's
Sure.
like
Yes,
I
sir.
like
I'll yield.
pain
Does that
or
mean that between the ages of 2 and 19, gun violence is the leading cause of death under your statistics?
The Kaiser study says that. Yes.
no.
And,
I can show you
you're
a
okay with
CDC
that?
study right
no
now
death
that
is
shows
good.
unintentional
No, it doesn't,
deaths
because you're not
for
between 2 and
children
18,
from 0
2 to 9,
to
1 to 19.
19
But
are
reclaiming
less than
Mr.
unintentional
McClintock's time,
poisonings.
let me be clear about what this,
You guys
what,
are
what's
including
happened,
little
because I don't
gang-banging
want you all
motherfuckers
to walk
that are
away
killing
thinking
each
this
other.
will save lives. I really don't.
You're
This is an
lying sacks
aesthetic,
of shit.
ergonomic, cosmetic accessory to a firearm. It doesn't change the muzzle velocity. It does.
Oh,
in
Martin,
spite
you
of
getting out, brother?
Mr. Cicilline's claims
Later on, brother
in a
Martin.
prior hearing, it doesn't change the rate of fire. It doesn't change the
Yeah,
capacity
Martin,
of the
yeah,
weapon.
this ain't getting solved
You
today,
could
brother.
say the one thing you could
Be
say
cool, man.
is it improves the concealability
Keep
by
that thing
8
on
inches.
you at all
In
times.
most of these shootings all of the shootings that I've seen on camera, the person is not concealing anything. They are coming in guns blazing, concealability. They are living in a fantasy a lot of times fueled by prescription drugs that have separated them from reality. If there needs to be any kind of data that we need in front of this committee, any kind of report or any kind of registry, it should be, we should have access to know which prescription drugs these killers were on
That is
at the
a
time
damn
they
good
committed the
point.
crime. And that should be
My
collected by
man,
FDA.
Massey.
They're supposed to say that these are safe and effective and report the side effects. And if we could do one thing
Damned
at
if it
this
is,
level,
if
that
you
would
go
be it. And I
one
yield back to the gentleman from
Mr.
California.
Chairman, I have
One
unanimous consent
kind
request.
of
I'm gonna try one more time.
relationship
I'd ask
over
unanimous
my
consent to put
family.
into record a
Massey
PolitiFact
was
from the
their
Austin
survey.
American statement. Are firearms a leading cause of death of children? Yes, into the record.
Okay.
No objection.
I have asked unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from
Which
Kentucky
children and
Submit for
how
the
did they
record an
die?
article
It's
from
like
2.5
grouping
weeks
all
ago in
cancers
Snopes
into
of
the
all
same
places,
fucking category.
which fact
You
checks
don't
Mr.
do
Cicilline's
that
information
unless you are a
and shows that
dishonest
Ms. Hagelman
douchebag.
is correct, not Mr. Cicilline.
Fact checking the fact checkers. All right. Without objection, so ordered. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I
Sam,
can't believe that
my
we're
children
finding
are night
concrete
owls
fact
like I
that
am.
The leading cause of death.
So I'll
is,
put him to bed in a
for
couple
2
of minutes,
19 is
and
guns, but not
he'll be
under
up like a
one.
light in the
That's
morning.
supposed to be okay. Look, Mr. Roy, Mr. Massey,
How
I
did
have
you get
tremendous
to an
respect
Alabama
for both of
Senate
you. I
hearing,
appreciate
kid?
what you said tonight, Mr. Roy in particular. Your
I
comments
realize
about,
that's not any
the
fun to
struggles
watch.
of young
So
men, I
yeah,
think
we'll
is-
go back
is
to
right on the money.
Coco Melon.
But where we part company is the concept of, guns don't kill people.
You guys.
And sort of marginalize.
No, guns don't
the
kill
impact
people.
that guns have. I became a
I've got
prosecutor in
1,
1990. I
2,
believe you were a
3,
prosecutor
4,
at one point too.
5.
I was here in Washington,
6,
D.C. It was
7,
the height of the crack wars.
8,
And
9.
the big change.
I've got 10
that
guns
happened
around me
between when I
right
was a
now, at
young man
least.
and
Not
what
counting
started
what's
happening
locked
in the
up right there, and I'll
1990s
lock the
was
rest up
this
later.
fight turned into a gunfight. That was the big change.
None of them have
And
ever
adding
run
more
out of my
powerful
door and
weapons,
went and
you might
shot
recall
somebody for no
that
reason.
The 9mm came in. The cops got scared. They had to move up from revolvers, so then they got more powerful weapons. We had this escalation of guns on the street just in that cycle with the police and the drug dealers. Going along at the same time as that, we had the growth of guns. We didn't have 400 million guns in America 30 years ago.
We also didn't have the same number of people in America.
And they're easily accessible.
If
We
you
can
look
talk
at the
about
number
mental
of
health and
people
trying to
versus the
track
number
down
of
men,
guns, gun crime and murders have actually gone down proportionally.
The problem is, we've got first-time offenders.
The problem
that are
is
doing the
we
mass
have
killing.
idiots like
So if we leave all these guns easily
in
accessible,
Congress
like they are right now, we're going to continue to have these like mass shootings.
I
every
would
day.
love to see
And
John Locke
look,
roll up on a
I don't wanna
Segway
say
scooter
that your
and slap
views
this
on these
motherfucker as
things
he
are
rolled
somehow
by.
dishonest
It
or
would
anything
be
like
a
that. I'm
fucking,
not attributing bad
what do you
motives
call
to
it when
your
you roll by on a
What I
Segway?
am
A
asking
roll by
is
slapping?
that from our perspective,
I
certainly,
don't know.
maybe yours too. We've got to figure out something to stop these mass killings.
Tuck,
I mean,
you ain't wrong,
it is just
dude.
appalling.
Without a shot
that
fired.
The Alabama mass killing. I mean, somebody was talking about the mass shooting. I thought they were still talking about Nashville.
Yeah.
Because they're coming
Fired,
so
you're right.
fast, it's hard to
But
even
hey,
keep track of.
Can your son, can your 2-year-old son do
Come
this?
to grips
Or
with the fact
grandson?
that is not acceptable.
Hold on.
We've got to figure something
I'm
out.
gonna make myself
So when I
big.
look
Can
to
you still hear
all,
this,
and
dude?
you guys are pushing back at us, and that's
Watch this.
fine.
Wubba, come here.
But when I look to
Come
you
here.
all, you're in the majority now.
Um,
I wasn't here last year.
Wubba, what's this?
And the only gun
Click.
legislation we get through the
What's this?
Judiciary Committee is this one.
Magazine.
And
Damn right.
which we
Can
all
your
know will
grandson do
nothing
that?
Either way to address mass
My
killings.
grandson can do
It just
that.
won't. And so,
Actually,
is
it's my
there
son,
anything you
ain't my
guys would
grandson.
accept? I mean, more background checks, banning ghost guns. Is there anything that you would put on the table? I mean, anything.
Hey,
that
dude,
might start
here's
to address
here's
the
one of your
problem.
ghost guns right
Because
here.
right now, we're in a holding pattern. I think it was
Not a serial
one of your
number on
colleagues
it, and
over
it
there
ain't
said,
killed a
"Hey,
single
It's
motherfucker.
late at night. I'm not going to convince you. You're not going to convince me. Okay, fine. But there's got to be some kind of common ground.
Wubba,
I can't believe
what's
that
this?
you all are comfortable with the status
Click.
quo. And I get your point
I love
about
you.
um,
what's this?
having more guns on the street, or more people
Magazine.
having guns. I
That's
don't
my
think
boy.
that's the solution. We had a conversation earlier. One of you was testifying.
My
about
son already knows
places
more about
where
guns than that
a
motherfucker
lot of
does.
people have guns, so you feel safer. But I was here when a guy walked into MPD, that's the police department here in Washington, D.C., and lit up the place. He killed police officers. Everybody's armed. He shoots it up. I remember the Fort Hood shooting in 2009. 13 people. were killed. Everybody's armed. And
No,
actually trained how to
everybody
use
wasn't armed at
the
Fort
weapons
Hood,
to
you
defend
dickhead.
We had a shooting here in the Capitol.
Because
as
soldiers couldn't
Somebody
be
walked
armed
in and
on
started shooting
base.
at people.
That's
It
the
happens
reason he did the
everywhere.
shooting on
Everybody
base.
having guns doesn't fix the problem. We've got to find a better way to go at it. And by the way, I've got 5 sons. One of them was a school teacher. And you know when he decided to go?
If you
When they
could
started
put a
saying, like,
shock
"Well, you
collar
guys
on
are
this
gonna have to get
bastard,
guns." Maybe
it
that's the way to
shocked
go.
him every time he lied. He would look like
Fire
the
drills
fucking
going
crypt
to
keeper. He would be
active shooter
electrocuted
drills.
so hard.
Mr. Roy, you want to talk about impact on our children that's
Oh,
negative and
I'll talk
causing
about
these
it.
kind of problems?
I'll talk about it.
That's got to be one of them.
Put me in,
I
coach.
see I've run out of my time, but let's find a way. You guys are going to win this vote today, obviously. But can we do something as we move forward to start trying
I'll
to
do
address these
something.
problems in a bipartisan way? And
I'll
do
put a
something?
whoopee cushion under
I
your
mean,
chair.
anything.
That's
I yield
doing
back.
something.
Mr. Chairman, gentleman's time
Have a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman is recognized for unanimous consent.
I'd like to submit for the record, Pew Research data.
And this
dated
kid's is
February
why it
3rd,
takes so long for me
2022,
to get 300
which shows,
followers.
and I think this gets to Mr. Ivy's point,
me right.
which I respect greatly. It shows that the
Oh,
majority
I
of
respect
these
greatly.
firearm deaths that we're quoting in these adolescent years are suicides. That's the
Oh,
majority
yeah.
of them. And that
Suicides,
is something that we need to
gang
focus on.
shootings.
Without objection,
How about we actually break this
reporting
down
quorum being
into
present, the question is on
categories
favorably
like we
reporting.
do with everything else? Unintentional deaths,
That was our last.
suicides,
I apologize.
gang shootings,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
violence related.
I'm going to yield my time to Ms. Jackson Lee, but I just wanted to say for anybody who does want to focus on suicide.
Is anybody in this chat? Show me a one. If you have not seen me show the CDC data breakdown in between unintentional shootings, poisonings, and traffic
Working in
accidents.
Washington State and in Utah, where people who are experiencing suicidal
Because I'll
thoughts
pull
can
it up real fast
voluntarily
and show
turn
it.
their gun in. They can get it back whenever they want. But I guess I just want to say, it's been a long night, but I want to say that I was moved by your words, Mr. Ivy, and
Well, I was moved by his words
I think
too.
it's exhausting.
Not in the
It's really
same
exhausting
direction.
To constantly
lunatic,
feel
you
like there
fucker.
is literally nothing that we can bring to the floor, and that we just have these moments of silence, and then we go back to our districts and people say, well, what are you guys doing about these mass shootings? Why is it that the United States is the only country in the world that goes through this?
We're
Why
not the only
can't
country in the
we
world that goes through this.
stop these mass shootings? And more
There was a
guns
mass
is not
shooting in
the
Spain
answer,
like 2 years
nor
ago,
is
where they used
constantly
fully automatic weapons,
saying
bombs,
that
and
the
everything
only way we're
else.
going to deal with this is to arm ourselves. That cannot be the answer. And we can talk about mental health, and we can talk about all those other things. By the way, those things take money.
I would like to
funding,
talk about her
and
mental
so
health
hopefully y'all are going to
a lot.
contribute to that funding when the appropriations budget comes, and we're not going to see cuts to Medicaid and to mental health and to public schools for that matter.
Let me see. Let's pull something up.
But I guess I just want to
So,
say that even when I brought
there
my
it is.
gun waiver bill last session, and we passed it out of committee because we were in the majority, I had two Republican co-sponsors on that, by the way, and the NRA
So
had
let's do
told one of them,
this.
my lead
Let's
sponsor,
do
John Cruz from Utah,
unintentional.
because it's working in Utah, that they weren't going to oppose the bill. And at the last minute, they decided they had to oppose the bill because everything is a slippery slope.
Add
So
cause
I
of
hope
death.
that
Let's do
I assume that when you go back to your districts,
unintentional
people ask you about this too. I'm not sure what you say. to them.
poisoning.
I'm not sure
Add
how
cause of death.
you respond to the fact that
And
we are legislators in Congress who are not puppets. We actually do have
unintentional
power to enact laws
and
that can keep our kids from being
motor
shot.
vehicle
I have kids
overall.
every day that come up to me,
Let's
parents
view
that come up to me
results.
and tell me that their kids had to go through these active shooter drills. You're talking about that? And
Do, do,
the trauma, I've had
do.
psychologists testify to me, come into my office and tell me about the trauma that it causes to their kids to go
And
through
let's
these active shooter drills. That
do.
some of them have bad dreams
Scroll up.
over
Oh,
and
I've had
over and
plenty of
over
bad
again
dreams.
because they actually feel like this is
Age
happening to
groups,
them.
custom
That is
age
what these
group.
active shooter drills are. They try to train
Less
you to
than
deal with what's
1
happening
to
by
let's do
putting you
less than
through
1 to
something
8.
where you don't know that it's a drill. It's not like they say, okay, the fire drill is going to go, the fire alarm is going to go off and we're going to do a fire drill. There's an actual active
Apply
shooter drill
filters.
where it's a surprise. And then kids have to practice this. How is that something that any of us want for our kids? So
Okay.
I guess
So
I
let's
was-
do
I
this.
was
I'm
moved
going to
by
do two
Mr. Roy
things
as
real
well,
fast.
and
Where
the
am I?
passion in your voice. But
Let me do the
I just
I'm
hope
bigger,
that we
bigger.
can think about our role here in
And then
Congress.
I'm
Not
going to
say that we're
share this
powerless and it's
tab. Well, no, let's do it. Smaller. Okay. So this tab talking about unintentional deaths from motor vehicles to poisonings to firearms. Motor vehicles, unintentional deaths from 1 year to 18 years old, or from less than 1 year to 18 years old. That's 2,954 deaths. Unintentional poisonings is 928 deaths. Damn, I got the hiccups. Unintentional firearms deaths ranks number 3 at 136 deaths. This is 2020 data. So, yeah, when these dickheads talk about, oh, firearms are leading cause of death, not so fast. When you break deaths down and do unintentional or, hey, we're shooting at each other, those numbers change. When you add in suicides, those numbers change. So let's get back to the hearing. Where's that? Here we go. I yield to
Let
my
me,
Sheila
thank the
Jackson
gentlelady
Lee
very much.
because
Let
she
me
is
echo
the
the
driving
plea that
force behind our
Congressman Ivey
mental
made,
ability.
in this late hour.
Fuck, I got the hiccups.
We're not going to end this discussion tonight. We'll have a vote
Damn
tonight.
it, Bolo.
But it pains me to think that we cannot find common ground. We've mentioned a lot of bills. Excuse my voice. There's a storage bill, Kimberly Vaughn storage bill. I can't imagine
Now the data
why we
that
would
I
not
showed
want
was
to
all
ensure
CDC
that
data.
people store their guns in Texas.
So they
One of the
have
largest
all this
accesses
data
to
stored.
guns by criminals are guns unstored in homes and cars, because we are a
Fuck me
gun
running.
state.
Okay, who's
And we
guilty
lose a
there?
lot of lives.
The one who
So my
breaks
plea
into
is
the
the
car
same
and
as
steals the gun?
the congressman, a former federal prosecutor,
That would be
that
my
we can
vote.
find some common ground. The second thing is, I want to commend the ATF because
Well,
they
I
are
bet
the
you do.
organization that has stood in the gap in gun trafficking.
They've
to
stood
stop
the
these
gap, all
guns that
right.
are coming. Mexico pleads with us
Gap
to
in the
stop the gun
crack of my
trafficking
ass.
that arms the cartels. But the ATF has had the
The
fortitude to
ATF
step
is
forward
literally
in the face
armed
of
the
unfair
cartels.
attacks and bullying by the House
Bitch.
Republicans. And the director of the ATF, we
Where's my
visited in
break?
my
Where
home
my break?
district and went to the
I
ATF
got to pull it
facility,
back off again.
and they do magnificent work.
Oh,
with
yeah,
high technology.
magnificent work
As I mentioned,
at
all
arming
of us don't have the
cartels
privilege of having combat veterans
and
protect
getting
us.
border agents
And
killed.
the children that have died and the victims that have died specifically by stabilizing braces being used to
It
steady the gun.
shouldn't matter. If I
And
leave
let's
a
put on the
gun
table the
on my
fact
front
that you can
porch,
hide your guns
all
with
alone
braces, as Mr.
by its
Johnson
little old
from
self
Georgia had said.
all night
So I
long,
just want to leave this
it's still my
statistic
gun.
for
No
people who
one,
seem not to
without
be
my
affected
permission,
or
should
impacted.
go pick that gun up and go do
Congressman
anything
McBath,
with
who
it.
has over and over spoken of her pain
That is what you call
that she still
theft.
speaks of,
You don't have my
and
permission
others
to steal
who
my
are
car.
in their homes
My
tonight
car's in my front yard.
suffering the
You don't
loss
have
of
my
their
permission
children,
to steal my gun.
their
My
loved
gun
ones,
is in my front yard.
and those recent killings.
You damn sure don't have my
In
permission
2022,
break in my front door,
there
go
were
to my house, and then,
20,118
like an
firearm
Easter egg
deaths,
hunt, scavenge
excluding
for all my guns,
suicides.
pick them up, and steal.
That's people. And this is CNN, November
Fuck me
23rd,
running.
2022. That's 10 times the number killed
Democrats
on
are
9/11.
going to be the.
This happens year after year
I
after
got the
year.
hiccups.
I just
Democrats
don't
are
know
going to
why
be
the
the
pleas that
death
we've made on this side,
of the
each and every
American
member,
Republic.
cannot be answered. It is
Period.
not being answered tonight. And I yield
If you
back.
want to see what
Lady
the
yields
answer
back, the
looks like,
reporting quorum being present. The question is
she's
on
what it
favorably
looks like,
reporting the resolution. All those in
and
favor
is
say
going to kill
aye.
the body.
Aye.
The
Those opposed,
body
no.
is the
The
Republic.
opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the resolution is ordered to be reported favor to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Roll call being requested. We'll go to a roll call. The clerk will call that roll.
Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Isa?
So I guess they're done debating the bill now.
Mr. Isa votes yes. Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates?
If they're done now, I'm going to spend a
Mr.
couple more
Johnson of
minutes
Louisiana?
bitching. and then
Mr.
I'm going
Johnson of
to get
Louisiana
off
votes
this
aye. Mr.
train
Biggs.
and go
Mr.
get some
Biggs votes
sleep
aye. Mr. McClintock.
with my hiccups.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey.
Because it sounds like they're all ready to get out of it.
Committee will be in order. We got to finish the roll call.
Mr. Massey.
Thomas. Thomas.
Mr. Massey votes yes. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes yes. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes yes. Ms. Sparts. Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Gooden.
So if this is the vote on the resolution, after they finish this vote, this
Mr.
will
Van
go to
Drew.
the full House.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr.
And
Nels.
the House will
Mr.
have to vote on it.
Nels votes yes. Mr. Moore. Mr.
If
Moore
the
votes
House
yes.
votes
Mr.
on
Kiley.
it and it's
Mr.
positive
Kiley votes
vote,
yes. Ms.
then it
Hageman.
will go to the Senate.
Ms. Hageman
It
votes
will
yes.
more
Mr.
than
Moran.
likely get shot
Ms.
down
Moran
in the
votes
Senate.
yes. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes yes. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Hunt votes yes. Mr.
I don't
Fry.
see Joe Manchin
Mr. Fry
voting for
votes
this.
aye.
I don't see Cinema
Nadler.
voting for this. It'll get
Mr.
shot
Nadler
down
votes
in
no.
the
Ms.
Senate.
Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson
If
Lee.
it makes it to the president, I will be
Ms. Jackson Lee.
amazed. And
Ms.
if it
Jackson
makes
Lee
it to the
votes no.
president,
Mr. Cohen.
he's going to shoot it down.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff votes no. Mr. Cicilline.
No.
Mr. Cicilline
Dude,
votes
I
no.
can't
Mr.
hold
Swallow.
my breath right
Mr.
now,
Swallow
Ryder,
votes
for
no. Mr.
saying the
Liu.
word fuck.
Mr. Liu votes no. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes
And
no.
I'm
Mr.
glad my
Correa.
son is watching my phone and not paying attention
Mr. Correa.
to what I'm saying. And
Mr.
yes,
Correa votes no. Ms.
I've got to
Scanlon.
put him to bed.
Scanlon.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Dean. Ms. Escobar.
What you have to understand
Ms.
is
Escobar votes no. Ms.
he's mine.
Price. Ms.
He
Bush.
is a night owl
Mr.
from the
Ivy.
word go, and always has been. Since the day he
Mr.
was
Ivy votes
born,
no.
he's been a night owl.
Gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Gates, you're not recorded. Mr. Gates votes aye.
Have all members voted?
Yes, drinking games,
Report.
Bolo should be short and sweet. That way you don't get the hiccups. Because I definitely got the hiccups. How to go back in and rename this.
Mr. Chairman, there are 23 ayes and 15 noes.
The ayes have it, and the resolution is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. This concludes
Yeah,
the committee's
this is
business for the day. The meeting is adjourned.
Wubba. Can I get an amen? Can I get an amen? Wubba. Say amen. Amen. Okay. He said it. Oh, son of a bitch, man. It has been a long day. It has been a extremely long day. Give me a sec, because I got the hiccups and I got to use the bathroom. So you guys hang out for just a sec. boy. We got shit fire. Okay. So I'm back. Yeah, lunatic. That's my two. And I was always that way. My wife, not so much. Me, I've always been a night owl since I was born. That's the way I roll. So try to get my daughter to sleep before 10 o'clock at night. She's 6 right now. You don't have enough fucking chloroform to do that. I've practically tried to duct tape her in her bed. I've tried to keep her up all day. Doesn't work. It's just the way she is. That's the way I was. So I know it. We deal with it. My son doesn't have to be at school. He's 3. Him hanging out at night, I don't mind. It is what it is. I'm glad he pays more attention to. He's watching my phone. He's watching ABCs. He's watching comparisons in between like big and small, narrow and wide, all that shit. Almost everything he watches is more educational. So he's 3. He can't necessarily read a sentence, but he can read every word in the sentence. If you've ever been around children, you'll understand that. And he can do it, and he loves doing it. I can sit here and write words for him all day while he bounces with his naked butt in the background. Wubba. Down here. Yes, keep the necky butt out of the, because he's been sitting on his potty. We're still working on potty training. The boy can read damn near anything you throw in front of him, but potty training is his fucking kryptonite. Go figure. Just this stuff. God, this stuff just kills me. Alabama's got some stuff coming through. They've got a safe storage law, red flag law, some other stuff coming through. And I'm looking for public hearings on that, because if there's a public hearing, I'm going to show my happy ass up to it. I've tried to call multiple representatives and Wubba, down here. Thank you. No showing the goods off. Hey. No jumping on the couch. But and if I can hear back from these Congress people, representatives, senators from Alabama, I'm going to talk to them. Last Friday, during the stream, I tried to call everybody that was involved with some of these bills. And I'm going to do it again. I'm going to continue to do it. We are seriously ruled by the lowest common denominator with the most money. That's who makes our laws. I don't get it. And I know it's like I said on Tactical Turkeys last night. This isn't just about like some Second Amendment. Oh, my 2A. This is about freedom. So we have preppers. We have plenty of people in this mix that aren't necessarily about firearms, But what we are about is we don't want the government ruling every second of our lives. Well, he's bouncing around and singing his songs. But and that's what it's about. We don't want the government involved in every second of our lives. And if you've never thought about it, if there's someone in you who's never thought about it, here's this exercise. What are you doing? You can't river dance. You're not Irish. I'm sorry. But do this exercise. Wake up in the morning. Find something in your life that you don't touch that is not controlled by a government rule, law, or regulation. You can't do it because the mattress that you sleep on, the pillow that you have under your head, all have some sort of government control or regulation involved in how they're constructed. If you've never looked at the book 3 Felonies a Day, I submit to the crowd you need to look at it. That book comes under has the premise that there are so many laws in the United States that your average American creates 3 felonies a day. They just don't realize it. I believe that is very true. I've met many gun owners, guys that are average guys, guy, wife, family, kids, had a career, you name it, built a gun, ordered all the parts off of Optics Planet, something like that. They didn't realize they couldn't have anything less than a 16-inch barrel. So they built effectively a short barrel rifle. Or they thought, 16 inches, and they ordered a 14-inch barrel with a 2-inch flash hider. They screwed the flash hider on there, didn't realize if that flash hider is not pin and welded, that's still a short barrel rifle. I've seen those guys in fucking person. And I had to be the one to tell him, and they fixed it. I'll give them this. They fixed it. I had to be the one to tell him, oh, wait a minute, Jack. That 12-inch AR you've got is a 10-year felony. How do we fix it? Pull that barrel nut, pull that barrel, put a 16-inch barrel on it, and then, I don't want a 16-inch barrel. Hold on. I will show you the law in 18 USC, yada, 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 or in 28, whatever. I'll show you the law. I will prove it to you. That is a 10-year felony. Now, when I showed it to them, they fixed it. I mean, they pretty much immediately went in and like, pulled the barrel, that goes, and they got it right. And where that shorter barrel went, I didn't ask any questions. I know one guy chopped that sumbitch up into so many goddamn pieces, it looks like a fucking cornflakes box right now. But why should that even be an issue? Why? Why should that even be an issue? Oh, well, they have a 12-inch whatever. I'd like to have a 12-inch whatever. However, I have a 12.5-inch AK. The complete length on the gun, when it's measured, when you look at the law, it actually falls into the category of a firearm, not a short barrel rifle. Nothing falls into the category of a firearm. That's why I have a vertical grip on it, because it falls into this category. It's not an AOW, nothing like that. it just falls in the category of firearm. It doesn't match any of their definitions. Shit like that is how Franklin Armory gets away with having a straight rifling gun that is built just like a short-barreled rifle, but the government can't stop it because the rifling puts no twist on the projectile. It's rifled, but the rifling is straight. If you've never looked at that gun from Franklin Armory, look at it. I love Franklin Armory just because they're showing all the holes in these government regulations. The thing keyholes like hell at 40 yards, but it damned if it is, it keyholes consistently at 40 yards. Military Arms Channel did a video on it, and a couple other guys. This whole argument is insane. He's doing freaking laps behind me. Would you quit acting like you smoke freaking meth? I gave him one piece of chocolate. I swear to God, that's all it was. One piece of chocolate. What isn't even all that good of chocolate either. But I can go to fire order later, brother. Get some sleep. As usual, be cool. Keep that thing on you at all times. We'll catch you on the next one. I can show you so many points right now where Joe Biden, oh, you couldn't have a cannon. Yes, you could. I can show you a 1773 law right now that proves off the couch. Off the couch. You're still naked butting it. No showing off the goods. I can show you that 1773 Mass Act right now that proves that Americans had every single weapon that the government had. And what it came down to is the government brought you to court, put you in front of a jury of your peers, a jury. They didn't just take your stuff. They put you in front of a jury. If you weren't storing your, gunpowder and shit correctly, they confiscated it. But then what did they do? They sold it right back to the general public. So the government wasn't stopping private citizens from having these arms. Just the absolute ignorance. What about? Get out. Hey, quit it. I've got fucking Chippendales going on in the background. Good thing he pays more attention to his phone than me. Wubba, no sir. Down. Hey. Thank you. But, AR-15, weapon of war. You can go back and look at the fact that the AR-15 was marketed to civilians before it was even adopted in military trials. And the only reason it was adopted in military trials is because a certain general had a hard-on for the 5.56 caliber cartridge, an intermediate cartridge. That's why it was adopted into the military trials in the first place. Stoner got involved. They made a decent gun. It was put into service. They screwed the construction of the gun all the way up. The powder that they used, they messed all that up. It became a giant hunk of junk. And then later on, in Vietnam, they figured out how to fix the gun, make it dependable, taught soldiers how to take care of it, and then it is, evolved into like the M4s and shit that we have now. Oh man, it's insane how little people actually look at these things critically and go, hey, well, I have a question about this part of it, so I'm going to do some research. And the first thing that pops up, I'm going to go, let's see if we can find 3 or 4 other things that are the same. Then I might believe that topic. But if I find this part that says one thing, and then these, later down the line, I find a couple other things that say different, I'm going to do a little bit more research. People don't do that shit. And you end up with the fucking voters we have today. Complete non-playable characters. They watch MSNBC. They watch CNN. I'm going to add Fox News in there. Because Fox News is basically MSNBC light. It's all NBC with maybe a little bit of something else. And that might piss some people off. But I quit watching Ambassadors a couple of years ago. And let me tell you something. When you find a story and then you start doing a little research into it, you don't take their line in it, well, then you find out that, well, Fox News supports a lot of gun control shit. Some of the stuff makes no sense to me whatsoever. It doesn't. We got to ban this gun. Wait a second. That person used a car to get to their shooting. They used a car, if they lived, they used a car to get away from their shooting. If they didn't have the car, that 20 miles would have been awful hard for them to get to the shooting in the first place. So let's ban the car. Let's ban the car when guy runs his car into a parade of people and kills 5 people in about 4 seconds. That was an assault car, assault SUV. Let's ban them. We can go back further. Dude used a Ryder truck, ammonium nitrate, diesel fuel, blew up a federal building. And did something that I absolutely do not agree with, and killed a bunch of innocent children and a bunch of innocent people. I will never agree with that. But hey, let's ban Ryder trucks. They put restrictions on ammonium nitrate and diesel fuel, but I can go to the feed and seed tomorrow, obviously, later today, and I can get 777 fertilizer that is 7% this, 7% that, 7% ammonium nitrate. I can still make a pretty powerful bomb out of that with some diesel fuel. Or I could just run my Ryder truck through a crowd of people. Guy in Nice, France, 84 people killed in just a couple of seconds by the truck. He had bombs in the truck. He had guns in the truck. He just decided that the truck was more expedient, and it was to kill that many people. He just ran it right down the boardwalk. You can't eliminate evil people before they act. You just can't. And especially in America, since we have this whole thing that You have, we used to, you have to commit this evil act before the state can take your freedom, your liberty, and your property. We used to have that. Now we have red flag laws. State can come in and take my shit just because someone says I'm a threat. We have laws to where if someone is caught with too much money at one time, the state can take their shit. No charges, just you got too much money on you at one time. We think that might be proceeds of drugs. We're going to take your stuff. Civil asset forfeiture. I did videos very early on in my channel on that. You got a guy who's never been violent. He has less than an ounce of weed on him. Less than an ounce. And for those of you who don't realize what an ounce is, that's not very much. But he has some firearms on him. So police pull him over. They take his firearms. They say, you have less than an ounce of weed on you. We're not charging you with any kind of felony or anything like that. We are taking your guns. We're keeping your guns. You pay a fine and you get to go about your business while you lose several $100s in firearms. And you can just take that big old and like to the balls, you can just eat it. Completely legal. And that happened right in Headland, Alabama, south of me. I covered that also on my channel when I covered a bunch of civil asset forfeiture stuff. I gotta do some more videos and stuff like that because I believe it or not, I actually do a lot of research and I actually do put some thought into things besides just drinking and smoking. But people continue to support the government for doing these things. And yet drives me up the freaking wall. Because to me, if you're not a threat to the general public, I don't care what you have. If you aren't abusing your children, I don't care what you have. You got 37 rocket launchers in your closet. Okay. Did they do anything with those 37 rocket launchers? No. He just has a rocket launcher fetish. I don't care. What did he do with them? Well, he fired them on his own land and he blew up a tree. Don't care. Don't. I care about innocent people being harmed. I do not care. While I put Blimpy back on the phone with my son, I do not care whether someone has something that fires fast. And that's part of what we're getting into with some of the stuff in Alabama with this so-called trigger activator shit they're pushing. Turn it down. Hey, turn down. Thank you. I don't understand people who believe that government is the answer to the problem when government has always been the problem. Prohibition. Let's ban alcohol. Yeah, sounds great. people are still drinking alcohol. Okay, let's put poison alcohol out on the market, and then we'll kill a bunch of people and we'll show people they shouldn't drink alcohol. And if you don't believe me on that, Google is still honest in some ways. Google poison alcohol prohibition. Now, the government just didn't put like poison vodka out on the market. Last thing I read. What they did was is they knew people were making alcohol out of certain other cleaners and shit. So they took those cleaners and whatever, and they put, I think, methyl alcohol in them instead of ethyl alcohol. So when people made alcohol out of those products, well, it poisoned them and it killed them, blinded a lot of people. Whole bathtub gin and other things. You're talking about a government. Tuskegee experiments. Talked about a little bit the other night. During the Tuskegee experiments, from what I've read, the government did not give black people syphilis. What they did is they basically put it out there. Hey, if you have syphilis, we will treat you. And people came in to get treated for syphilis, and the government just gave them placebos and then watched what syphilis did to them. That was the experiment. Let's watch what syphilis does to these people. This is the U.S. government doing these things. The U.S. government has spread crack into neighborhoods and early on in the crack epidemic. The U.S. government ran guns into Mexico and got border agents killed. Why in the hell would a rational, logical person trust these people to keep them safe? Someone answer that for me. There's still 7 of you apparently in here, so answer that for me. And that's not even all the dirty shit they done. That's just a couple of the highlight reels. Why would you trust them to keep you safe? Why would you trust them to keep your kids safe? I got a fucker in Alabama right now who wants to make it a felony if I go to pick my daughter up and I have my gun on me. I'm no threat to the kids in that school. I carry my gun whenever I'm out in public. I just go to pick my daughter up that afternoon. Oh, Mr. Cooper, seems like you have a gun on you. Guess what? You're now a felon. I've been a felon before. They can kiss my ass on this one. Loon, yeah. Dude, Ryder, you're right. 100%. They get their update, their little NPC. If you don't know what NPC is, non-playable character. We've all seen them in video games. If you've played video games, you run into this character, you ask them a question, they've got about 3 answers they can give. And if you ask them another question, they just keep rolling into the same answers over and over and over again. And if the game gets an update, they might get a different answer, but they still do the same shit. That's your non-playable characters. That's what most of these people are. They read a headline, they get their update from some little news hit on CNN or MSNBC or Fox News. Yes, Fox News is in that category. And then they just puke that shit back onto you whenever they're asked a question or challenged. My wife wants to fucking drown me because I spend so much time doing stuff like this and so much time doing research on this stuff. And it does cut into my time with family. But I want my kids Got a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old. I want my kids growing up in a free country. So I spend my time doing this. Shortly, I'm going to apply for my FFL. 07, I want to be able to manufacture firearms, manufacture machine guns for testing. I want the whole enchilada. So I'm going to have ATF drive their little happy little government car into my driveway and roll through all my shit, give me the anal probe, and then maybe I'll get approved. When I'm no threat to anybody. I want to build cool guns, sell them to cool people, but whatever that person does with that firearm is on them, not on me. I don't believe you should have to go through a background check to buy a firearm. Because whatever you do with that firearm is your personal responsibility. So if you use that firearm to kill an elephant on Main Street in New York City on a Tuesday, that's your responsibility. If you are an absolute monster and you go kill innocent people, much less innocent kids with that firearm, that's on you. The fires in hell can't get fucking hot enough to burn your ass as far as I'm concerned if you go kill innocent people and children with a firearm or anything. Steak knife. I don't give a shit. Me and my wife are personally responsible for raising our kids. I have a lunatic monkey running around right now. He's mine. He knows the difference in between a clip and a magazine already. I proved it on stream a couple of nights in a row. But he, I can guarantee you, will never be confused about his gender. He will never be confused about whether a firearm is a toy or not. You've seen this kid bounce around in this room all night long. There are firearms in that corner. There are firearms in that corner. He hasn't touched a single one of them. Now, I watch them. None of those firearms can be loaded and used. None of those firearms can be loaded and used. They're basically props at this point. But he hasn't touched a single one of them. So y'all tell me whether educating your children on firearms, if they're not toys, stops stuff. After this entire day watching these people go through an immigration bill with 90,000 amendments, stop, go to a classified briefing, and then come back, go through another 20,000 amendments, and then go to this firearms rule and spend, I don't know, I'd have to go back and look at the time, not near as much time as they spent on everything else. But what does that piece of plastic do? Hell, I wore it around my wrist. I try to put a magazine in it. I try to dump rounds into it. It doesn't do anything. So that leads me to believe that with the mental capacity that I have, that the person who actually pulls the trigger is the issue. So maybe we need to focus on the person pulling the trigger. Why? Me and you are both going to bed in a minute. Yes, me and you both. Well, maybe you, because God knows I'm about to wound the fuck up. Yeah, Taco, you're right. There's nothing as innocent as that 3-year-old back there, besides maybe a newborn that hasn't hurt anybody. There's nothing that innocent. I have held innocence in my hands. When I held my daughter when she was born, when I held my son when he was born. I know what innocent is. I know what true innocence is. Again, I showed the data again tonight for unintentional fire because these Democrats add everything in. Suicides, gangbangings, all this other shit. They added in all the same thing. And they go, well, gun are the leading cause of deaths for kids in between whatever and whatever. I can show you right now. Because we're talking, I want to talk about innocent kids. I can show you right now that innocent kids, the deaths for innocent kids for firearms, come in at number 3 behind poisonings from household chemicals and car accidents. And car accidents are responsible for about 3 times the number of firearms deaths for innocent kids. If you want to add in suicides, gangbangers, all this other stuff just to pump numbers up, do we do that with cancer? Do we add prostate cancer and with breast cancer along with pancreatic cancer and all this other shit? Do we add all those in, or do we say, hey, prostate cancer kills men, ovarian cancer kills women? Hey, you better get your whatever checked because it could be an issue. But we don't. So would you get down off there, you little Chippendale dancer? Okay, necky boy running around behind me. Yeah, we don't add all that into the same category, but they do it with firearms because they want to pump numbers up. Because a lot of people aren't like me. They're not going to go, oh, wait a second. There's this CDC website where I can compare deaths and data. I can look at it and I can see, oh, wait a second. Fuck me running, man. I had a decent sense of humor going on earlier. Yeah, Taco, you're right, man. I know I tease you with the whole sister thing, but yeah. And yeah, I had to tease you a little bit. But I got to break someone's balls. But yeah, dude, which I think, being who I was even before I was a dad, because I waited till way late in life for kids. Matter of fact, I'd given up on kids before me and my wife met. I never blamed the gun for any of this stuff. It was always the person that was behind the trigger. I never, for a long time, I didn't grow up with ARs in the house, guns or pistols in the house. I grew up with deer rifles and shotguns and, for bird hunting and shit like that. It's what I grew up with. But I also knew at a very young age, my gun doesn't wake me up. My gun doesn't go put me in the truck. My gun doesn't tote me up in a deer stand. My gun doesn't point the scope for me. My gun doesn't pull the trigger for me. No, that's what I have to do. I have to get up in the morning, get myself dressed, get my gun, put my gun in the truck, get out of the truck. I have to tote my gun to the deer stand. I have to climb up in my deer stand. I have to load my gun. I have to aim my gun. I have to make sure it's on point. I have to pop the safety off my gun, and I have to pull the trigger. Either that's just me and I have the laziest guns on the fucking planet, or everybody else has to do the same shit to actually kill something. And I'm pretty sure I didn't go to the lazy fucking gun department when I bought my guns. Because, trust me, if my gun would do all that shit for me and I just had to climb up in the stand and watch the bitch shoot my deer for me, I would have done that. Frag Out, what's up, brother? Frag Out, have you watched any of this shit today? Tell me you've been at work all day and you missed every damn thing. And you're the sanest one who is in this room. Please tell me. I'll call Billy on you, Frag Out. Don't make me get Billy. Oh, God damn it. You're going to make me get Billy. Fucking Christ, man. This shit's so fucking ridiculous, man. The government completely destroys the nuclear family. Completely. Through welfare and a few other. Hey, Chippendale, get off the couch. Hey, off the couch. Yes, thank you. The government completely destroys a nuclear family. They do it from welfare, they do it from throwing fathers in jail, all kinds of shit. They incentivize women to have kids on their own. They incentivize men to just bang women and walk away from them. Culture incentivizes that guns are the answer to every issue. And government pushes that culture. So you see multiple shootings happen. One in Alabama just the other day. Dadeville's not. It's probably. I don't know, it's at least an hour away from me where I'm at. Depending on how I go. Maybe a little over that. I haven't timed it. But you have 3 people. Now, I was betting on all 3 shooters being under 17. Turns out 2 shooters were at least under 17. One was 20. That's the last news I heard tonight. Party, Sweet 16. People got to shoot it up. Three people running together. You don't add them into the same category as the girl who thought she was a man who goes and shoots up 3 children and 3 administrators in a mass shooting. You don't count those 2 the same. It's different motivations. They'll get counted together. Reading through stuff the other night. You want to know what gets counted as a school shooting? Someone firing a gun within 1,000 yards of a school ground at 2 o'clock in the morning is counted as a school shooting. I shit you not. That's counted as a school shooting. So you wonder how they pump these numbers up. There's been 107 school shootings this year. That's how. Because some of these school grounds are in really bad neighborhoods. And some of these really, really bad neighborhoods, there are people who like to shoot at one another. And they don't give a shit whether they're in a school zone or not. That's how they pump those numbers up. People are growing more and more and say we'll only get worse from here. Wait until the criminals in red cities get a food for their families. Wait and see them living. Yeah, dude, frag out. Dude, you ain't wrong. Mike, you finally make it home, brother, or you just still awake and ready for some more pain? Yeah, brother. If I was you, after listening to what you listened to earlier today before you got home, you should have picked up like straight Everclear and a case of it and a hat that had like 4 tubes coming down so you could funnel them all in your mouth at one time. I've drank Yinling tonight. It hasn't helped. Ah, man, I just don't. I get why the Democrats want to push this shit. They want to push it because they hate guns overall. And if they unarm the populace, then hell, you are a lot easier to load onto a train car if you can't shoot back. I swear to God, there's no meth in the house. What are you doing? Why are we doing the half-naked running man? Frag out, I'm starting to think this is your kid. Just shooting from the hip. You've been over 20 minutes. Yeah. Dude, man, we started this stream at 10 o'clock. Now it's yesterday morning. They went through immigration shit for God knows how many hours, went on break, went through a classified briefing, came back. I done got off work, picked up the kids, got home. They came off the classified briefing. They were back in the immigration stuff, and then finally got to the pistol brace rule. Which the pistol brace rule, I think, will get through the House. It's going to get shut down in the Senate. Even if it made it through the Senate, you think Sleepy Joe Sniffy himself is going to sign that shit? Hell no. He's going to veto it and send it right back. And then we don't have a majority in the Senate to override the veto. So we're stuck with the courts. Until we have a serious change in the culture and the soul of America, shootings are going to continue, and they're going to get worse. It's gotten worse. One of the original school shootings in modern times was done in Arkansas. A couple kids with their hunting rifles started capping their classmates. They laid out in the grass with camouflage, started capping their classmates. Then we had Columbine. And we've just bounced from there. And we make these little fuckers famous. Everybody wants to talk about it. Well, the news media wants to talk about it. I'd like to talk about the psychology of it because I really do like psychology. I like to know motivations and shit like that. I'd like to talk about the psychology of it. And here's the psychology of most of it. Here's what it comes down to. I'm going to light a fresh smoke for this one. We've gone through years where we have taught kids that everything is about you. Everything is about your feelings. You're a snowflake. No one else understands your experiences. Those are your lived experiences. Words are violence. Someone calls you words. Words are violence. So I get harmed like that. I get called fat, short, ugly. Fuck, I got called that all through school. I get called all those names. Well, I hit the point where fuck them. My feelings have been so destroyed, I get to take my pain out on everybody else. I don't have to deal with it. I just have to take it out on everybody else. You wonder why we had guns in the United States since the United States, before the United States was founded, and we didn't have people snapping out like this. But the further and further we get into leftist policies and ideologies, will the shootings get worse? That should be your clue, kids. See, when people called me short, fat, ugly, and all this other shit in school, okay. As long as you don't put your hands on me, you can say anything you want. Talk about my mama. Okay, my mama will beat your ass, and I know it. Fuck you. Now, it's all about your feelings. If they hurt your feelings, you got the right to hurt them back. If they hurt your feelings too much, well, it's completely justifiable to walk into a school and start shooting people. Or in a lot of cases, a lot of what they count as school shootings are gang issues. That son of a bitch disrespected me, even though you don't know jack shit about what respect is, but you think respect comes from a point of a gun. So if they disrespect you, well, you're going to grab that gun and you're going to go to work. That's what most school shootings are. And I will submit to the class, you think that because you don't have a daddy at home that beat your fucking ass whenever you did some stupid shit. And I'm so glad my son's still paying more attention to his ABC videos than he is to me. Oh, Taco, dude, I'm 5'7". I'm not like midget, but you know, hell, people are douchebags. If you straighten my back out with the scoliosis, arthritis, and all that shit, I'd probably be 5'9". Like those 2 inches really matter, but it is what it is. Dude, you talk about short. This is a funny thing. When I went to Warrior Poet Society, I did 2 days classes with them. Paul, one of the instructors up there. If you look up Warrior Poet Society, they call him the Battle Gnome. Dude's way shorter than me. He is built like a fucking tank, though. Sam, the other dude that instructed our classes, he's 6 and some change. So it's they made jokes about the shit with, you know, the Hobbit and Sam, and they joked off each other the whole time. Good dudes, seriously cool dudes. But yeah, I wasn't that short, but I'm an honorary 6 foot Chad. Thank you, Taco. You fucking rock, brother. I'm gonna quit calling you sister after this one. I don't know why I started that with you. I think it was just the taco part, and I had to. I had to. It's just my sense of humor. I had to screw with somebody. You were that person. But no, it's just you can't take every shooting in America and throw them all in the same bucket. No more than you can take every cancer in the human body and throw them in the same bucket. And Democrats throw them all in the same bucket so they can pump numbers up. And it pisses me off to no end. And I know it does you guys. You guys are the ones that are actually looking at this shit too. You may not do the same research as me, but when I mention something, you guys will look it up and be like, fuck, I'll be damned. I'll do a little bit more looking at it. And you guys see this stuff. And it really is like the fucking Matrix, man. You're either awake or you're asleep. And the majority of the people in the United States are asleep. Just Taco. I don't even think that was the reason, man. I think I just started screwing with you just because. When you said taco, I thought taco. And then it was like, I got to. It's the way my brain works, man. It's my damn sense of humor. And I'll probably still call you sister. That is a good score. Dude, Mike McClune, how much are smokes up by you? These jokers, I can get them for about $3 something a pack. They're not great, but they're smokable. I know by you, that's like freaking half price, at least. Oh, man. Taco, you're a fucking cool dude, man. Seriously. Which, I mean, all you guys are. You guys that are constantly in the streams that I do, most of y'all have serious mental illnesses and you ought to be committed, but you're also cool dudes. And chicks, because there are some in here that, you know, Ting Ting will come in, Vanessa Kitty will come in, Misty Wayne will come in, and a couple others, but I don't know, man. There's so much just horse shit with it. And now you guys are just catching my own personal thoughts behind shit. There's just so much horse shit behind it. And no one wants to get at the root problems. No one wants to deal with, okay, it took us this many years of government BS to get here, so we need to reel that many years of government BS back in and actually focus on issues We just want to sharpshoot at the easy stuff. Oh, it's the gun. Well, wait a second. There were 3 shootings that I know of that involved pistol braces. They mentioned a couple others tonight that were they weren't pistol braces. 3 out of tens of millions. So that's like me saying, well, since you're a certain race and person of your race did this shit, well, your whole race is involved in it. That would be racist bullshit, wouldn't it? I mean, so why is it not horse shit just to dump all of us who own these products into the same boat because some delusional piece of shit did something? Your wife swears you have Asperger's. Dude, my wife swears I'm just fucking retarded. She doesn't even say Asperger's. She's just like, you're a fucking retard. Shit, man. Oh, just... Boy, you are going to have to put pants on at some point tonight. Thank you for pee and potty and everything, but... Wouldn't it be nice just to, like, dance naked? Be, like, all free and shit again? If I did that, my wife would divorce me for fucking blinding her. Oh, yeah, dude. It wasn't too long back. There were a couple states that if you went to another state that was cheaper to buy cigarettes and then came back in with, let's say you went to, I'm in Alabama and say cigarettes are cheaper in Georgia, which they are by a little bit. So I buy my carton of cigarettes in Georgia and I come back into Alabama with them. They wanted to get you for fucking, it wasn't trafficking, it was something else. They wanted to get you for the taxes that you didn't pay on the carton of cigarettes that you got in another state. There were a few states that wanted to do that shit. So you'd be like, oh, hey, I went over to such and such states and I got a carton of cigarettes for $40 instead of $50, and they wanted to like fine you for crossing state lines with smokes, bootlegging kind of. Give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. What? Are we done? You are so going to bed in a minute, kid. Oh, man. Yeah. Supposed to declare. Yeah, like I'm going to declare that. Oh, man. Crossing state lines with smokes, crossing state lines with guns. Fire, man. Just how retarded can we be? Well, put it this way. How retarded can other people be that they keep voting for politicians that think this way? I mean, I would really love to do an IQ poll of Sheila Jackson Lee's voters. I would be extremely surprised if her whole voting pool could rate a 100 on a scale of 4 billion for IQs. Hey, turn Boba down. Thank you. If you guys have never been introduced to Boba, look him up. He's a kid's thing. I love Boba to death. He's like a big white fuzzy Wile E. Coyote. And I love Wile E. Coyote. He's right back there on my wall. Like there on the wall. Oh, I'm going to take medications, and a lot of them. And then it's going to be bedtime. Hey, Wubba. Wubba! It's going to be bedtime. Me and you. I love how he looks at me like, okay. This kid, night before last. Yeah, it's night before last. I got a couple things I got to grab. Sheet on his mattress. Got comfort go on mattress. Got pillow, everything. I fallen asleep in here in my office. And I woke up. It's probably 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm like tired as shit. I go look in my son's room. I don't see my son. He's like not there. He had crawled underneath the sheet on his mattress, the fitted sheet. He crawled underneath that. So all you see is this hump in the sheet. That's him sleeping. Comfort is in the floor, all kinds of shit's on the floor. He's asleep under the fitted sheet on the mattress. This is my child, whom I love very much. With one of the biggest laughs that I have. It's either that or he sleeps under his bed. Or in the middle of the floor with his comforter. $10 a pack. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Dude, my wife, her uncle's up in Oregon. They're planning on moving down here in the next couple of years when he retires, because he's worked for one of the unions up there for a long time. And Yeah, Oregon is turning into a nightmare. My child. Talk about freaking $10 for smokes right now. And a lot of that is supposed to go to like people that were addicted to cigarettes, this whole anti-smoking campaigns and all that stuff. And none of that money goes there. I remember living on last base was Fort Gordon. I was a kid. My dad was stationed there, Fort Gordon down in towards Augusta, Georgia. $5, I could buy a pack of Marlboro Reds and then 2 packs of the generic Class A cigarettes. There's a white pack with black lettering that just said Class A cigarettes on them. I could buy those 3 packs of cigarettes for $5. So you had the cool pack, and then you had the 2 get you by packs till you could get another $5. And that was like 94, 95, somewhere around in there. And then you got into all this anti-smoking stuff, and then all this money just goes to the government. It doesn't go to anybody that actually solves a problem. Yeah, Taco, I understand that, man. It's like I said, my wife's uncle, which he started out down here in the South with a UA. Some stuff happened. He went to another state, kind of up north, got trapped up there, and wasn't going to get another job for a while, and then bumped to that union in Oregon, and then ended up staying there. And that's where he spent the majority of his career. And then turn it down. Turn it down a little more. A little more, turn down. I just love watching movies. All right, that'll work. But yeah, and that's where he stayed. So, now many years later, he's going to move back down here. He bought some land, not too far away from us, and is going to move down there, build the house and everything, and be out of Oregon. Because hell, this a couple of years ago, he went to buy just a simple M&P 16-inch barrel M&P, and it took him months and months just to be able to pick his damn gun up. And that's just crazy to me. Can you turn the flashlight off on my phone too? Yeah, I know you can. Thank you. Fucking 3-year-old. He can operate the phone better than I can. It freaking kills me. And I'm always watching the opposite stuff. Left and right, hot and cold, big and tall, day and night. That's what he's digging on the phone. God, I love my kid. That boy is 3. I'll tell you this, he can't read you a sentence yet, but he can read every word in the sentence, almost no matter what you write. Which is, he amazes me. especially for someone who had given up on kids and everything until they were like 30. Hell, me and my wife got together when I was 35 or 36. So yeah, it was definitely a cool deal. And both of these kids are definitely cool as shit. Like I said, he's 3. He can tell you the difference in between a clip and a magazine already. He's rocking and rolling. Oh, man. It's been a long damn day, guys. So I tell you what, I'm fixing to get out of here, guys. I'm going to end this one here. But here's the general thought. What do you stand for yourself? What is your driving, your core belief? Is it personal responsibility? Is it not necessarily, pull yourself up by your own bootstraps, but the fact that I'm responsible for my own beliefs? Not that I don't need help, but I'm responsible for my own beliefs and my own actions. What is that core driving thing? See, mine's always been that I'm responsible for my own actions. So, like when I fucked up and I went to prison, I was responsible for my actions that sent me there. I shouldn't have been at the party I was at. That would have stopped the whole thing. Now, dude hitting his wife, that pissed me off. Me being as drunk as I was, my fault. I did that. Now, I did every day that I was in jail, just under a year, 11 months. Did every day as an honest person. I was younger then, short-haired, no beard. One of those fuckers. I did a detail at the fire department every day. Every day of the week for the work week. I was at the fire department and did tons of shit for them. A bunch of the firefighters started calling me Shawshank. It's funny. And I told them, dude, I did what I did. I wasn't innocent in the whole deal. Did what I did. But I was one of those dudes. I wasn't playing any stupid shit. I was there to do what I had to do. If the fire department needed me to do something, I did it and made sure it was done right. Hell, they tried to hire me before I even got out of prison. I had to find my paperwork for that one night and go through it. But what do you do on my calculator? But what are your core beliefs? You're responsible for your own action. Yes, son. You've got everything on my phone jacked up while I'm like trying to have this like very serious conversation. But if your core beliefs are you're responsible for your own actions and you take responsibility for those, good, bad, and different, how can you believe in the government trying to make your life better if that's what you actually believe? Because see, government sells us this lie that government's going to lower our taxes, raise our taxes. They're going to make race relations better. They're going to solve world hunger. They're going to do all this shit. Drug war, you name it. War on poverty. But the more they do, the more things get worse. So if you don't believe in that personal responsibility, that what I do during the day, yes, is going to affect others. So I don't owe anybody respect, but I give them a certain amount of respect until they either earn more respect or they lose that respect. That's the general way that decent people go about their lives. But the government can't force that. Kind of losing it. Anyway, you guys be cool, man. I love each and every one of you guys. Taco, Mike, freaking all the cool cats that have been in and out of here every day, or all day, I should say. Damn, Frag Out, you're a cool ass dude. I got to do a show with Frag Out one night. I got to have him on just to shoot shit. That night he got on with Billy was funny as shit. But yeah, I'm gonna end this one here, man. I gotta get a little sleep. I gotta get my wubba to bed, even though he can go back to sleep in the morning after someone wakes him up. But I really do, man. I love you guys. You guys take them easy. If I can unwrap this from the cords and shit that are sitting here tonight, you keep this thing on you at all times. Those little symbols that look like that no gun symbol back there don't stop criminals. So why should they stop you? The first rule of not being an unarmed victim is don't be unarmed. So anyway, I'm out, guys, man. Mike, Taco, the rest of you guys, y'all all be cool. We'll catch you on the next one. There's no doubt there will be more shit to stream about. Matter of fact, next week, there's an oversight hearing for the ATF that you bet your ass, even if I'm at work, I will be streaming. I'll do the same thing I did today. I'll start the computer up, start streaming, shut everything, mic down, freaking camera down, and I'll be on my phone the whole time I'm going through the shop, and I'll be like fucking going into seizures listening to this shit. So you guys be good. Taco, my sister. I never should have started that, but it was so much fun. Mike McClune, my brother. Everybody else that's in here, you guys all get some sleep. Have a good damn night. And realize your government wants you dead and disarmed. What can I say? I'm out, guys. Y'all take them easy.